This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
You are there, love.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
It's back to county championship cricket, and if you're listening today and you want something to do, it is free admittance here at Hove today for everybody. So if you fancy watching some county championship cricket, get yourself down to Hove. Sussex second in the table, unbeaten so far in the county championship against third placed Worcestershire. The news is that Worcestershire have won the toss here, Joe, and they are going to bowl first. So we should be underway in about 10 minutes' time. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, they are playing Kent, and in terms of the toss, Kent have won the toss and they've decided to bat first. In terms of the catering arrangements, well, we'll have to wait and see. No. Yeah, I think so. I think so, Joe. I'm just relieved to get here, actually. There's a little queue on the A23 on the way down, so I'm just glad to be here on time, is the truth. Cheers, Joe.
Yeah, They signed about that.
Okay. Ready when you are, Jim. Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for the resumption of the County Championship. I'm Adrian Harms and delighted to be joined by my good friend Dave Bradley, who's travelled all the way from Worcester.
Indeed. Yeah, and it's a long way on a bike.
And a bit hilly as well.
It's a bit, yeah, it's sort of coming up over the Cotswolds. That's the bit, up Birdlip Hill, past the air balloon.
Yeah.
Yeah, great to be here. I always love coming here, and it's an absolute pleasure.
Actually, I drove past the air balloon pub and it's not there anymore, is it?
It's shut.
Why is that?
Because they're building the road round the other side of it, I believe.
Right.
So they're knocking the pub down and building a road that avoids the roundabout.
That reminds me of a little song, actually. It says,
I tell you what, we've been on air for 2 minutes and you've got road news already. News of roadworks. You get everything on the BBC, folks.
Well, the most important thing is to make sure that our commentary is going out around the ground.
Yeah.
So there we are. We're getting some doffing of caps at the back of the Spencama. Can you see that?
You can't beat a good...
There we are, look, 3.
A good doffing of caps at 5 to 11 on a Sunday morning.
We have got 3 listeners inside the ground. In fact, the slight disappointment, actually, and this is a serious point, is that you used to be able to get the earpieces from the club shop here.
You did.
So you could listen around the commentary, but they're now so expensive to get hold of, and you have to buy them in such quantities that you can't get them here anymore. And so I need to make some inquiries around to see where they can be bought, or I don't know whether you know that sort of information, Bradders.
I only know things like ref mics at rugby. They became quite expensive as well. Like everything else in life, I think these days the cost goes up. And the thing is that the club have to pass the cost on.
Yes, they do.
To the members then. So, if it's a tenner for a season, it's all right. And if it was 50 quid for the season, people think...
Yeah, ouch. Yeah. So, to those regulars who have got their headsets in, a very good morning to you. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, a very good morning to you as well. You could be listening over the BBC internet, whatever way you're doing. It'd be great to hear from you throughout the day. Our email address, if you want to send correspondence, is sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So if you want to send an email through, please do that, or you can tweet us at BBC Sussex Sport, or we have a third member of our team who will be on commentary after 11:30 is Matthew Green, who's joining us today, and Matt will tell us all about himself when he comes on commentary a little bit later on. So 3 of us here.
You can tweet me as well if you want.
Oh, sorry, Bradders. What's your tweet? Sorry, mate.
It's at the round thing, at Bradders at BBC.
Bradders.
The at in the middle is AT.
Bradders, I feel really bad now because on the tweet I put out, I didn't put your name on.
Well, don't worry. I think the world will still go round.
Yeah,
tomorrow,
I think it will.
Tomorrow will be Monday.
I think it will, mate. Anyway, let's get news from the middle, because the toss was held half an hour ago. It was won by Brett D'Oliveira, and he elected to bowl first. I had a little wander out to the track. It is a new pitch, hasn't been used so far this season. There's a little bit of grass been left on it, and there's just a hint of green, Bradders.
From here, it looks greenish, and you look at the other pitches that have been used, and they have gone obviously brown over the days, and it's been very, very warm and dry. So I suspect the ground staff have had to put a bit of water on it. Not that I know that much about preparing cricket pitches. Quite a short boundary on the one side down towards the grandstand there. So that would be, I don't know, what's that, 60 yards, you think that?
Yeah, maybe, yes, yeah, maybe, yeah, not an awful lot more than that, Brad. It's a much longer boundary as Brad has on this other side towards the clock tower scoreboard. You're our guest this week, Brad, so why don't you go first with the Worcestershire team news?
I will give you the Worcestershire team news. Usama Mir makes his championship debut for Worcestershire. He's played 3 T20 games and impressed Pakistan international. In fact, I was doing my bit of research last night. People don't believe I do that, but I do. And Henry Shipley, who's making his debut today for Sussex, and Usama Mir actually played against each other about a month ago. One for Pakistan, the other for New Zealand. And the Worcestershire team is Jake Libby, Azhar Ali, Gareth Roderick, Jack Haynes, Adam Hose, Brett D'Oliveira, Matthew Waite, who's top of the batting and bowling averages in the championship for Worcestershire, Usama Mir, Joe Leach, Adam Finch and Ben Gibbons. So no place for Ed Pollock, who's been struggling with the bat of late.
In terms of the Sussex side, and much changed from the visit down to Worcester, which was a few weeks ago when Sussex had both Cheteshwar Pujara and Steve Smith.
Well, yeah, I read the team last night and I was bitterly disappointed that Robinson, Smith and Pujara weren't playing. I thought, well, isn't that a great shame from a Worcestershire point of view?
Yeah.
But no, it is a shame actually, because we were talking earlier and to see Pujara and Smith batting together at New Road was, 200 or almost 200 tests between them. Great cricketers, and the fact that they are not playing. Well, we knew Smith wouldn't be playing, and Pujara's playing in the championship final.
Yeah, they are. They're both at the Oval. Ollie Robinson away with England, as of course is Josh Tongue, who we'll speak about a little bit later on, because it's wonderful to see Josh Tongue get selected, and we'll get Bradder's thoughts on that in a minute. So the Sussex side is much changed. So they go Tom Clark, Tom Haynes, Tom Alsop. You have to be a Tom to play
in the top 3
for Sussex these days. James Coles, who rather breaks the mould. Ollie Carter, who'll keep wicket. Daniel Ibrahim, the young 18-year-old all-rounder. Finn Hudson-Prentice, Nathan McAndrew, the overseas Australian. Jack Carson has been delighted to meet his dad this morning, actually, down on the boundary. Introduced him by Matt, so thank you, Matt, for doing that. Henry Shipley, as you say, who makes his debut for Sussex today. And Ari Carvelos makes up the 11. The umpires are making their way out to the middle. I think we can tell them apart this week. I mean, it is quite tricky with umpires, isn't it, Bradders? Because often they have the same regalia on and they look the same.
I would say it's Ben Devon and walking this way towards our end.
I would say you're right. And Mark Newell at the far end. So what could possibly go wrong? It's a nice sunny day. The commentary's working around the ground. We're all here on time.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I got to go and do an update. There you go. I'll be back in a minute. Okay, you look after yourself.
So Bradders has got to nip next door and do an update to the listeners on BBC. Is it Hereford and Worcester, Bradders? Yes. BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. It's always a bit of a mouthful with the local radio commentaries, and the sun is just breaking through the clouds as well. It feels like a good morning to be bowling, if I'm being honest. It's a bit humid, it's a bit sultry. And this could be a fairly stern examination this morning for the Sussex side, who are without, as Bradders was saying, Cheteshwar Pujara, who's away playing in the World Test Championship. And we won't see Cheteshwar again now until, I believe, August, because the India Test side go away now to the Caribbean for a tour out there. So a real chance for the younger player to see how they've progressed and how they'll get on without the influence of Pujara around the side. It's going to be Joe Leach who's going to get us underway here this morning. He's going to be coming around the wicket to bowl to the left-handed Tom Haynes with Tom Clark. He's in and bowls, and Clark is straight away on his way with a little nudge down to fine leg. So Sussex on their way. A clash of second against third in the second division of the county championship. Sussex undefeated, although they have drawn 5 of their games. Their only victory came here in the first game of the season against Durham, and what a good win that was in view of the fact that Durham are having such an excellent season in the championship. But Sussex will be wanting to turn those draws into wins, and hoping that the addition of Henry Shipley, the New Zealander, to their ranks can supplement the bowling attack. As Bradders was saying, Ollie Robinson played in the game at New Road. Not in this game. In comes Leach, bowls, and Haynes comes up, plays him to the offside. That's a slightly risky single, I thought, for a moment in time. It was played into the offside, and Finch came in quickly to field, but in the end it was a well-judged single by Tom Tom Haynes. So both the Sussex openers are on their way. Sussex 2 without loss here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley and Matt Green making his broadcasting debut with us today. Will be with us on commentary after about 11:30. There's a lot about the younger Sussex players in the side, and we'll hear all about Matt's story after 11:30 as in comes Leach around the wicket, bowls, and Clark plays that into the slip cordon, fielded at third slip on the bounce, fielded there by Azarali, and there is no run. Worcestershire winning the toss here this morning, deciding to bowl first. There's a little bit of grass on the track and just a tinge of green. And I think with these overhead conditions, there are patches of blue sky around, but there's a thin layer of cloud above Hove, and it just feels a bit muggy this morning as Leach wheels around and runs away from us. Around the wicket he's in and bowls to Clark, who drives handsomely through the covers, and that's the first boundary of the morning, and a lovely looking shot by Tom Clark, who's been in good form in the T20 as well. Slightly overpitched by Joe Leach, and Clark very quickly drilling the ball through the covers for 4 runs. Bradders is back with us.
I am.
That was a nice way to get underway, Bradders, wasn't it?
Lovely. Yeah. It's good, isn't it? Getting off the middle of the bat, early doors, it makes you feel good, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
I said Adam Finch is just going to get the ball back from the longest boundary on the ground. I said that would take me 3 throws to get it back to the middle from there, I think.
He's in that extra cover is Adam Finch. In comes Leach around the wicket, bowls, and Clark plays to backward point, fielded there by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. So Sussex 6 without loss, Clark on 5, Haynes on 1. Yes, lovely to see you, Bradders, and I trust you had a decent trip down yesterday.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, I come down Southampton, Portsmouth.
Okay.
I avoid the M25 because it's
Good move.
I haven't got a national car park season ticket, so I don't go on the M25.
I got stuck on Tuesday night coming back from Chelmsford. A journey it should have taken an hour and a half, took virtually all night, nearly. Leach in bowls, and Clark is caught. He's caught at 4th slip. Looking to play that one away on the leg side. I don't think a little bit of a leading edge. The ball goes into the slip cordon, is taken by Jake Libby, and a wicket goes down in the opening over, and Sussex are 6 for 1. And Joe Leach, who always seems to take wickets against Sussex, is in on the act in the first over of the morning, and Sussex have lost their first wicket. Clark on his way for 5.
Yeah, difficult to tell from our angle. Just didn't quite get there, did he? He wasn't quite at it, I didn't think, and it flew right straight at him. Jake Libby, good catch, and they're all, you say it straight at him, and it's a comfortable catch. I don't think any catches in the slips are that easy. I saw the catch yesterday, the lad Green took.
Oh.
To open up from the Cromwell Road end, left arm over. Is it? I mean, it feels a bit muggy in here. I don't know what's like outside, but
It is a bit muggy, Bradders.
You'd think it's going to do a bit, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would agree. I think it's a very good toss for Worcester to win. Very good toss. So Josh Tongue, when we went down to New Road back in late April, wasn't it? Fantastic for him to get selected for England, though, Bradders. He must have been absolutely thrilled. I'm sure he was as well, and everyone at Worcester.
I was. I think a lot of people would have been surprised that A, he got selected in the squad. B, that he actually played, and I wasn't surprised that he took 5 wickets, but what a great opportunity, and a lad who didn't play cricket for a whole summer because of an injury, what a comeback. Here's Given, down the slope he comes and he bowls, and this is down the leg side, a flick of the bat rather than anything else at the ball as it goes past Haynes. 2 Haynes playing in the game, they're both spelt differently. Haynes with a Y for Worcestershire, Haynes with an I for Sussex. Ed Pollock has got the drinks duties here for Worcestershire, and you can guarantee that his first job is to take a drink to the longest boundary on the ground. to Joe Leach down there. Is that my phone pinging? It won't ping anymore. I've de-pinged it. 3 slips, crouching down. Haynes waits, and this is flicked off the... I think that's come off a pad. Is there a bit of bat in it? Let's see what the umpire says. No, he thinks there's a bit of bat in it. Bat onto pad. So a single, and the Sussex total goes to, which I'm not quite sure which, 7 for 1.
Yeah, that's
the sun is shining on the scoreboard.
Well, do you know, Brad, as I've struggled all season with this scoreboard, and I need to make a visit to the optician, I think, because half the season I haven't been able to see the scoreboard. It's just the way the sun comes off the clock tower scoreboard.
Yeah.
But it's definitely 7. We might have to all help each other during the game, I think. Me and Matt might have to say, what is the score?
I went to... Given in bowls, flicked away, nice shot off leg stump, just drifting down there a little bit. Given his first 3 balls have gone towards the leg side, and very quickly onto that one. Nice shot, nicely timed, flicked away square on the leg side for 4. Total it goes to 11 for 1. Yeah, I went to the opticians the other day. Guess who I bumped into? Everybody. Sorry. That's probably a Les Dawson 1957 joke. Anyway, here we go. Back to the cricket. Gibbon in bowls. This is short and wide of the off stump. Also allows it to go on its way. Always amuses and amazes me whenever I come here. There's all these flats around in the ground, and hardly anybody sat out there watching the cricket.
Incredible, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
T20 nights you get a few, Bradders, but no, I agree with you. You'd have thought you buy a flat there and you think, I'm definitely a cricket lover.
You'd sit out there in the middle of February, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Here's Gibbon. Left arm over, down the slope he comes, bowls and wide of the off stump. Haven't quite got it right yet, Ben Gibbon. He's got 3 on the leg stump. He's got a couple there, which he better deliveries from his point of view.
I'm not sure if it's the first time he's played here, Bradders, but we say it often on commentary, and players say it themselves. If you haven't played on this ground, it'd be good to get Matt's view on this a bit later as well. That often bowlers struggle just coming down the hill initially.
Yeah. I still have... sweaty dreams at night of Steve McGoffin coming down that hill and knocking poles and people over. And I'd go back as far as Garth LaRue running down the hill. Here's Gibbon. That's a better delivery from him. Pulling the batsman forward, plays it back up the pitch. Gibbon does his own fielding. We've had 2 overs of the game, and Sussex are 11 for 1. If you've just joined us, a bit late on parade, Tom Clark went caught by Libby at 4th slip off the bowling of Joe Leach for 5 Worcestershire, having won the toss and inviting Sussex to bat. Has anybody ever turned down that invitation? You invite somebody to bat.
Yes.
No, I'm all right, thanks. I'd rather not. Thanks for the invite.
Yeah. In fact, I'm just looking at the Sussex side that played down at Worcester. Bradders was talking about the players who were playing in that game that aren't playing in this. So 4 test players, Pujara, Smith, Robinson and Tongue. As here comes Leach in and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays straight back down the track. There is no run. So for Sussex, the people that aren't playing in this game, Ali Orr, who's out with an injured knee and hoping to join us for a bit of commentary tomorrow.
Okay.
He's going to come and have a natter, let us know how he is. So no Ali Orr, no Pujara, no Smith, no Ollie Robinson, no Sean Hunt, and no Henry Crocombe. I would imagine Henry Crocombe's played quite a lot in the T20. That's the reason he's been left out. Sean Hunt was probably in contention, but they've decided to look elsewhere. In comes Leach and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays into the onside. There is no run. And just a reminder, down at New Road, Ollie Robinson took 7 for 59 in the first innings. And in the second innings, he very nearly bowled Sussex to victory, took 7 for 58.
Oh, he bowled well in that game.
He did bowl well, yeah, 14 wickets in the match.
Yeah, and he actually came off with cramp and then went back on and bowled again.
Yeah. And a day was lost in that game because of rain, wasn't it? The Saturday was washed out.
Yeah.
In comes Leach, running around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Haynes. He flicks us onto the onside. There is no run.
On my drive down here yesterday, I had the Test Championship on. Stephen Finn was on. Very good. I think he's a really good commentator part time. But he was saying, and I don't know whether you noticed this, that Pujara, when he first goes in, he watches the ball. So the ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, who throws it to first slip, who throws it to cover, who throws it to... And he watches the ball all the way. I'd never noticed it. You might have done, but I'd never noticed this. He watches the ball.
Leach in again, round the wicket, bowls to Haynes, who's struck on the pad. There's a loud appeal, but Devon with a little shake of the head says that's not out. I hadn't noticed that, Brad. There's one thing I have noticed is, and you watch him every single ball that he faces, he holds his bat, before he takes his guard, he holds his bat horizontally, and then he gets into position. He does it every single ball.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, Steve Smith is the epitome of doing strange things while you're batting. I mean, his idiosyncrasies.
And he made a ton down at Worcester, didn't he? Pajara, 136.
He did.
In comes Leach. Bowls. Haynes is solidly full to ball of good length. Plays it down the offside. There is no run. I was explaining before we came on air that a mate of mine got me a ticket.
Have you got a mate?
I've got a mate. My one mate got me a ticket for the Oval on Wednesday, and it was great to go along. But I have to say, the over rate drove me mad. So
Shocking.
The game started at 10:30, and it's meant to be 90 overs in the day. And bear in mind, it was the most glorious day, not a cloud in the sky. In comes Leach round the wicket, bowls. Haynes clips this onto the onside to square leg. There is no run. Good tidy over by Joe Leach. At the end of the over, Sussex are 11 for 1. In fact, it was a maiden over. Leach 2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 6. Also up on 4, Haynes on 2. Sussex, having lost the toss this morning, been asked to bat first, are 11 for 1. So it gets to 6 o'clock and there's still 5 overs to be bowled in the day. And I'm thinking, oh, well, that's fine, we'll carry on. We'll walk off. We'll walk off at 6 o'clock. And I think you were saying, Brad, is the amount of overs they've lost.
I think they've lost, I read this morning or heard that 37 overs have been lost in the game so far.
That's dreadful, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and you know why? And they were talking about how can you punish in 1 hour yesterday. I think the Australians bowled 11 overs.
Here's Gibbon in and bowls, and that's got good pace on that. And Broderick has to leap in the air to take it. Gibbon's second over, he conceded 5 in the first over. A nice juicy half volley on leg stump was tucked away to the boundary by Tom Alsop. Free to get in today, which I think is brilliant.
Yeah, it is.
Well done, Sussex. First day of a championship game, and let's hope that a lot of clubs do fourth day of a championship game. I haven't heard of any county doing the first. Gibbon in bowl, strikes the pad above the roll, no appeal. Well, appeal from mid-off, I think, but apart from that, all the close fielders were well aware. Worcestershire's slip cordon is Adam Hose, Jack Haynes and Usama Mir is in there. Jake Libby was in there earlier because he was at 4th slip when he caught Tom Alsop. But Usama Mir was interesting because he wasn't due to be playing for Worcestershire at all, as Gibbon is in and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside to mid-off. There is no run. But then Mitchell Santner was delayed because his team played in the IPL final. So Worcestershire were looking for another spinner. Usama Mir was actually playing up at Colwyn Bay. Ross-on-Sea, to be accurate, playing for Colwyn Bay up there. And Worcestershire signed him up. And he did very well in the T20s. Bowled very tightly and got a few useful runs as well. So they've brought him back in for this game. Here's Gibbon in bowls. Wide of the off stump. Roderick goes across to take no addition to the total, which is 11 for 1.
And actually, Brad, I was just talking about the crowd because the stands at the far end, at the Cromwell Road end, are temporary stands. They're just here for the T20. So generally speaking, the spectators that will be sitting on the grassy bank and the deck chairs at that end of the ground. But the southwest corner, you know, there's probably about half full, so it looks like a decent attendance, which is good news.
Gibbon in bowls also gets one down the leg side, which he shapes as if he's going to have a little go at it, but then just lifts his bat out of the way. Yeah, there's those stands at Derby, which Dave Fletcher refers to as the permanent temporary stands. They're a bit like that, aren't they?
They are. What so just coming back to that Test World Championship, Brad, and there was a bit of debate actually on TMS during the game about what do you do, how do you improve the over rate? I mean, fines clearly don't work because these guys are earning a lot of money.
Runs.
Well, I think runs.
But there again, as Gibbon is in and it's wide of the off stump through to the wicket-keeper, end of the over, and it's the fourth over, Sussex are 11-4-1. It's then whose fault is it that the over rate has been delayed? You know, if the over rate is slow, is it because the batsman has done his shoelaces up or had to change his helmet or something like that? So that's the problem. If you say the fielding side are going to get done 3, 4, 5 runs for every over that they don't bowl by 6 o'clock, then I think they should do as county cricket does. You've got to bowl the overs. Unless bad light or something takes them off, you've got to bowl the 90 overs in the day.
I couldn't agree more. Joe Leach running around the wicket comes in and bowls to Tom Haynes. He plays a nice looking shot, forcing through the covers. I don't think this is going to quite make it to the boundary. D'Oliveira is in hot pursuit. He drags the ball back just a yard or so inside the boundary, and he goes to 5, does Tom Haynes. Sussex to 14 for 1. Apparently on, I think it was yesterday or maybe in the day before when Steve Smith was batting, they said he changed his gloves after 9 balls. But on Wednesday there was a continual flow of people coming in and out the pavilion with paraphernalia, bits for fielders. There was a long delay when a helmet was brought out for the wicket keeper.
Yeah.
I thought, I had a thoroughly enjoyable day, don't get me wrong, but the over rate was pathetically slow. It really was.
Yeah.
I need to do something about it.
Well, it's probably the only national or professional sport.
Leach in bowls and also up on his toes, plays down the track. There is no run.
Where you don't get your full quota. I mean, you don't go to a Premier League football match and there's 6 minutes left after 90 minutes and they all walk off, do you? You played 6 minutes.
Yeah.
So, I can quite understand why people you pays your money, and if they are 6 overs short, at the end of the day, you work out the percentage of how much you paid for your ticket. You paid £100 for your ticket, so.
Well, the ticket that I had at the Oval on Wednesday, in comes Leach. 4 slips go down. He's in and bowls. Oh, so let's go outside the off stump. No run. My ticket was £90.
Yeah.
Which is,
it's £1 and over.
Yeah. So it was a good day's cricket, but it's a lot of money. I mean, £90 is a lot of money.
Yeah.
And I just felt to get to 6 o'clock on a beautiful June evening when it's the World Test Championship final, there's an obligation to bowl those overs. I think it's really, really poor that doesn't happen.
Could be a good finish to that today as well.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, it could well be. Leach turns, Moan over, backward point and a cover on the offside as well. He's in and bowls, and forward comes also, plays down the track. There is no run. Actually, the funny story about that was that they were saying that Steve Smith changed his gloves so quickly. And they had Ross Taylor on commentary, who played a bit of cricket down here a few years ago, and he was talking about his best ever innings for New Zealand when he made, I think, 280 odd at Perth for New Zealand against Australia, and he said he never changed his gloves once. He said he's quite superstitious.
Yeah. Well, Smith is the superstitious man, isn't he?
In comes Leach bowls. A nice looking shot by Allsop, drills the ball down the ground. Leach gets a big hand to it, prevents it going for any runs.
India have lost a couple of wickets. 186 for 5 now. So
well, Kohli out.
Yep.
Oh, I was just thinking that's probably it then.
Yeah, Bharat and Rahane are the batsmen in. Boland's taken 3 for 46.
There's quite a number of ex-Sussex players playing in that game, actually. Travis Head, who was there for a couple of seasons, he made 100 down at Worcester, I think, when we were down there a few years ago.
He did.
In comes Leach and bowls, also punches onto the onside. They take a single, need to get a bit of a move on, but actually it was a good piece of running by Tom Allsop, who is going to pinch the strike at the end of the over. Sussex are 15 for 1. Allsop on 5, Haynes on 5. Yeah, so there's Cheteshwar Pujara playing in the game. Travis Head, Alex Carey, who spent some time here, Steve Smith, of course. So a fair representation from people who've played down at the Sussex. Well, we're claiming anyway, Bradders.
Well, yeah, if they drive down the M23.
That's right.
Yeah. We used to claim world motor racing driving champion who lived on the Isle of Man. But he was actually born in Upton on 7 in Worcestershire and left when he was 3 weeks old. But we claimed him. Next ball is wide of the off stump through to wicket-keeper Roderick. And we claimed Shane Warne.
Do you?
Yeah, he lived near Ledbury.
Right.
With Liz Hurley. So we claimed him. Good local boy.
Yeah.
Local radio, we claim everybody.
I know.
Worcestershire's the Pope who once drove up the M5.
Yes. In Surrey, they claim it as Leatherhead's Andy Murray because he lives in Leatherhead.
Yeah. Once visited. It's Gibbon coming in to bowl, and this I think that's a better ball from Gibbon. It kind of hurries batsman Allsop before he turns it away gently on the leg side. Gibbon just beginning to find his range, it seems. Interesting character, Ben Gibbon, who was recommended to Worcestershire by a couple of umpires. He was one umpire, he was in the minor counties, playing for Cheshire in the minor counties, having had a brief spell with Lancashire. And was recommended to Worcestershire, played some second team games, and now here he is playing championship cricket.
Nice story.
Yeah, he's done well. He bowls again, and a late leave this by Allsop, but a positive leave in the end. Just watching it all the way.
We've had our first email of the morning. It's come from Julian, who sits up on the top deck. Good up lad. There. Yeah, he'll be there. So he sent an email. We better read it out because he'll probably get grumpy if we don't. He does. I don't think Julian gets grumpy actually, but
6 out of 7 dwarves were not grumpy.
He started up and he says, "Good morning, gentlemen."
Oh, he's obviously
very formal.
He's already said that to the wrong person then. Gibbon, sun beaming down, bowls, and again, what did that come off?
I think it came off the bat. I think he was looking to take the bat away.
We're a strange angle here. Joe Leach is at fine leg, so he's just away to our right. So we're not exactly in line. But it looked. The ball before was a late leave, and I think he just hung the bat out there, bounced down into the slips, and Adam Hose, who is at first slip. It bounced very gently down to him, it has to be said. Sussex are 15 for 1. Gibbon in again, and this time eased away just backward a square on the offside. Not going to be many threes run down to that boundary, because Jake Libby cut that off about 5 metres inside the rope, and it was a somewhat hurried 2.
So Julian goes on to say, a good toss to win. I wonder if Sussex would have bowled if they'd won the toss. And he says, what news on Ali Orr and George Garton? I thought George was keen to play red ball cricket. Goes on to say, I've also seen Delray isn't given time away from the game, so I'll try and cover all of those points at the end of the over, Julian, but thank you for your email.
Gibbon, last ball of his 3rd over in and bowls, and this is wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper. I've got to go and talk to other people.
Okay.
So I'll zoom out and
we'll bring Matt in.
Get our friend Matt to come in.
So Bradders is going to go and do his update. So the news on... I don't know what Tom Allsop would have done, Julian, because I didn't ask him, to be honest. That would have been a good question. My suspicion is that Sussex will probably have bowled. What news on Ali Orr? Ali Orr has torn knee ligaments, but he doesn't require an operation, is the good news. The bad news, that injury is going to keep him out for between 8 and 12 weeks. Let's hope it's more the former than the latter. He's hoping to come and join us on commentary during this match, so we might see a bit of Ali tomorrow. So looking forward to that. As in comes Joe Leach running away from us. Up the hill bowls to Tom Haynes, who cuts outside the off stump. He's beaten. The ball flashes through to Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. In terms of George Garton, that's a question for me to ask. He's barely figured in the T20 either, Julian, and he's not playing in this game. So whether George is injured, that's a question we'll have to ask Paul Farbrace. And yes, Delray Rawlings, I spoke to Paul Farbrace at Chelmsford on Tuesday, and he said that Delray's been given some time away from the game. They're in discussions with Delray in his agent, and more news to come. So Delray not around at the moment. In comes Leach and bowls and played into the offside by Haynes, and there is no run. But somebody who is here, and I'm delighted he's here, making his radio debut, is Matthew Green. We're going to call him Matt Green. Mate, Matt, hi to you.
Hi, Adrian. It's great to be here.
Yeah, thank you very much for coming in. And perhaps between balls, we could talk a little bit about yourself, Matt, and your involvement with Sussex and your involvement in cricket, particularly because you know a lot of these younger players. But I get your views on the toss. Julian was asking there, what would Tom Alsop have done today? Would he have bowled? My feeling is he probably would.
Yeah, probably would have had a bowl today.
Leach running up the hill, 4 slips in place, bowls to Tom Haynes. Haynes forward, clips that to mid-wicket and picks up a single. Does Tom Haynes? He goes to 6 and Sussex to 18 for 1.
Yeah, I would imagine if Sussex would have won the toss, we would have seen them in the field this morning. I think the ball's nipping around. It's really important in the Championship where it's a long day's play and you're just trying to win little segments. So obviously the Sussex batters here probably trying to win 5 overs at a time and build and hopefully have a positive day with the bat.
Leach wheels around. He's running up the hill from the C end. Of those of you who don't know the ground, he's running up the slope. He comes in and bowls to Alsop, who stoutly forward plays that down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So just tell us a little bit about yourself, Matt, and your involvement with the club down the years.
I've seen myself as being really fortunate to have sort of coached for Sussex in their junior pathway for 7-8 years, and working with a lot of the young players that are playing today sort of in the early stages of their junior career, so sort of 13, 14, 15, 16.
Leach on his way again, bowls and covering up his Alsop, plays into the offside. He picks up a single, not quite sure that's where he intended the ball to go. Nonetheless, he does pick up a single, goes to 19 for 1. Alsop to 8. I might just have to do an update for the local radio here, Matt, so apologies, I don't mean to it's slightly off-putting when you get the music in your ears as well. So hopefully that'll disappear after we've done the update. Leach wanders back to his mark. Still the 4 slips in place. He runs around the wicket, in and bowls to Haynes, who sits on the pad, I think. I'll just wait for confirmation of that from umpire Devlin. It went very quickly down to fine leg, and maybe my eyes deceive me. Indeed, they do deceive me, because that came off the bat of Tom Haynes, who goes to 8. It is the end of the over, and Sussex are 20 for 1. In fact, Tom Haynes is still showing on 7, so maybe I missed the leg by signal. Either way, most important thing, 20 for 1, Alsop on 8, Haynes on 7. If you've just joined us this morning, a very good morning. Welcome to Hove on a lovely sunny morning. Bit of high-level cloud around, but it's very humid here on the south coast. Decent crowd in. If you're listening thinking, I fancy going to the cricket today, well, make sure you come along to the cricket, because it's free to get into the day. And if you do come to the cricket, also make sure at lunchtime you go and have a visit to the excellent Sussex Museum, which is by the Spenkama Pavilion. Lots of really, really interesting stuff. They're trying to modernise the museum, and they're doing a really good job. So if you fancy something to do with a lunch out, please go to the Sussex Museum. But it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's running down the hill, in and bowls to Haynes, who plays to backward point, and there is no run. It's off-putting it with this. I've got gardening chat in my headphones, Matt.
I think my mum would be listening to the gardening chat, if I'm honest, on BBC Sussex this morning.
Are you a keen gardener?
I wouldn't say I'm a keen gardener. I can water plants if needed.
Yeah.
At best.
Yeah. Well, we'll carry on your Sussex story in a minute when we've done this update for the listeners, and then we can natter away properly. In the meantime, it's Ben Gibbon who's running down the hill from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in and bowls to Haynes, who's forward and plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Quite testing here this morning, Matt. As I say, Worcestershire have won the toss. They picked up the early wicket. What sort of difficulties? I mean, as an opening bat, what are they looking to do here? Obviously, survive. I know that, but it's a tricky pitch this morning.
Yeah, it's tricky, and I think sometimes when you go into that survival mode, that's when you can make mistakes, and so I think the batters are trying to look to be as positive as they can.
Comes Gibbon down the hill as Paul Farbrace wanders down below us with what's like a bottle of water in his hand. Haynes plays to mid-off, and there is no run. Now, this update will be coming pretty soon, so we'll get this out of the way. 3 slips, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, a fine leg. Paul Farbrace just chatting away to Adam Finch, who's down here at a fine leg. Has given turns and runs towards us. In and bowls to Haynes, who's up on his toes and plays that to mid-on, fielded by Leach. And there is no run. A lot of that high-level cloud does seem to be melting away, actually. When we got here for start of play, there was quite a cloud cover above the ground, but certainly that seems to be, if anything, moving across from the east. So a lot more blue sky here now, which I'm sure will please Sussex. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Joe. Here at Hove this morning, it's the beginning of the latest round of four-day county championship matches. Sussex have been asked to bat this morning by Worcestershire. They've already lost a wicket. They're 20 for 1. Tom Clark, the man out, caught by Jake Libby in the slips off the bowling of Joe Leach for 5. Tom Haynes is on 7. Tom Alsop is on 8. Sussex 20 for 1 here after half an hour's play. Meanwhile, across the border in Kent, Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, are playing at Canterbury. Kent have won the toss, they're batting first, and currently they are 23 without loss. So that's our radio update done, so we can natter away properly to Matt as in comes Gibbon. Left arm over the wicket is in and bowls, and Haynes lets that go outside of the off stump, and there is no run. So end of the over, Sussex are 20 for 1, Alsop on 8, Haynes is on 7. So you worked in the pathway, coaching a lot of the younger players who we're seeing around Sussex at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of the younger lads. So Tom Haynes now, Tom Clark, who unfortunately was out, Jack Carson. Great to see Jack's father, Jim, this morning. And then even Ari Clavelis. I worked with Ari at the MCC Young Cricketers, and I worked there with Steve Kirby, and that was a sort of a programme. Finn Hudson-Prentice came through and came back into the county game. He did fantastically well on that programme, really committed to what it was about, and hopefully reaping the rewards now of all his hard work.
We've got a change in bowling. It's going to be Adam Finch who's going to come in from the C end of the ground. And what's your background in cricket, Matt? How did you get into coaching?
So I played in the age group squads for Sussex from the age of 15, and then again I wasn't good enough to play at this level, unfortunately.
In comes Finch. Just the 3 slips in place now. Bowls a pacey delivery outside the off stump, let go by Alsop through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run.
Yes, I wasn't good enough to play at this level, but I see myself very fortunate to have played for Sussex's second team and then Surrey's second team, and then so when my cricket. When I quickly realised that I wasn't going to have a career at this level, it was Sussex were very good to me and put a pathway in place for me to develop as an individual and as a coach.
Tall man runs away from us, pass on by Devon and Bowles, let go outside the off stump by Alsop, and there is no run. And who was around the club? Who was in the coaching staff? Who said to you, yeah, this is perhaps a pathway for you to go down, Matt?
Keith Greenfield was instrumental in that, in giving me the opportunity to coach on the academy pathway, and then throughout, really, I was fortunate to work alongside Michael Yardy, Carl Hopkinson, who's now the England fielding coach, Ash Wright. Who's with the first team now. Ash was a top coach working in the pathway at the time.
And comes Finch and Bowles and let go outside the off stump again by Alsop, and there is no run. And so when you're working with these younger players, you see them coming through when they're in the pathway. What obviously your role is to develop them. Matt,
I think the development's key. So players have got to have a fundamental basic which allows them to develop, and then the key of coaching really is exposing players to scenarios and situations.
Finch runs away from us, up the hill, bowls to Alsop, who's fought a ball of good length, plays it into the offside, and there is no run.
So you're constantly. You're trying to expose players to situations they might find, like out here in the middle. You would have said Tom might have been exposed to this from a 13-year-old boy. Maybe if we can't replicate that sort of practice in training, then how can you replicate it in games? So you might have to play up age groups. But then it's also, if you're exposing players, then it's having the skill to be able to support them if necessarily things don't go quite so well.
Finch bowling to Tom Alsop, the Sussex skipper in this game. Bowls, and Alsop just lets that one go outside of the off stump taken by Roderick, and there is no run. And I guess when you get players in the path, when you were very honest there, Matt, and you said you realised that you weren't good enough to play first class cricket. Is that quite difficult? When that happens, you've got other strings to your bow as well, but that must be, is that something you come to that realisation yourself?
I think so. I think you can especially if you've got friends that have played and you're comparing yourself against them, it's something that you can identify quite quickly.
In comes Finch. In and bowls, and Alsop is beat. Now that's a good delivery, bit of extra bounce there, and Tom Alsop looks rather suspiciously at the pitch. The ball rattled past the outside. It was a pacey delivery and a good over by Adam Finch, a maiden over, and batting not easy here this morning. Sussex are 20 for 1, Alsop on 8, Haynes is on 7. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Myself, Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley here from BBC Hereford and Worcester, and Matt Green with us, and we're hearing Matt's story working around the Sussex Academy and his journey into cricket as well.
No, it's great to be back at home watching cricket, and watching someone like Tom bat out in the first class game. He's sort of, since he's really come onto the scene, playing for Sussex 4 or 5 years now, he's done superbly well, and it's great to see him continuing that good work.
It's going to be Ben Gibbon, who's going to carry on down the hill from the Cromwell Road, in bowl to Tom Haynes, who has a bit of... now, he's looking to cut that one away through backward point, and I would say good a player, fine player though Tom is. That's a shot that he often get out to. So what's he done wrong there, Matt? I
think he's probably, obviously where runs have been hard to come by, Tom's probably just looking to, again, his mindset, he's looking to be as positive as he can be. Looks like the ball's swinging away from him as a left-handed batter. I think he's just... right shot, but he's probably just tried to play it a little bit too early, and ball's got out in front of him. And it is a favoured shot of his through that sort of point and backward point area. In comes Gibbon again, bowls, and this time Haynes not to be tempted and lets that one go outside the off stump. Yeah, it's a shot I've seen Tom play for probably since he was a 13, 14-year-old boy, really, and he's had lots of success playing that way in the past. And again, it's probably just where runs have been hard to come by this morning. Both batters really having to dig in quite testing conditions with the ball nipping. It's just probably a little bit too eager to score. He's seen his opening partner Tom Clark already go this morning for 5. Good accurate bowling by Worcestershire here this morning, having won the toss. Given down the hill, bowls, and Haynes clips this firmly to mid-wicket. There's a fumble and misfield. I think that's Azhar Ali in there who's misfielded that. And it's a single to Tom Haynes, and just gets him off strike and picks up a single. So it's going to 21 for 1. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover mid-off. There's a mid-on, mid-wicket, and a final leg. We've had an email in from Nick Davey, which I'll read in a moment. If you'd like to join our email conversation, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk, or you can contact us on Twitter @BBC Sussex Sport, @Bradders Cricket. Is that right, Bradders?
Bradders @BB. Yeah.
In comes Gibbon bowls, also drives in the air, and that wasn't far short of Brett D'Oliveira in the covers. It bounced probably about a yard short, and I think he's hurt his hand, Brett D'Oliveira, and he's going to have to leave the field, and he's immediately, I wonder if he's popped a finger out there, That just looked nasty. It just bounced in front of him, and immediately he turned round, he's run off the field, he's handed over the reins. He pointed towards Adam Hose. I don't know whether Adam Hose would be the vice skipper in this game, but D'Oliveira has gone off the field, and I can only assume that he's damaged his finger. Just the way he looked, and immediately he goes off, Matt. Yeah, it literally looked straight away at the balcony, and you saw D'Oliveira running off the field. Hopefully nothing too serious. And hopefully he can be back on the field soon, but immediately looked straight to the balcony and was off the field. And it was a full shot by Tom Alsop as well. It was in the air, looking to drive the ball away on the offside, as Gibbon is on his way again down the hill from the Cromwell Road in bowls to Haynes. I thought they kept a little low, and Haynes manages to keep it out and plays it to backward point. And this is not easy for the Sussex batsmen here this morning. No, I think both batters are doing a tremendous job, really, in real testing conditions. It's really, really important that it's ball by ball at this stage. You're not trying to win the session. You're just trying to win this little passage of play. I think both batters, there's going to be balls that are going to beat the outside edge. It's that sort of wicket, and you just got to be prepared in your mindset to let that go and focus on the next ball. A voice there of Matthew Green, who's joining us for the first time on his broadcasting debut. Great to welcome Matt to the commentary box as in comes Gibbon played to backward point by Tom Haynes. There is no run. Another good, tight, accurate over here from Worcestershire, who have picked up the wicket of Tom Clark this morning, who was caught by Jake Libby in the slips for 5. Sussex 22 for 1, and I think they'll be pleased on a morning where it's fairly overcast. You could easily in this sort of situation, Matt, be 2 or 3 down.
Yeah, I think the Sussex, this is a good position to be in, really, with the conditions. If you looked at the scoreboard and you saw them 25 for 3, you probably wouldn't be surprised with seeing what the ball's done this morning and the way the ball's moved. I would say both in the air and off the pitch, as we saw from Finch in the last over, ball just sort of nipping past Allsop's edge.
Well, it is going to be Adam Finch who's going to carry on. He bowled an excellent opening over, which was a maiden over, and he's coming in now. Right arm, tall man running in up the hill past umpire Debenham to bowl to Tom Allsop. He's in and bowls, and Allsop clips firmly off the hip to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So a couple of emails have come in. Nick Davey has been in touch. Hello, Nick. He says, I'm very excited for my first championship game of the season at Hove today. I, like most people, are looking forward to the welcome distraction from the horrific T20 Blast campaign. Hasn't been great for Sussex. They've won 2 games, both in London. One at the Oval and one at Lord's. That was a terrific game on Thursday night. I lost track of the days last week. With a wonderful catch by James Coles. I don't know if you saw it.
Fantastic catch.
Unbelievable catch. But other than that, it has been disappointing. In comes Finch, bowls to Allsop short. Allsop doesn't time that, looks to pull it down towards fine leg. Got rather squared up and gets a single. Thank you, Bradders. Ed Pollock is the 12th man who's on for Brett Dolabera. He says, apologies if I've missed this, but what's the update with George Garton? Dropped out of the T20 side and not in the side today. The answer is I don't know, Nick, which isn't very good for the correspondent of Sussex. But he's barely played. Early season, George said he wanted to play a lot of championship cricket. He got hit on the head in the first game of the season against Durham. Hasn't played in the championship since. Made a couple of... I'll check how many appearances he made in T20, but not many. So I don't know whether George is injured. We'll have to wait and see. In comes Finch and bowls, and Haynes is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. George, one of the players you'd have coached?
Yeah, coached George. From the age of 12, 13. Again, a very, very talented cricketer in all 3 aspects: batting, bowling, fielding. Tremendous athlete. And I would say George as well, he was always a very, very good competitor.
Finch runs away, he generates good pace, does Adam Finch, running up the hill here, bowling to Tom Haynes. Haynes is hit on the pad. Impossible for us to tell from this angle whether that was LBW or not. It wasn't an appeal that was really supported by Gareth Roderick, the wicket-keeper, and the slip pulled. He was looking to play that away on the leg side. From where we are sitting here, Matt, I mean, we're looking over sort of wideish mid-off, so almost impossible to tell, but it didn't have the feeling as if it was out, did it?
No, it didn't have that feel when you could see sort of the atmosphere created with the other fielders. They weren't as excited as Finch was.
Yeah. Nonetheless, it's been a good little spell here from Adam Finch, who's running into bowl to Haynes, and Haynes at the last minute decided to let that ball go. A good carry through to Roderick as well.
Really good carry. Looks like it's carrying through, and I think there you see Tom's watching the ball really closely. As I said, the last over to Allsop, it just looked like the ball was just nibbling off the pitch away from the left-hander. So Tom's has probably pitched on and watched it really closely as it's just gone through to the wicket-keeper.
I'm impressed by this Worcestershire attack here this morning, because you win the toss, you bowl, you want your new ball bowlers to bowl, make the batsman play, and that's exactly what Worcestershire are doing here this morning. As Finch is in, bowls to Haynes, who has to play at that one. A ball pitched up around middle stump, plays it to mid-off. Fine over by Adam Finch. He's only conceded the 1 run so far. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 1. The Sussex 23 for 1, having been asked to bat this morning on BBC Radio Sussex and BBC Hereford and Worcester. When you talk about coaching, Matt, I mean, it's quite interesting. Yourself, Mike Yardy now in charge of England under-19s. John Lewis, who was a coach down here, in charge of England's women's team as well. So it's not a bad place to coach, really.
No, and I think that was where I see myself. Is a really, really good time for me to coach, where you had a lot of top senior players getting into coaching, and gave a fantastic insight of the game tactically as well as technically, and sort of the tactical insight that you get from these guys that have played all 3 formats. Well, Michael winning a World Cup for England.
Ben Gibbon is coming in from the Cromwell Road end of the ground. He's in on bowls, and also his forward plays that into the offside, and there is no run. And you'd have been around the club when John Lewis was here as well?
Yeah, John. When John, I remember actually watching George Garton bowl at Hurstbeard Point when John Lewis was half of his contract with Hurstbeard Point College, and the other half was with Sussex. And Hurstbeard Point had a lot of top young cricketers. Tom Haynes, who's batting here, being one of them, and George Garton. Used to spend a lot of my time sort of travelling there, watching those guys train and working with them at their schools as well.
In comes Gibbon over the wicket bowls, and also plays this nicely off the hip down to fine leg. He's getting a couple of runs here. Adam Finch has to get round quickly from fine leg. That's a good bit of fielding because it's not easy with the slope here at Hove, and a couple of runs to Tom Alsop, who goes on to 12. Sussex 25 for 1. Alsop, who will skipper the side in the absence of Cheteshwar Pujara. So in this game this week and the 3 other county championship games before Pujara returns for the 50-over competition in August. And then I presume the final 4 matches of the season in September. Alsop waits. 3 slips go down. Hindon bowls and let go by Alsop outside the off stump, and there is no run. And Hurstpierpoint, for those who are not in Sussex, that's an independent school in Sussex.
Yeah, independent school, probably. But I would say the nearest big town would be Hayward Heath to Hurstbeard Point. But again, I think that the private school sector in the county has done a fantastic job at feeding players into the county game. Beeds, Ardingly.
And comes Gibbon again, bowls, and also his forward and plays it down the track, and a big boot of Ben Gibbon stops the ball from going for a run, and it is another dot ball. 25 for 1 are Sussex. Have been asked to bat here this morning. A lot more blue sky around now. That sort of low layer of cloud seems to have sort of gone away to the west. And there was some talk around about a few showers today, but at the moment, that doesn't look the case. Bradders was saying down in Worcester yesterday, absolutely hosed it down. It was the finals day in the Charlotte Edwards Cup. And that's been carried forward to today with the Southern Vipers. In comes Gibbon bowls, let go outside the off stump by Alsop. There is no run. Tom Haynes is making a signal to the dressing room. What does he want balls out, Matt?
I think he wants a towel. Looks extremely, I think with the low cloud cover, it looks extremely muggy. So, probably just a towel, wipe down probably the inside of his helmet. Good chance to regroup, have a drink, chat with Alsop, and then go again. I think this has been a really positive half an hour session for Sussex with the challenging conditions.
Gibbon in again, left arm over the wicket, bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no runs. Good, hard, attritional county cricket. End of the over, 25 for 1. Alsop is on 12, Haynes on 8. We hear so much about, and we're going to hear so much over the next few weeks about Bazball and the way to play. But you have to say, in these conditions, and as a coach, Matt, you're looking for your openers or your number 3 here to play correctly. I mean, it's very easy just to just smash the ball out the ground, but there's a time and a place, surely.
Yeah, I think there's a time and a place, and it's always like, I think people sometimes get blindsided with the word positive. Like, if you look at the way Alsop and Tom have left the ball this morning, I would say that's real positive intent. The way Alsop there defended last ball, the over, the way he got into the ball, again, really positive. So you can show positivity in your batting without necessarily having to bludgeon the ball out the ground. It's really good decisions on picking length. Am I forward? Am I back? And
well, it's going to be Adam Finch who's going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground, coming into bowl to Tom Haynes, and Haynes is forward up on his toes, plays into the offside, and there is no run. Not too easy batting at Chesterfield this morning, where Derbyshire are playing Yorkshire. Derbyshire 35 for 6 after less than an hour's play. 3 wickets there for Ben Code, 3 for Matthew Fisher. So it looks like it's doing a bit at Chesterfield this morning. Elsewhere in Division 2 of the Championship, Glamorgan are 41 without loss for the Riverside against Durham. Durham have made this terrific start to the season in the County Championship. At Bristol, just break off for a moment as Finch is on his way again, bowls to Haynes, who works this to backward point, and there is no run, fielded there by Jake Libby. And there is no run. In fact, there's a rain delay now down in Bristol, so I think that's where the showers are mostly heading. So they're the other games. Gloucestershire 38 without loss against Leicestershire, I should say. In the Charlotte Edwards Cup final, the Southern Vipers are going along very nicely. They're 81 for 1, needing another 33 to win, and loads of overs in which to get them. So it looks like the Vipers could be on course to win. In comes Finch bowls and clipped away by Tom Haynes. A rare loose delivery by Adam Finch down the leg side, and Haynes picks up a single down to deep backward square. He goes to 9, the total to 26 for 1. In the first division of the County Championship, Essex 44 without loss at home to Somerset. Kent 34 for 1 at home to the leader Surrey, having won the toss. Hampshire have lost an early wicket against Lancashire, that game being played at Southport this week. Never been to Southport, not sure whether Bradders has. Lovely, says Bradders. 17 for 1 are Hampshire, and Warwickshire 24 for 1 against Nottinghamshire. In comes Finch over the wicket, bowls let go by Alsop, taken by keeper Roderick, no run. And in the World Test Championship, India 206 for 5. They've lost 2 wickets this morning, Virat Kohli being one of those, still needing 238 to win. That looks a long way away. Kohli out for 49, and the other batsman out, Jadeja, who was out for a duck. Here, Sussex, having lost the toss, been asked to bat first this morning, are 26 for 1. It's been slow going, but against good bowling from Worcestershire on a pitch with a bit of extra grass and a little green, and some tight Worcestershire bowling, as Finch is on his way into Tom Alsop, who clips this into mid-wicket, and there is no run. The man out, Tom Clark, who was caught by Jake Libby in the slips off the bowling of Joe Leach for 5. If you're a Bradders fan, fear not. He will be back on the microphone very soon, in about 10 minutes' time. We've got an email from Phil, who's been in touch. So I'll read your email. He says, "Good morning, Adrian and Bradders, from South Woodford, London, East 18. So we'll read your email in a moment. Phil is watching the stream via the Cricket Sussex website. In comes Finch, bowls to Alsop. He does well. He's up on his toes and plays that between third slip and backward point. Picks up a couple of runs to what they thought about a third, but it wasn't there. Good, nice looking shot there by Tom.
Yeah, no, nice looking shot. Again, just a little bit of width there from Finch to Alsop, and just steering the ball nicely in between. Sort of third slip and backward point, and again I think that's the real key, the positivity within the running. The boundaries have been hard to come by, but just showing that positive intent with the running between the wickets, and it's really important that the Sussex batters continue to do that.
So change of bowling, and Joe Leach, who opened the bowling up the hill from the Cromwell Road, and from the sea end I should say, is now going to come down the hill from the Cromwell Road end. He's bowled 4 overs, 1 for 13. He picked up the wicket of Joe Clark. The voice you heard here was from Matthew Green, as Matt was saying, has coached here through the Sussex Academy pathway, and it's going to be Leach who's going to... Oh, that's all right, Brad. I thought it was my phone who leapt into life. In comes Leach. Around the wicket, comes into bowl to Tom Haynes, who's forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. So, Phil says, good to see the stream once more. I'm very much looking forward to seeing James Coles, who seems to have a very wise head on young shoulders and must have a great future as an all-rounder. Well, I would agree with that, Phil. I think he's been a real success story this season. Have you coached James, Matt? Were you around at that stage?
I remember the name James Coles, but I never worked with James. James were... Here comes Leach.
Yeah, came through the Oxford pathway, didn't he?
Yeah, Oxford pathway.
In comes Leach. running towards us around the wicket. Bowls. Haynes is beaten. That's a good delivery by Joe Leach. Why was that so well bowled? Tell us about that delivery, Matt.
I just think, I think Leach is probably not as quick as the other openers, but he's so skillful. You can see him using the crease really well and just changing the angle of his approach, making it really hard for the batters. And probably with the overhead conditions this morning, Leach will probably be one of the most challenging bowlers to face, just with his skill and guile, the way he's using the crease, the ball nipping off the pitch as well is a challenging little session here.
Leach in the game bowls. Haynes is caught behind, and that's a really good bit of bowling by Joe Leach. He lured Tom Haynes forward. A little nick through to keeper Roderick, who wasn't going to miss that. Tom Haynes is on his way, and I think you summarised that beautifully, Matt.
I just think the skill that I just saw there from Leach, and it is probably really hard to get a gauge if you're sitting in the ground, but just how he used the crease so well as a bowler, with just coming wider, and then that ball there to Tom looked like he just came a little bit closer, tighter to the stumps, with the ball just nipping away from the left-hander. A fantastic bit of bowling from Leach, and if I'm honest, not much Tom Haynes could have done with that. A good ball, and sometimes as a batter you just got to put your hands up and say very well bowled.
Well, Bradders would have seen Joe Leach get hundreds of wickets in his career like that. He's a very, very fine bowler, and Sussex now is that 26 or 28 on the scoreboard? 28. Thank you. Get your glasses tested, Adrian. Let's carry on with Phil's email. We were talking about the lack of overs in the World Test Championship and value for money, blah, blah. Phil says, my daughter and I have invested, wait for this, £170 each for a ticket for day one of the Ashes at Lord's. That's a lot of money. This is a record for me for a sports or indeed any event, and I'm hoping that the overs requirement will be met. And I think you've got every right when you've paid that sort of money. Yeah. If it's 90 overs, I think, I don't know what's going to happen in the Ashes, but if it's a lovely sunny day and you're walking off with 6 overs to bowl, I think that's disgraceful if you're trying to promote the game.
Yeah.
He says, even more annoying, though, would be any departure for bad light, when it seems perfectly OK for the fastest bowlers to ply their trade at night in pyjama cricket under lights, but not in the real game. Your views on this knotty subject would be appreciated. Well, I think we'll get Bradder's views when he'll be back on, but you have to look after the play. I mean, that's a lot of money, £170. I don't know where you're sitting for £170. I want to be in the Royal Box for that. third slip, says Bradders. I couldn't. You can't get a ticket for the Ashes for love nor money. So it seems you can virtually charge what you like.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, and again, at the end of the day, it's cricket's an entertainment. People are going there to be entertained, and you wouldn't go to a show and people walk out off the stage with half an hour to go because there's been a slight delay. And I think sport should be no different. When people are paying that sort of money, they deserve to be entertained, and the over rate, if it's good weather, then they should be rewarded.
James Cole's in at number 4 for Sussex. In comes Leach and Moles, and Cole's up on his toes and plays that to it off, and he's on his way immediately is James Cole's total goes to 29 for 2. Cole's a right-hander, so the first right-hander we've seen so far today. It's a bit like a football match, isn't it? You've had a football match for 90 minutes and after 85 minutes of play, so that's it. We're going off now. We've done our bit. I mean, I just don't understand. If you've got 90 overs in a day of Test cricket, you should bowl 90 overs. And if they've been so slow that the final session of the day is 40 overs, well, tough. In comes Leach. And the wicket bowls to also who lets that go, taken by Roderick, and there is no run. Back here, meanwhile, at Hove, we will get 96 overs today, provided it doesn't rain, and they'll try and get those in. You won't find county cricketers being given the option of wandering off the field. No. They'll be chucking cushions on the pitch at Hove. But this is a really testing spell now. Good change of bowling as well, you have to say. Good captaincy.
Very good. Just a change of end as well.
Yeah. In fact, I think D'Oliveira's back on the field. I'd missed that. He went off with an injured finger. In comes Leach and Bowl, all sort of covers up, plays out into the offside, and he's back on the field.
Yeah, D'Oliveira back on the field.
I think his fingers are slightly bandaged. End of Leach is over. He's bowled 5 overs, 1 maiden. He's taken 2 for 14, and Sussex are 29 for 2 here, having lost the toss and been asked about this morning.
Yeah, it's really interesting as well. You can see the intensity now from the Worcester fielders, is just the way they're running around the overs, between overs, that they're going to be in position before the Sussex batters are ready to go. And again, it creates that sort of theatre that they're on top of the game and they're ready. It's all about those little 1% advantages really in the Championship, and you can see it's quite a cute move from the Worcester fielders as Coles takes guard. They're all ready to go, and Coles will look up and see Finch at the top of his mark. It's quite a daunting thing, especially for a young player. Like you see, Finch was running in, and Coles isn't even ready. So.
Well, here comes Adam Finch, right time over the wicket, bowls to James Coles. He sways out of the line of that, lets the ball go through to keeper Roderick, and there is no run. We've had 14 overs here in the opening hour. So I think, Phil, first of all, thank you for your email. It's always great when people send us emails, and we like to read them out. And if you'd like to join our debate, please do so. sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. And I think probably unanimous vote here in the commentary box around over rates and value for money. And I just hope you have a great day at Lord's on the opening day and get full value for money. It should be a terrific occasion. Let's hope the weather plays ball as well. In comes Finch and bowls, and Coles drives nicely into the covers, and there is no run. 3 slips in place, backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and a final leg. And you can see clearly here actually now D'Oliveira looks like he's got a finger strapped up, doesn't it? Do you think he perhaps popped it out?
Popped out, or maybe like he might have had something with his webbing previously, and it might just with the amount of tape on there, it looks like blood more than more than a sort of a
dislocation.
Yeah.
Well, the good news is the skipper's back out there. He's fielding at mid-wicket. As in comes Finch and bowls, and Coles with a wild shot outside the off stump. He was looking to hammer that one away through backward point. I suppose I describe it as a wild shot, Matt. From a coaching perspective, he gets a nick on that and gets caught behind. The coach is saying he shouldn't have played it. If it flashes away through backward point for 4, we all say great shot.
Yeah, it's a real tough one, because you're wanting batters to come in this situation, and again you've got to make the most of scoring opportunities, and I would say that's probably a ball that Coles would look to score off.
Okay.
But it's just probably a little bit too eager, like you said, Adrian, to hit it probably too hard.
Finch in again over the wicket bowls, and this time he lets that one go outside of the off stump.
I've heard some really good things about James Coles as a young player, and probably more as the way he conducts himself around the group, and it's a good link Sussex have got with Oxfordshire. I know they've got Alan Duncan, who's the head coach of Oxfordshire's sort of EPP and academy pathway, and it's heavily supported by coaches from Sussex, and they're just starting to see the rewards with Coles coming down.
Well, he's made his county championship first class 100 this season. In comes to bowls, and Coles plays. I think he was looking to play away on the offside, and he got rather squared up and a thickish inside head. The ball ends up with D'Oliveira at mid wicket.
Yeah, just again a little bit too eager. Played that ball. Coles was on the move rather than just trust himself, waiting for the ball to come right up to him and playing it under his eyes. Just looked like he walked into that, and as you can see, just rehearsing there, just keeping still and just letting the ball come up to him as the batter.
Sussex have had the steady influence of Cheteshwar Pujara over the last 2 seasons, batting at number 4. This is a big ask for these Sussex players in this game, without Cheteshwar in the side, but it's a good gauge of maybe how they're progressing. In comes Finch. Final ball of the over, bowls to Coles. He lets that one go outside of the off stump. End of the over, 29 for 2, also on 14. Coles on 1. I'm sure you've had more enough of my voice, so I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Matt Green and with Dave Bradley, and we'll just have a very seamless turnaround of the headphones.
And we see now Leach coming back down the hill to bowl to Allsop.
You're a bit surprised he didn't start bowling down the hill.
A little bit, but as he sees in now and bowls, and again just well left from Allsop. That nagging line from Leach. I always like. I don't know. It's a very good question.
That's it for the day. You're not going to get another one, mate. I'll get off now.
I just think with his skill, probably up the hill this morning probably would have suited the way he bowls a little bit better.
Leach charging in round the wicket, turned on the leg side to Brett D'Oliveira, who's back on the field, injured his finger. a while ago, but he's back out there. Fingers of his left hand heavily strapped. Wicketkeeper Roderick got a bit excited about that one, but wicketkeepers do tend to get very excited for no particular reason sometimes. 29 for 2. If Sussex get to lunge 2 down here, Matt, they'll be pretty happy, won't they?
Really happy. It's as Leach comes in to bowl now to Alsop. Fantastic shot from Tom Alsop, right on his toes. And I think the key there from Alsop, Brad, is what you've seen with some of the other batters just trying to hit the ball too hard. You've really seen Alsop wait and play the ball really late, and the conviction and the skill to get the ball in the gap there was excellent.
Yeah, nice shot off the back foot there, just to the left of cover point, to the shorter boundary, but let's be honest, that would have been 4 to the longer boundary anyway.
Well played.
Each bowls again, turned away on the onside for a single. One more to the Sussex total. No ball, I think, called there by the umpire. Let's see where the score jumps up to. No ball from Leach. Really nice day here in Hove. There's a bit of breeze around early on, but just looking at the trees and everything else around the ground, there's nothing else much moving. There'll be the beach down behind us will be packed. Leach coming over the wicket to the right hand, and he just lets this one go by outside the off stump. Cole's on 1, Alsop on 19. I got it fairly early yesterday, so I had a walk along more towards the Hove end of the beach, and there was a lot of people out there enjoying themselves. There were some people swimming in the sea. There was 3 or 4 barbecues on the beach. And I thought, you don't see that very often in this country, do you?
No, it's there's not many better places to be fair, than Brighton Hove Beach when the sun's out. And Leach into all. Very well played from Coles.
Yeah, got solidly in behind that,
really
pushed it away into the backward point area where Jake Libby is fielding. Libby, who took over for a short while when D'Oliveira was off the field. He's the official Worcestershire vice captain.
It's a great part of the world, Hove and Brighton. And I think on a summer's day, there's not many better places to walk along the seafront, a cup of coffee or ice cream.
Yeah, it always quite surprises me as Leach comes in down the slope once again, and this time coming forward, working the ball away through mid-wicket. Going to pick up a couple here. Matthew Wake from mid-on is on the chase, picks it up just inside the boundary. They're coming back for 3. I did say not many people are going to get 3 on that boundary today, but they have. That's very well run. Nice solid shot. And Wake having to go from mid-on way out to long on. In fact, that's Wake's last bit of action, I think. Dylan Pennington is on his 12th man or 13th man. Always amazes me, we're here in the middle of Hove. You drive about 3 or 4 miles and you're on the downs, aren't you? On the Sussex Downs.
Yeah, no, it's great. You've got the downs, probably 10-minute drive. The transport networks around Brighton and Hove are really good with trains into central London. The beauty of the seafront and the downs and sort of the areas of an outstanding natural beauty along there. It's a really, really nice part of the world.
Yeah. A few years ago, Finch is bowling up the slope. He's in right arm over bowls, and that's cracked away for 4. Down through backward. Not 100% that was where he wanted it to go. Was he aiming squarer?
I think he was just trying to get probably I would say just a little squarer. But again, I think that the positivity is key there. It's one of those shots where, I was speaking to Adrian earlier, it's if you go half-hearted at that's when you can have a chance. But there was no way Coles was hitting that hard and that ball was going for 4. So again, the positivity to commit to his decision was really good.
If you're going to flash hard. Yeah, total goes to 43 for 2. There's some really small numbers on that scoreboard for us old people. Finch in again, comes forward and plays the ball around the outside. They're going for a quick single here. He's probably picked his fielder there in Joe Leach. Although if that hit the stumps, the umpire would have had a decision to make, but I think, with all due respect to Jody, you wouldn't have taken a single to D'Oliveira, because you probably would have found yourself a couple of metres short. But good running and keeping that momentum going.
Yeah, I think momentum's a key word there. It's very easy. You can very easily get bogged down and you go a lot of balls without scoring, and then it just becomes a game of, bad ball comes and you hit a boundary. But the Worcestershire bowlers have bowled superbly this morning, so the importance of positivity with every action is vital.
44 for 2, Finch in again, and this time coming solidly forward. He's also up, plays the ball back down the pitch. Finch does his own fielding. Now, I was saying a few years ago when I was a bit fitter than I am now and I was doing a lot of cycling, I stayed out somewhere near Stenning out there.
Yeah.
And I rode my bike every morning up over the downs, and you get a nice, I think it was called September time, you get a nice crisp September morning. Oh, it's brilliant. Brilliant. Can't buy it. My cycling days are over. Finch in bowls. Push back down the pitch to Finch himself. In fact, it was the last time I went out on a bike. My wife bought an electric bike. I thought, this is great. So off I go, tootling along, until the battery ran out. And I had to cycle properly to get back home in an exhausted state. I said, nope.
It's not for me.
Nah, that's it. Thank you very much.
I think, again, we are spoilt with... And again, you're like 10 minutes away and you're in a city.
Yeah.
So I think that's the...
Yeah. Finch once again, and this time good ball, good line, good length, and the batsman treating it with due respect. Allsop comes forward.
Interesting, that ball. I don't know if it was just looked like just a little bit slower off the pitch.
Yeah.
Really interesting.
Did he hold it back a bit?
As I was going to say earlier on in the commentary, but I just didn't quite. The pitch just does look a little bit too paced. It'd be interesting to speak to some of the batters out there to get their thoughts. But just the way Allsop played that, unless it was a deliberate slower ball.
Finch races away again, and this time gets it off the back foot. Looked a little bit hurried, but got plenty on it. And it's Libby at backward point, who fields, and Sussex are 44 for 2. Tom Clark caught Libby Boldleach for 5. Tom Haynes caught Roderick Boldleach for 9. Listen to live cricket from Hove. I'm Dave Bradley. Matt Green alongside me, and Adrian Harms will be returning for those of you who are struggling to sleep. He's been named Man of the Year by the Brighton Insomniacs Association. I shouldn't laugh about it because, my good lady wife has trouble going to sleep. It's difficult to believe if she's listening to me all day on that. Leach in, right arm over, bowls, nice shot.
Great
cracked
shot.
away. Might not quite make it. D'Oliveira's on the chase. It's the longest boundary on the ground, but it may. There you go, D'Oliveira. Brilliant.
Great bit of fielding.
Brilliant bit of fielding. Just cuts it off inside the rope. But that was a nice. When you're a batsman, he hasn't just come in, Coles, but that's nice.
Really
Get
nice.
that off the middle like that.
I think a lot of people take it for granted, and even when you're defending, just that feeling of feeling the ball in the middle of the bat can just ease a lot of nerves early on in your innings, and it's a great feeling, but always better when you can score runs off it. And I think
Leach. This time to the left-handed Allsop, who's back and across, pushes the ball out on the offside. Azhar Ali comes into field. Azhar Ali, one of those who's had a few weeks off, or a few days off anyway, from Worcestershire action. Although he has been, I think, travelling the country with the team and doing some 12th man in, but not playing in the T20.
I think a lot of the players that specialise probably in like the 4-ball or the as Leach comes in to bowl to Allsop. Well played, Allsop just down the ground again. Just a lot with the T20 and we spoke about the rigorous schedule that the players have to go on. It's if Azhar Ali stayed at New Road, how much cricket would he get and how much practice would he get? So he's probably travelling with the team to enable him to get his 4-day practice in, as well as as well as still being in and around the group, it's just important. The coaches will probably be working with him with the red ball while the other guys are in the nets doing their prep for the white ball comps.
Strangely, he's just gone off. He fielded that one a couple of balls ago, and he's disappeared up the pavilion steps. Might be a comfort break. Leach in bowls, pushed away on the offside. Nothing to be had there. Got 3 slips still in Worcestershire. A cover point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The traditional fine leg position, if you want to call it that. We haven't seen many runs go down third man today. This is one of my things in cricket, that you have a fine leg but not a third man. Is Leach in again, and this time also very solidly in, pushes it out to him. I often think if the ball goes down the fine leg, you've bowled a not very good ball, because it's obviously going down the leg side, the batsman's may flicked it down. If it goes down a third man, it could be off an edge or anything.
With the ball nipping around as well, we're sort of in these conditions. Yeah, but like you said, not much has gone down the third man region, which is
one or two wispy clouds away in the distance, but apart from that, some vapour trails, and that's it. It's a clear sky. Next ball is gone. Caught at slip. Haynes takes it, and Alsop looks back at the pitch. Leach has his 3rd wicket of the morning. Once again, just reaching a little tentative that time. We've been talking about being positive, maybe a little tentative that time, but Leach strikes again.
I think this is a really probably not doing it justice, but this looks like a really challenging wicket to bat on. You would say Alsop was set there. He's faced 56 balls, so he's well set, and a top bit of bowling from Leach. What's really impressed me with Leach this morning is his use of the crease, coming tighter to the stumps and wider to constantly create like different angles. That would be really hard for the batters, especially when the wickets looks like it's a little bit too paced and there's some nipping and movement in the air. It's really tough, but a top bit of bowling.
Well, all the Toms have gone, the 3 Toms at the top of the Sussex order, and at the moment Brett D'Oliveira's decision to field first is proving to be the right one, but you never know until both teams have batted at least once. Leach at the moment has his figures got 3 for 27 off 7 overs. Yeah, and he's another one who's had a rest because he hasn't played T20. Here's the thing: do you think, they played a couple of weeks at T20? You're going to have some spinning. Usama Mir's coming on. Would they want to be playing? You were saying like the Azhar Ali probably going around having a net with the team, although he's not playing. Would you want to be playing regularly, or would you want to rest at this time of year?
I think as a player, I think you always would want to play. I would imagine all the boys would want to play, but I don't think you can underestimate the schedule and that changing of formats to cram so much in such a short space of time. It's probably not what we just see out here physically. It's what it does to the players mentally. Like Adrian said, that he got back late from Chelmsford. The travel. These players are going to get back late. Then, if they played say a Thursday evening and they start on a Saturday, or it's their rest day. They want to train because if it's a change in format, so it's very. I think probably more so a lot spoken about physically what that does, but what that does to the players mentally, it's tough to go between the formats and the travel.
Interestingly, Usama Mir coming on rather than Worcestershire's 4th seamer Matthew Waite. His first ball is short, clipped away. Sheikh Libby has some work to do here. They're thinking about 2, but no, good slide past the ball by Libby. Puts that out of the batsman's mind. You'd think the medium pacers would stay on this pitch, or why has D'Oliveira turned to spin? Do you want to see what it's doing?
You probably just want to have, like we said, it's a green wicket. probably it might be just to get through, get some overs, and really build some pressure with consistency of dot balls.
He's in again. Tall man, near. Ball pushed away on the offside.
Again, it could be a mental thing with Carter obviously sat up there waiting, expecting the seamers to bowl, and then all of a sudden he's in and he's facing a spinner, and he's probably mentally hasn't got himself in a state to come on and face spin straight away.
Next ball is short again, whipped away through the offside. There's a sweeper fielder out there who is Matthew Waite in front of the grandstand. They go through for a single. Yeah, I always remember Hampshire when Warne was captain, and he would do exactly opposite to what the batsman expected. I remember, I think it was 1:15 lunch, and he declared at 5-1 as Mir is in again. And talking to people who played in that team, this is flicked away on the leg side, picks up a single. And who was it? I can't remember who it was. You'd be bowling and you'd go back to the end of your mark and you'd look round and there'd be 2 short legs in, or and be another slip in. He wouldn't say anything; he'd just do it. And I think if you got the confidence in your own ability to do that, as Mir is in again, this is turned away just down through fine leg. They might come back for a second. They're going to have to be quick. Gibbon comes in, throws in left-handed, and they do get back. Good running.
Top batting from Carter. I think as soon as he hit that, he set off for 2. And again, this is just the element of being positive without the need to hit 4s and 6s. First over, gone for 5.
Mir in again and goes back and across and then plays it late away on the offside. Difficult from air angle to tell if Usama Mir got anything out of the pitch there, but interesting move by D'Oliveira. Blimey, Azhar Ali took his cap off and walked towards the umpire then. I thought that would be interesting. Has been known to has test wickets, Azhar Ali. Once took 5, I remember. I think it was a 50 over game. He took 5 wickets against Worcestershire, so it wouldn't be completely mad if he bowled, but it would be a little bit radical.
Cole's just shaping up, and 14 runs off 15 balls.
Yeah, it's where are we? 35 minutes from lunch. You would imagine as Leach charges in down the slope again, wide of the off stump through to the keeper. You imagine this pitch is going to get easier as the sun beats down on it?
You would think with the more sun and the pitch would get better, but again, you see Coles there doing some gardening patterns and things down. The pitch does look like it's been a little too pacey. I'm sure Allsop and Farbrace would be speaking, getting ready for the luncheon interval with these batsmen would know what a good first innings score would be already.
Yeah. Leach's next ball coming forward, pushing away through the offside again. A nice positive shot round the front pad. Waite is on the chase out there, and Azhar Ali is out there as well. Azhar Ali gets the ball first, flings it back in, and they picked up a couple more. The danger is, isn't it, you get on a pitch like this, that you get in that mindset of, well, I'm going to bat, and you don't score runs, and that makes it really easy for the fielding captain, doesn't it? Nobody's bothering to score runs.
Yeah, and you can just see with the way they've set the field here with sort of the deep square, Leach is going to look to attack the stumps and bowl really straight to Coles.
Leach here, this is short, it goes for the hook shot really.
Yeah.
Doesn't get it, hits something and bounces out on the ground in front of the batsman. The two batsmen at the end of this over, they're going to come together here, Matt. What are they saying? Bat till lunch, bat 15 minutes, bat 10 runs.
I always found it easier to bat in time in the longer format rather than the overs. So it'd be like probably they probably even got a target now to bat to 50, get to 50, then see where we are at 1:45.
Yeah. Leach in bowls wide of the stumps. I was listening to Justin Langer yesterday, driving down here, and he was saying he batted runs, but Ian Healy batted time. Or it might have been the other way around, but they're out there, and Healy's going, we'll bat another 15 minutes, and Langer's going, well, get another 10 runs.
Yeah, I think it's the individual preference, isn't it, of the batter. But it's interesting how that dynamic works in a partnership.
Yes. Leach again, and a good ball this, pulling the batsman forward, plays it solidly out to mid-on. Leach is pointing as if he wants. He's got his deep square leg. Azhar Ali is coming into a more conventional. It's that position that's not mid-wicket and it's not square leg, but it's somewhere there.
Somewhere around that area.
Yeah. We need to invent a position there, a word for it. Leach's next ball, and right at the off stump, allowed to go through to the keeper. Leach has bowled 8 overs in 2 spells. A warmish old day, so maybe Brett D'Oliveira is thinking Finch, I thought, bowled pretty well this morning. Get him to come in back down the slope.
That might also be the sort of the tack with the spinner as well, from the bottom end to rest your seam bowlers and rotate the seamers from the top end of the ground. Again, it enables them to get rest in and come back, and when they're having their burst, they're fresh and ready to go.
You summer me from the C end bowls. He's a very tall man, He gets his up there. That's coming down from a great height. Batsman coming forward, plays it away on the offside. Hubbub of conversation around the ground, as there always is at cricket, talking about all sorts of things. Next ball, that looked as if he might have got that to go a little bit by the way the batsman played it.
Yeah.
So maybe he is getting something out of it. So if you're watching on the stream, you're probably seeing things that we're not. There. Off about 5 paces, bowls again. This is turned away through the leg side. They're going to have to be quick here because Libby picks up throws at the stumps. Could be some overthrows here. Some buzzers, as David Lloyd calls them. And the total, after all that activity, goes to 55 for 3. But Libby certainly made the batsman hurry there. Yeah. Right arm over in and bowls to the right-hander who plays it back down the ground. Does Coles. He's got 16 off 22. End of this over, I shall depart to do other things. And Mr. Adrian Arms, who's currently on the phone, I don't know if he knows what he's doing. I think he's talking to his bookmaker. I think he's talking to his agent, who doesn't work very much. Pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. He's all right. He's off the phone. And crisis. Mir bowling the last ball of this over, pushed away, nicely, got inside the line there and eased it away through extra cover. Matthew Waite comes into field, end of the over, and at the end of the over, Sussex 56 for 3. I should depart. Adrian Arms will come in.
Thank you, Bradders. I've got an update to do as well, I think. We've got some... Is this Alexander O'Neill?
I have no idea.
Well, we've got music in our headphones anyway, so I think it is Alexander O'Neill. Anyway, so I think Worcestershire will be very pleased with their morning's work, Matt. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to see if we can cut the music out of your headphones. Can you still hear yourself talk?
Yeah, I can hear myself, but no music.
Plenty of music, that's good. I'm going to do similarly, actually, just for a moment's time. I'm actually with Bradders a little bit. I was slightly surprised that the spinner has come on to bowl here, particularly when the seamers have taken all 3 wickets. Yeah. And it's Matthew Waite, I think, who's going to come into the attack. It is indeed Matthew Waite who's going to come in from the Cromwell Road. And really tough morning for Sussex. 3 slips go down, Waite is on his way down the hill. Bowles and Coles off the back foot punches. That's a glorious shot by James Coles. He's punched that away up through extra cover. I'm not sure it's going to go all the way to Paul, because D'Oliveira is like a hair across the ground. That's a brilliant piece of fielding. I know he saves 1 run, but as an example of a captain, that's brilliant.
Great example, and it's just what he set into the rest of his team, like you said, Adrian. You know, that positivity, the way we run around the field, put our body on the line. And I would say, from what I've seen from this wicket, every run could potentially count towards, you know, at the end of the game.
Yeah.
I think with that shot was evident with Coles. It was a straight batted shot rather than a cross batted shot, which then sort of lends to me that the pitch is too paced.
In comes Waite again, Bowles to Carter, lets that go outside the off stump. There is no run. I also wonder as well, Matt, as well, you get a situation there, you've got a new man in who's Ollie Carter. I know he's got 4 to his name, but you're giving Waite the chance to bowl at the new player. I mean, Coles has been out there for a little while now, he's on 20, so they're just those little things can be very important in a game.
Yeah, again, I just think it's just understanding the game, and I think we're at a key crunch point really now.
58 for 3 out. Sussex, as in comes Waite and Bowles. Carter solidly 4 players into the onside. There is no run. Have you worked with Ollie Carter at all?
I've worked with Ollie a lot. Yeah,
have you?
Yeah.
Right.
No.
Tell us a bit about him, I mean, without giving away too many secrets. Especially his haircut.
Yeah, he never used to have that haircut. So when I saw him about 18 months ago at a coffee shop, I didn't recognise him to start off with. But I just think he just applies himself so well. I watched him play an innings. Waits into bowl.
Yeah, he's in and bowls and Castle lets that go. I'm just waiting for an update to come through for our listeners. I heard them go to the weather, but not to me, which was slightly odd. Let's see if you can hear anything in your headphones. Oh, here we go. Well, we've got the weather now. So I'll carry on just doing this over. They keep cutting it off, so I hope the headphones are working okay. Sorry, yeah, we'll talk about Ollie Carter perhaps at the end of the hour. We'll get this update done and dusted, and then we can natter away. 3 slips in place. Then comes Waite down the hill. Bowles, Carter forward, plays down the track. Waite fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. Just tell us a bit about Ollie Carter now, because we've got a couple of ticks.
Again, I just think Ollie's always been a very good competitor. Or sort of risen. I would say he's risen to challenges throughout his. You know, he probably wasn't one like you got a Tom Haynes that you would say would always be one of the top players in the group. Where Ollie necessarily wasn't that. So his work ethic had to be really good. The way he applied himself.
And comes Waite over the wicket. Bowles. Carter is beaten outside the offside. A good delivery by Matthew Waite. It's away off the seam, taken by Gareth Roderick, and there is no run.
Right. You know, Ollie worked hard. He's worked really hard on his technique. He never used to be a wicketkeeper, funny enough. I think it was something that he picked up when he was 15, 16. Probably another string to his bow to try and get in a junior squad at the time. And obviously now we're seeing him sort of showcase that skill on the first class scene. But again, I think it's a lot of these young players that you're seeing coming through now. A lot of it is obviously your technical ability is really important, but it's the desire and the hunger to want to compete and want to win situations and scenarios that ultimately contribute to winning a game.
As Mamir is coming back in bowling his spin from these CN clipped to mid-wicket. We're going to have a little change in the commentary box now because Bradders is back. So thank you to Matthew. Been great to have you on for the opening hour. Excellent opening debut for Matt Green. Really good to have him here in the commentary box. And Matt will be back after lunch. A little round of applause from Bradders. As it comes Mir again, bowls and driven by Coles to mid off, and there is no run. I think I must have forgotten our update here on BBC Radio Sussex, so that won't impress the listeners.
They forget those things, don't they?
But what can you do? Mir again is in and bowls, and Coles plays into the offside. There is no run. A couple of other emails have come in, which I'll get through before lunch. My slight cause for panic, Bradders, was because on Tuesday Sussex were playing at Chelmsford, and I did go around the dreaded M25 and went over the Dartford Bridge, and remembered this morning that I hadn't paid my toll, because it's one of those things you have to pay afterwards.
Bad boy.
Yeah. In comes Mir and bowls, and forward comes Coles with soft hands onto the onside no run. When you come back at night at 10 o'clock, you don't have to pay a charge. But I'd completely forgotten. So anyway,
So you had to pay going?
Yeah, you have to pay going, but not coming back. So after 10 o'clock, it's free. In comes Mira and Bowles, and driven nicely by Cole's 4 runs. Beautifully played shot, slightly over pitch, and James Coles looks a good nick here. Drills the ball away through mid-off for a boundary. He goes to 24, and Sussex to 63 for 3. Yes, Jackie's been in touch, and she says, I was interested to hear it took you a while to get back from Chelmsford the other night. I was one of the other 2 people there supporting Sussex, and I was at home in Eastbourne before midnight. I don't know which way you went, Jackie, but I got horrendously caught in traffic. In comes Mia Bowles to Coles, whose forward plays onto the onside. There is no run. End of the over, 63 for 3. Carter 4, Coles on 24. The men out. Clark for 5, Haynes for 9, Alsop for 19. When we talk about the price of tickets for test matches, Jackie said, I bought 2 tickets for the Oval match. One of them cost me £190. Ouch. It's a good job I don't have to justify my spending to anybody, says Jackie. That's a lot of cash, isn't it? I hope we get a full overs play, a full day's play. And Jackie goes on to say about the headsets, and I hope you're listening now, Jackie. I know you borrowed one for today, and I just didn't get an opportunity at Lord's to ask where we could get these replacements from, but I am on the case, and I'll see if I can make some inquiries, and as soon as we hear, we'll let you know. So apologies, I didn't get a chance on Wednesday night, but we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Here's Matthew Waite bowling from the Cromwell Road end. Right arm over in and Bowles pushed away on the offside by Carter. Won't add to his 4 runs. Matthew Waite, top wicket taker for Worcestershire, top of the batting and bowling averages. He had 16 wickets at 393 runs before today. Joe Leach, the top wicket taker for Worcestershire, 25 before today. Wait, still got 3 slips in there, and he bowls and comes forward a little suspiciously, but plays the ball away on the offside, and there is no run. A group of folks in the hospitality having their picture taken with the action behind them. Not like T20 where some people appear to pay lots of money to go to T20 matches and then stand with their back to the play. Always amuses me. Here's Waite in and Bowles, and this is Coles once again coming forward, bowling a very tight line here. Matthew Waite not giving the batsman any width, and that's his forte really. Bowles good line, good length.
Very good. He did very well in the game at Worcester. I was looking, he made runs, didn't he?
Yeah. He's very useful coming in down the order. Didn't get much of a chance at Yorkshire, so promised that he'd be playing red ball cricket at New Road. In fact, he's not played white ball cricket, which is a bit strange, but he's in again and bowls. Once again, bang on line, bang on length. Forward comes batsman Coles, pushes the ball away, back up the slope.
Yeah, he made 59 in the first innings down at Worcester, and he took 2 for 86 in 20 overs, Brothers.
Yeah. Useful cricketer. Worcestershire got a fine leg in, but no third man. Yeah, fine leg, no third man, as usual. Next ball is wrapping the pads here, and it's clearly heading wide of leg stump anyway. Now Ed Pollock is the fielder there, which suggests to me that somebody's gone off, but D'Oliveira is definitely on. So we could go through the list and see who's gone off. I suspect one of the bowlers, it may be Adam Finch, I can't see out there. In fact, I think it's he. I just spy coming back down the pavilion steps, so maybe a change of boots. Wait. In, forward, solidly behind this one is Coles. Good over that from Waite. He has bowled 3 overs for 11 runs. No, he hasn't. Mears bowled 3 overs for 11 runs. Waite has bowled 2 overs for 3 runs, as far as I can see.
I've just been handed a book. I've been doing a book. Excuse me, that's not good coughing on air, is it? But helping out a little bit with the Sussex Museum, which is...
What are you, an exhibit in it?
Yeah, probably ought to be, Bradders.
Yeah.
It's just over by the Spenkarma Pavilion. You can see the sign over there that says museum. And if at lunchtime you want to get yourself out the sun and go and have a wander around, it's a fascinating museum. And I'm not a great one for museums, I've got to say, but they've really tried to sort of modernise, and they've got QR codes on the exhibits and all that sort of thing. So the guys are really trying. It's all run by volunteers. They do a great job. So we've been doing a couple of podcasts. You can hear those podcasts, which, some interesting stuff on there. We're doing another one this week, but this one is going to be about James Jemmy, do you think that is? James Jemmy D of Duncton. And there's a picture in here of Duncton Cricket Ground, which is in the middle of Sussex. It's not far from Goodwood Racecourse.
Oh, yeah.
So I've got to read that book before Friday. Right. Do our next podcast. Okay. So thank you for sending it in, fellas in the museum, Keith and all the volunteers. Hope you're having a good day. But it is going to be Ben Gibbon back into the attack and plays bowls to Carter, who plays the one on the side, and he picks up a single. He goes to 5 and the total to 65 for 3. Is that, Bradders?
Yeah, I think it is.
I'm sort of glad you're struggling, actually.
Oh, it's when the sun shines on it, it's almost impossible.
Yeah.
But, yeah.
Changing the field, actually, they're just moving Asmamir out to more of a deepish mid-wicket for Gibbon. 2 slips in place. Third man, point covered off mid-on. Deep mid-wicket and a fine leg. In comes Gibbon bowls. That's a full toss driven down the ground by James Coles, who looks in nice touch here. He goes to 20, he's on 24 off 33. That's a dot ball. Now, there's no one actually watching from their balcony, Bradders, but there's 3 fellas on the roof of the block of flats away.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and also someone's sitting down. I think there's 4 people up there.
Yeah, well done. Why would you not?
Yeah, absolutely. And a bit of breeze as well. You can see the Sussex flag just billowing away in the wind on the clock tower scoreboard. Gibbon is in. Bowls and Coles drives into, we're completely deceived. Now that was Azarelli, and I think the ball hit an old wicket end and it completely wrong-footed him, and a ball that was dribbling to him suddenly results in a single.
Yeah, that would be but he's inside. There doesn't look to be many old wickets along there, so it must have been a lot of spin on it, I suppose, as it came off the bottom corner of the bat. He's just gone in to see where it did pitch. A couple of misfields from Azar Ali this morning.
Gibbon in again, bowls and beats Carter outside the off stump. That was a good delivery, slanting across the right-hander. Taken by Roderick. There is no run. Tom Slater's been in touch. He says, "Good afternoon, lads." Do you think we still qualify as lads, Bradders? We're young enough to be lads, aren't we?
Yeah, without doubt.
We're lads.
Well, I don't think we're lasses, so we'll be lads.
Hello, Tom. Great to hear from you. He says, "I'm watching from sunny Bulgaria."
Oh, lovely.
Beautiful. I've been to Bulgaria in the winter, but not in the summer. But I gather it's very nice. His in comes Gibbon and bowls, and a good delivery right up in the block hole, and Ollie Carter jags down it and then holds his hand up and says, "Shall I pick the ball up for you, lads?" And they say, "Yes, please." So very obligingly Ollie Carter does that.
Sporty game, this cricket.
It is, and I often wonder, the very low-level cricket that I played, if it was a horribly quick bowler but you picked up the ball, I'd like to think the next ball he might go easy on you. Buy you a nice half volley or something, but he never did. Gibbon again. Number 21 on the back of his shirt, runs up the hill, left arm over the wicket, and Carter drives to mid-on, fielded there by Finch, and there is no run. He says, "Thoughts on bringing 10:30 starts in for all multi-day matches?"
Yes.
Reduced threat of bad light at the end of the day too. It's worked for the WTC finally. It has, except they haven't bowled all the overs, but I think cricket should start at 10:30, personally.
Yeah, and I don't know why they don't. People have said to me, it was September, we start at 10:30, obviously because the light's going to go, but the wickets are a bit more dewy in September, so why don't we start at 10:30 every day and then not play till 7:15?
I couldn't agree more.
I think it's spot on.
Yeah, I think it's really... half the day's gone. Get to 11 o'clock. I don't really understand. There's been lots of changes in cricket, and I think that's a change. Perhaps we should start a campaign for 10:30 starts.
Yeah.
Because in the Championship this year, we've had no end of gone 7 o'clock, and by then the ground's virtually empty.
Yeah. Here's Waite in bowls. This one just goes away a little bit and allowed to continue on its way by Coles, who's got 25. Sussex 66 for 3. And the thing that often amuses me is you get to the end of the day and you play cricket at 7:15, and the over rates are level for the two teams.
Yeah,
so
it's ridiculous. Isn't it?
I can never puzzle that one out. Although the over rates are a very complicated thing in cricket, so we won't delve into that. Waiting again, and this time pulling the batsman forward, plays it up to mid on. That target for the Sussex batsman we were discussing with Matt was to get through to lunch without losing a wicket. It's that sort of a day, that sort of a morning for Sussex, and maybe the wicket will flatten out, get the sun on it. The bowlers will tire a little bit. The ball will not be as hard as it is at the start. Maybe go soft as Waite is in and bowls, and this is wide of the off stump through the keeper. And we talk about the ball going soft. I mean, it doesn't go like a sponge. It's not that. It's just that little, 5% softer.
I had a quick word to Ben Gibson, the groundsman, this morning when I wandered out, and he was saying, there's a little bit more grass on the pitch than the last game. And I felt for Ben, because the last game here in the Championship, Glamorgan in their second innings, 737.
Yeah. As Waite is in and bowls, and this time forward comes the batsman pushing away on the offside. It's a very difficult. It's impossible.
Yeah.
You're not going to please the batsman or the bowlers.
No.
One or the other is going to be upset. The supporters, if the game ends in 3 days, are not happy because they've missed a day's cricket. The bean counters are not happy because the day's revenue has gone. So you
can't win.
It's a non-winner. Waite in, 3 slips go down, and Waite bowls. This is on leg stump, middle and leg maybe. Clips it to Azhar. He's not having a great day in the field, Azhar Ali. He stopped that one, but he didn't take it cleanly. You can, from this distance, you can see he's chuckling away at his own demise.
Jackie's been back in touch. I'll read your email in a moment, Jackie. And thank you, Tom, for getting in touch in Bulgaria. I've been to a place called Bansko, Tom. I don't know if you're anywhere near there.
Well, I've got something to tell you. His next ball is short, wide outside the off stump. On the 23rd of June, Bulgaria play Croatia. I think it's a T20 game. It's part. I think there's a thing called it's the Bulgaria Quadrangular Series. So Bulgaria playing Croatia. That's the end of the over, by the way, and Sussex are 66 for 3. Serbia playing Bulgaria. Bulgaria playing. So it's Bulgaria, Turkey, Serbia, and Croatia are playing a tournament there. And this is cricket, this is.
In Bulgaria?
It is, yes, I believe. Yeah.
Well, there we go. Well, perhaps you might know about that, Tom. Or you might just be on holiday and you haven't got a clue those games are going on.
But there is cricket in Bulgaria.
So it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on from the sea end of the ground. He's running up the hill, the sea about 500 yards behind us. As in comes Gibbon and bowls, and a nice looking shot by Ollie Carter out into the offside. Nice shot for no run, fielded by Azhar Ali. And there is no run. We were talking about the traffic getting out of Chelmsford the other day, and Jackie says the only problem I had was on the A12 or the 414. The slip road was closed, and she had to follow diversion. But that was about it. Well, it was horrendous getting over the Dartford Bridge, and then the M25 was shut, and oh dear, it was awful.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I'm surprised you didn't take your private helicopter.
Yeah, I should have done. I will next time.
Okay.
Yeah, I will next time. Given a game. Bowls, and Carter drives a wide delivery, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that, Gibbon, and Carter will be annoyed that he picked out the fielder. And that's something you watch when we've watched a lot of Cheteshwar Pujara bat, that when the bad ball comes, it goes for 4.
Finds the gap.
Yes, every time. And I guess that's something you learn with experience, but something we could talk to Matt about later on. Just hit the fielder, and you could tell Ollie Carter was cross with himself that he'd done that.
It was Azhar Ali on this occasion made a very good stop.
Yes, he did. Gibbon in a game. Balls, Carter's time chose. Good restraint. Let's go outside the off stump. There is no run, and we will find out. And perhaps the guys who are running the stream, actually, I don't know whether they could perhaps give us some sort of an update. We know that the headsets are not on sale here, but I don't know whether you could maybe make inquiries. We were some suggestion they might be available at Lord's, or is there a website somewhere? And if someone were to buy an earpiece at Lord's, would that work here at Hove? I think they're good questions to ask. So if the guys could help me on that, and maybe help Jackie, who's trying to get hold of an earpiece to listen to the cricket, all suggestions would be gratefully received. In comes Gibbon bowls. Oh, that cut back. You could tell that from here, and when we're no means straight on. They get a little low as well, and Carter was beaten. And I don't think that missed the off stump by very much.
I don't think it did. Certainly, but I know that fielders react, don't they, and the bowlers react. But that was that looked as if it was a bit close from here. Got the live stream up, but it's that wasn't too far away.
So Gibbon perhaps a little unfortunate not to pick up a wicket. And he's running away from us again. 66 for 3, he's in on bowls, and Carter set on the pad, looking to play it on the leg side. There's a very optimistic appeal from the slip Gordon, not supported by Gibbon, and there is no run. Lots of wickets at Chesterfield. Have you been to Chesterfield, Brad?
Yes, lovely.
Right.
Very nice. Queen's Park.
Yeah.
I'll tell you a little story about Chesterfield in a minute.
Well, the wicket must be a bit spicy because Derbyshire are 96 for 9.
Ooh, blimey.
Against Yorkshire.
Ooh.
Who haven't won a game in the Championship this season.
No. How sad.
Glamorgan 82 for 3.
Oh dear, what a pity, never mind.
Glamorgan 82 for 3 at the Riverside against Durham, and it's raining in Bristol, so it might be raining in Malvern, Bradders.
It might be going up the valley.
Yeah, you might be getting your tomatoes watered or whatever.
Some storms later in the day as well.
Here comes Gibbon and bowls, and Carter plays this very late, but gets it down towards fine leg. He's going to pick up 1 and probably 2. Fielded way down in the distance by Matthew Waite, who gets in a super throw right over the top of the stumps, but not before Carter's come back for a couple of runs. He goes to 7, and Sussex to 68 for 3 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley, and Matt Green on commentary duties for you today.
Yeah, I don't know what the pitch is like at Chesterfield these days. It's a while since we went there. When they're for a Sunday. The old Sunday League game, going that far back. And Derbyshire in the field, and they went out to field, and there was a hold-up, and the umpires were doing something, and everybody was looking around. There was a lot of shrugging and pointing, and Derbyshire had gone out with 12 fielders. I'm struggling to remember that. I think he was a Rhodesian lad. A Zimbabwean, as it's called, who hadn't been told that he wasn't playing. Here's Matthew Waite coming down the slope, pushed away back up to the bowler. Glorious scene here this morning at Hove. Absolutely topping the hospitality away to our right. There's a fair few in there.
Yeah.
Actually, just away to our left, the stand there, there's a lot of people in there. There's a few umbrellas up, acting as sunshades. The grandstand, as ever, is busy. Lovely. Need a few deck chairs, that's all we need. Waite in again and bowls. Good spell this from Waite. He's just giving the batsman no width as come forward. If they get to lunch here with 3 down, I don't think Sussex they'll be disappointed. They'd sort of get to lunch with no wickets down, but they won't be that. I don't think it'll be.
No, I agree with you, Bradders.
What's he bowled? 20 balls for 3 runs so far, Waite. Still got 3 slips in. Waite comes in again, and now he's driven. Not quite timed there. Out to mid-off by Coles. He's got 25 to his name, and Sussex, as I say, 66 for 3.
I agree with you, Bradders. I think it's one of those mornings that you could almost go to lunch sort of, 74 for 7. It's had that sort of feel about it this morning.
Yeah.
So it's not a disaster for Sussex by any manner of means.
Another wicket for Worcestershire before lunch, and now we'll definitely think it's their morning. Next ball turned away, just easing in towards the leg stump, and Coles forward and flicks the ball away through mid-wicket. 67 for 3. You're right, I can't see that board. I can't see the other one either.
Yeah, I think it's 69 now. It's not easy to see, Bradders.
No.
The Aussies have won the World Test Championship, bowling out India for 234 this morning.
Oh, right.
4 wickets for Nathan Lyon. That was a bit of a collapse by India, actually.
Ex-Worcestershire, Nathan Lyon.
Is he? Right, okay.
Yeah, well, he had a bet half a season, I think. Weight in bowls. He turned away some oohs and ahs from the slips and the wicket-keeper. It looked as if he got plenty of bat on to me. Down to Finch at fine leg. The total clicks over to 70 for 3.
What's the last 5 wickets for 22, India?
Ooh, that's a bit of a...
Yeah. Is it Thursday the Ashes start or Friday? I think it's this week, isn't it?
Good question, mate. I don't even, you know, it takes me till 9 o'clock in the morning to realise what the day is today. Never mind what's happening on Thursday.
Friday it starts.
Oh, okay. Wait to complete the over, and he's flicked away. That's a lovely shot. That is as good a shot as we've seen this morning, I reckon. There was a lovely bang off the back foot earlier on, but that is really well timed from Coles. He goes to 30. Just gave him that little bit, just coming, easing in toward the pads, and boom, whacked it away. Good shot.
He's turning into a good player, is James Coles. Made the second youngest ever player to play for Sussex. He was just 16 when he made his debut up at the Oval in the Bob Willis Trophy during COVID times. Bowls left arm spin as well, but he's really come on this season. So he made his first class 100, and that was a lovely shot. So Ben Gibbon runs away from us. Up the hill comes in and bowls to Carter, who drives down the ground, and Gibbon with a very athletic piece of fielding. And there is no run, just the 2 slips in place. Third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg all the way down in the distance. What have we got? 5 minutes to go until that? Probably might get one more after this, Bradders.
Yeah.
How many overs have we had? 20? I can't see it. 28.
28.
So the over 8's okay. Sussex lost 4 points for a slow over 8 against Yorkshire earlier in the season. We're keen not to do that again as he comes Gibbon and bowls wide of the off stump taken by Carter. And there is no run. Not taken by Carter at all. Past Carter's outside edge, taken by Roderick. And there is no run. Joe Leach with all 3 wickets. How many times would you have seen Joe Leach find the outside edge of someone's bat, Bradders? More times than you've had hot dinners, I expect.
I always remember a 50-over game against Northampton. He took a hat-trick with the first 3 balls of the game, and Worcestershire lost. Yeah, he's been a fine bowler, Joe Leach. He's of that ilk of the, you know, the Rushworths, the Leaches of this world.
Absolutely.
Always put it in.
Yeah. Stevens.
Yeah.
Given in bowls, and right in behind that's Carter plays to the offside. And I've seen him as well, Bradders, in some, you know, comes out on number 9, he'll smash a quick 50.
He don't hang about.
Yeah. Right.
There are those people in cricket, and you think, I don't know, Hogan at Glamorgan always gave you always puts it in. Yeah, cricketers you'd like next to you in the trenches, I think.
Oh, but absolutely. Yeah. Email in from Ben Silk, which I'll read in a moment. Hello to you, Ben. In comes Gibbon, bowls to Carter, who drives. That's a pleasant-looking shot. That's 4 runs. Lovely shot by Ollie Carter. Overpitched, and Carter drove the ball handsomely through the covers for 4 runs. Lovely-looking shot. He goes to 12, and Sussex to 78 for 3.
I think Worcester should be a bit annoyed at the last few balls. Matthew Waite bowled that one, was cracked away through there. That was a nicely wide half volley, cracked away, and so that little bit of pressure that they were building up has kind of been released.
It has a little. I think we go by the digital clock on the scoreboard these days, which is saying 12:58.
Oh, okay.
So it's still 2 more balls to go in the over. I think this might well be the last over now, with that 4 being hit. I think you're right, Bradders. In comes Gibbon again, bowls to Carter, short down the leg side. That's a wayward delivery, trying to open compensate, taken by Roderick, very unfussily down the leg side. There is no run. So Ben says, I emailed on the first day against Glamorgan when I brought my 7-month-old son to his first day of cricket.
Good lad.
Well, I'm pleased to say we've made it back again. He's sleeping now, but I'm sure he'll be awake for the afternoon session.
Listening to Matt Mason, who was the Worcestershire bowler and coach, messaged one day, said, can you keep talking through lunch? Why? Because my son goes to sleep every time you start. His little baby boy went to sleep.
In comes Gibbon, bowls, and Carter some more runs here. He clips that one away through mid-wicket. They're going to take at least a couple. Now, I suspect we might get one more over in here, before lunch, because that's the end of the over. And Sussex are 80 for 3 with Carter on 14. Coles on 30. The clock is saying 12:59. Umpire Newell is striding to his position behind the stumps, and we are going to get one more over. So Ben says, I'm listening to your commentary on the BBC Sport app. You're 2 balls behind, but I still get all your insight. Oh dear, I'm not sure about our insight, Ben, but it's lovely of you to get in touch. And well done for coming back. It is free today. So if you're listening at home and you think, I quite fancy the cricket today, well, pack yourself some sandwiches, a hat, some sun cream, a nice drink, and come and watch the cricket.
Although, if you're listening in Inverness, you might struggle. Wait in bowls wide the off stump through to the wicket keeper. I'll do the first couple of balls of this, and then I'll have to
depart.
Go and talk to the good people of Herefordshire and Worcestershire. There are only 3 of them, good people. The rest of them are.
We do have a listener in Inverness, actually.
Yeah.
Just.
Lovely.
I was looking, there's someone up on the balconies now, Bradders, with a red T-shirt on. Did you see Steve Smith the other day in the test when he asked someone in a red T-shirt to move from behind the bowler's arm?
That just about sums him up. I'll tell you a little Steve Smith story maybe later in the day. Well, a story that somebody told me, which I found very interesting. As a flash at that one, wide of the off stump. Would he have been annoyed Coles if he'd have got out to that in the last over before lunch?
And I think the coach would have been even crosser.
You wouldn't want to look him in the eye.
No, you wouldn't.
You
No,
went up the steps.
No. I think you'd probably maybe get changed downstairs.
You go and sit in the corner and put the towel over your head.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, I think you're right.
4 balls to lunch. I'll do this one, and then I'll leave you to finish it all off, Mr. Harms. Waiting again on bowls, and that's a more solid shot back at up the pitch, but they do take a single. White managed to stop it, but rebounded off him. Right, I'll go and
okay, Bradders,
do other things.
Well, we'll see Bradders after lunch, after he's had his roast beef, roast potatoes, runner beans for lunch. Not really. And I thought Matt's just going to come in and we can have a little natter at the close of the first session. As here comes Matthew Waite running down the hill, the Cromwell Road end. He's in on bowls, and Carter drives into the offside. And there is no run. So 2 balls to go until the break. I think Brad has got it about right, I think Worcestershire will feel they'd had a good 90 minutes in football parlance this morning, but the last half hour, I think a combination of, they haven't bowled quite as well, but I think Sussex have batted really nicely here.
I think great application from both batters, Carter and Coles, after a really 90 minutes that was dominated.
Waiting and bowls, and Carter is solidly fought a ball of full length, plays it to mid-off, and there is no run.
Like a 90-minute session, as you said, Adrian, that was dominated by the Worcester attack, and then to come back, and it was sort of, I've seen it a lot. This is the first time I've seen Coles for a period of time, but Ollie's always been a very resilient player. This sort of situation he would thrive in this, but again, I think the last ball probably before lunch.
Waiting bowls to Carter, who drives very correctly to mid-off, fielded by D'Oliveira, and indeed that is lunch with Sussex 81 for 3, Carter on 14, Coles on 31. A good morning session. Worcestershire winning the toss this morning, electing to bowl first. They picked up 3 wickets. Tom Clark for 5 when the score was 6. Tom Haynes out for 9 when the score was 28. Tom Alsop, who made 19, but 47 for 3. We did wonder how many more wickets were going to fall this morning. Well, the answer to that
This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously.
again, it's really important that both batters come out here now and apply themselves. And so I would say the big 15-minute period, the first 15 minutes of this session are going to be really important to see how this session pans out.
Impressive, I thought, from James Coles and Ollie Carter, because Joe Lynch bowled beautifully before lunch. I wouldn't be a bit surprised to see Leach open the bowling since lunch. In fact, is he going to? No, he's not going to, but he bowled really, really well. And it was one of those mornings we said in commentary where actually Sussex going 3 down. I'm not saying they'd have accepted that at the toss, but they wouldn't have thought, oh, it's a disaster to have lost 3 before lunch, because there was some really fine bowling, particularly from Joe Leach.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think sometimes in games you've got to put your hands up and say well bowled, and Leach bowled superbly well. I thought the skill and sort of his acumen of assessing conditions and his use of the crease were really good. And obviously he's a right arm over bowler, but just how he kept on bowling on different angles and giving the batters something to think about every time was really skillful.
Well, it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to open the bowling from the C end of the ground. For those of you not familiar with Hove, you may be listening down in Worcester or who knows where around the world. We had a listener in Bulgaria this morning. It means he's bowling up the hill from the C end. The C, and no doubt a packed beach, as Bradders was saying, is about 500 yards behind us, directly behind the ground. And Ben Gibbon is going to open the bowling. A couple of warm-up jumps and skips in front of us, and he's going to come in to bowl to James Coles, who 31 not out. Sussex 81 for 3. As in comes Gibbon and bowls, and Coles drives the first ball out of lunch right at the meat of the bat to mid-off, fielded there by D'Oliveira, and there is no run. A little bit more cloud around this afternoon. There is in the forecast the odd shower. I know it's all meant to be very localised, and maybe it'll be localised enough that it'll miss us here on the coast, but certainly inland I think there's a few storms forecast. I noticed the game at Worcester in the Charlotte Edwards Cup has finished, and it's been won by the Southern Vipers. So well done to Vipers, and well done to George Adams, who's skipping the side. In comes Gibbon and bowls, and Coles is going to get runs here, running it down through third man. He's going to pick up a boundary. The ball races away towards the pavilion, and James Coles on his way. He goes to 35. Did he quite intend it to go in that direction, do you think, Matt? No,
he didn't intend it to go there, but I just think how late he played the ball right under his eyes. And again, just early, I just saw a few of the batters just pushing at the ball, and that's the ball you can very easily nick behind if you're walking. So to start and play the ball so late, you can just see him rehearsing the shot there. Obviously, it's come off the outside edge, but just the ability to play it late, play it with soft hands, hasn't given a chance, and ultimately led to James getting 4 runs. And it's always nice to get going after any session.
He goes to 35. Yeah, just to reiterate, the Southern Vipers beating the Blaze by 7 wickets down at New Road, Worcester today. As in comes Gibbon round the wicket, bowls to Coles. It's a bowl that's right up on a length, and Coles leans forward, plays it into the offside. There is no run. Danny Wyatt made 50. George Ravens finished 16 not out, so well done for the Vipers. And if you've just missed it as well, Australia, the World Test Champions, convincingly beating India by 209 runs up at the Oval. Ashes starting on Friday. Emails come in from Steve Murray regarding headsets, which I shall read in a moment. As in comes Gibbon bowls, that's wide outside the off stump, and James Coles having a real mow at that. And I guess that was wide enough outside the off stump to think that was a ball you'd want to attack.
Yeah, no, definitely wide enough, and especially looking at the field now that James has got, is obviously no third man, no one deep on the cover boundary. Any bat on that is going to be rewarded. But just that ball, just looked like it kept a little bit low. And again, I think you can definitely see sort of the pitch being too paced. It'd be really interesting to see how Sussex assess this and what they feel a good score is.
2 slips. Gibbon is in bowls and driven handsomely. He's a stylish player, is James Coles. Played with a lovely straight back, almost out of the textbook. If one of your young academy players, Matt, had played a shot like that, I bet you'd have gone shot.
I'd definitely be clapping them. Yeah, great shot. And again, I think what been really good to see from James just early is just how well he's waiting for the ball. When the wicket's too paced, you're having to tell yourself all the time, no, wait, and get your head into the ball, just head leading the way. It's really good to see.
Given the final ball of the opening over after lunch and bowls. That's wide and that's clubbed away. But he doesn't quite time all of it, does James Coles, but enough of it for the ball to race away for 4 runs through the covers for 4 runs. A little wayward in his opening over after Lynch is Ben Gibbon. He's conceded a couple of boundaries. Coles goes to 39, Ollie Carter to 14, Sussex 89 for 3.
No, I think it's, again, 2 boundaries in the opening over the session. Again, just that momentum shift, and I really felt it sitting here leading into the lunch break, and just coming out of coming into the afternoon session, a really positive first over from the Sussex batters.
You're listening to Live Cricket if you've just joined us here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. You may be watching via the Sussex live stream, in which case you are. A very good afternoon to you. I'm Adrian Harms. Dave Bradley, a familiar voice to Worcester listeners, will be back with us after 2 o'clock. But to guide you through the next over, here's Matt Green.
And here we go, bowler in, coming down the hill at Hove. And a great shot from Ollie Carter. Slightly over pitch, but I think the way Ollie leant into the ball, just letting his head do all the work and waiting for the ball to come up to him and crunching it through the cover boundaries for 4. A great start, I would say. I was saying to Adrian, a great start for both batters into the first 7 balls of the session.
I was just going to say, actually, Sussex with 3 boundaries in the first 7 balls. That was a little wide, wasn't it, from Adam Finch?
Yeah, it just looked like he was just searching, obviously just trying to see if there's any probably swing in the air, just a little bit fuller, slightly over pitch, first ball of the session, and Ollie capitalised really well, getting his head and driving right into the ball. And the bowler at the top of his mark here at Hove, coming down the hill, 3 slips, and he's in and bowls. Again, slightly over pitched again this side, ball just drifting down the leg side into the gloves of the wicket keeper.
So I have to ask Bradders next time he's back on commentary is about Gareth Roderick, who I watched keep down at New Road. I thought how well he kept, actually, and there's a couple of very good wicket keepers around the circuit. Watched Ollie Robinson, the Kent Ollie Robinson keeper, and I thought how well he kept here. And Roderick, he's an unfussy wicket keeper, isn't he? I quite like that. He's not diving around sort of goalkeeper style all the time.
No. And in comes Finch and bowls, and really well played again from Ollie, just giving the ball back to the bowler. But what's been really evident for the first sort of 9 balls of this session is how late the Sussex batters are playing the ball, not pushing at it.
Would that be something I've spoken about, mate, you think?
I think so. I think just the way the pitch played, and it's been really evident just how late they're playing the ball. I think if you're walking in and not playing from a stable base on this sort of with the lateral movement and nipping around, it's always going to be hard as Finch comes in and bowls. And yeah, worked sort of just off leg stump from Ollie down to fine leg to Leach, who fields well, and another run to Ollie Carter.
Definitely played with it. I'm perhaps a little surprised that maybe Joe Leach hasn't opened the bowling after lunch. He bowled beautifully this morning, but maybe he's being used sparingly by Brett D'Oliveira.
Yeah, I was expecting him to start coming down the hill, especially after the success that he had in the morning session.
Yeah, 8 overs, 3 for 29.
No, a great return.
He probably bowled even better than that, actually.
And in comes Finch and bowls to Coles, slightly shorter. Coles just on his toes and punches it to extra cover. Again, I just saw it towards the back end of that session with Coles probably trying to play a lot more straight batted when the ball was short rather than the cross batted shots. When the wickets are too paced and the ball sometimes sticks in or comes off the surface quicker, the cross batted shots can be difficult. So just really good from James there, just to sort of assessing the wicket and adapting his game plan accordingly. And here comes Finch in and bowls, and again very well played. Really, really positive start to the afternoon session from the Sussex batters. Yeah, again, it did feel like a momentum shift, and I think coming into these 2 overs here, both Ollie and James have been really positive, and I think the key is they've been positive without being reckless. There's a real fine line between that, and it's good to see both batters adapting accordingly.
94 for 3 Sussex. Ollie Carter on 19, James Coles on 39, Adrian Harms, Matt Green and Dave Bradley with you on commentary here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Steve Murray has sent us an email to sussexcricket@bbc.co.uk. Hello Steve, lovely to hear from you. He says, hi Adrian, thank you and your chums as always for the commentary. So thank you fellas. Lovely day at the ground today, although I've had to take to the shade in the pavilion. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think I would have headed for the shade as well. I think the ball may be out of shape, but I think the umpire have said no, it's not, get on with it. Re-earpieces. So here's if you're listening, Jackie, let us know. I can confirm that the sets from Lords also work here at Sussex. They also have a TMS setting, a Sky Sports setting and a regular FM radio tuner. Can't remember how much it was. Not cheap, he says, as it was from Lords, I guess, but good quality, obviously. So that's really good to know. I'll read the rest of your email in a moment. As in comes Ben Gibbon bowls to Ollie Carter, who plays without timing down the ground to mid-on, fielded by Leach. There is no run. You can tell that one came off more of the bottom of Ollie Carter's bat. He says, also a little tip. I bought a Sussex cricket one from the shop here for my first season. That was last season. I decided I didn't need the lanyard dangling around, so clever old stick me, I cut it off. Only to find the aerial for the earpiece is actually in the lanyard. Ha! That wasn't good. In comes Gibbon bowls and Carter wide of the off stump, and he was it was a free hit really. There's nobody on the cover boundary, and it was wide of the off stump, and Ollie Carter threw the kitchen sink at that. The ball whistles away through backward point or through point for 4 runs, and the applause around the ground is for the 50 partnership between these two. Coming together when Sussex were 47 for 3 and in a fair bit of trouble. The two have added 51 in 86 balls in 56 minutes. Good partnership.
No, really good partnership, and just continuing the good work done in the morning session now into the afternoon. It's important they go again, regroup and continue to build on the hard work.
In comes Gibbon again. Bowls to Carter. That's short, and Carter pulls to Leach at mid-on, and there is no run. So just to reiterate, he said he bought the lanyard and the earpiece, but he cut the lanyard off, and that's where the aerial was, so it rendered it useless. Steve says, oh, well, you live and learn. Carry on the good work. Many thanks, Steve Murray. Really, really appreciate that email, Steve, and we can certainly make reference to that to other people like Jackie, who was in touch earlier on trying to get hold of an earpiece that can be used, not just here, but maybe at other grounds around the country. So thank you very much for getting in touch. Gibbon around the wicket bowls, Carter back and across and steers that into the offside, and there is no run. If you're just joining us, just a reminder of that Sussex, or I should say Worcestershire, won the toss this morning. Asked Sussex to bat first. Have to remember the last game here at Hove in the second innings, Glamorgan scored 773 or 773. Just check my notes. I ought to know this off the top of my head. 700 and...
a lot.
700 and a lot. Here we are, 737. There's a bit more in this pitch today. In comes Gibbon bowls wide of the off stump, and Ollie Carter really goes after that. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man. Not at all where he intended that to go. It was wide outside the off stump. Carter looking to punch that one away through extra cover. A big thick edge. The ball ends up down at third man. It wasn't a chance. But Carter rattling along here. He goes to 27, and the applause around the ground is 100 up for Sussex. 102 for 3. And Bradders was saying just before lunch that I thought Worcester bowled excellently for 90 minutes this morning. I've just let things drift a little bit here since just before lunch and since lunch. I'm sure Dollarbeer will be looking to tighten that up.
No, definitely. And I just think it's so important that Worcester tried to build on the positive 90-minute period they had, and I just think like you said, Adrian, they just got a little bit reckless, and you might have thought going into lunch they would have regrouped, but it looks like they've come out in a bit, the balls that they're allowing are 4 balls to Sussex. There's a slight change in field with a third man going in.
Gibbon again, in bowls to Carter, who plays another shot, lovely shot through extra cover. That's a stylish shot, and that's 12 off the over. Lovely shots by Ollie Carter, who's raced along here since lunch. He went to lunch on 14. He's now on 31. So, and that's just, we had 3 overs since lunch. Did we get a lunch on 30 overs? I think we did. I didn't actually, should have made a note of that, but I think it was 30 overs. So Sussex have come out with real intent here. I think they've been helped by I don't want to be unkind, but maybe by some. Where Bradders is in the room, generous bowling.
I would say generous is a nice word to describe it, and I just think.
I think we're going to get Joe Leach. I'm quite surprised he didn't open the bowling after lunch yesterday, and I think perhaps D'Oliveira's hand has been forced here slightly.
Yeah, I think the way Sussex have started the afternoon session. Again, I was surprised Leach didn't start the session from the top end of the ground with the success he had in the morning, and it's a hard one now because Leach will be coming into attack, and you've already just seen the change in field, third slip coming out into what looks like mid wicket. It just changes now. Obviously Leach is having to bowl with 2 slips probably if he would have started rather than having 3. So again, it's really important that the Sussex batters continue to focus and push on with the good work as Leach is running down the hill at Hove into Coles, and a fantastic on drive from James Coles. Probably the shot of the day for me so far, on a wicket that's tricky. Just seen James wait for that ball to come right under his eyes and just punch it through mid on, and a punch of the gloves with Ollie Carter. A great shot starts the session, and a top shot from James Coles.
Yes, he made 100 here in his last championship match. That was the game against Glamorgan, James Coles. That was his maiden first class century, and it's going on nicely here today as well.
And Leach is in and bowls, and well played from Coles again, playing the ball really late into the just defending out to point.
Here commentators say, Matt, that the on drive for a right-hander is a difficult shot to play. Why is that, and why does it always look so good when it's played properly?
I just think with the on drive, everything's got to fall into place, and it's probably you're playing it to a shot that could hit the stump, a ball that could hit the stumps. So although it's going to be full as Leach is in and bowls, and again well played, everything's got to be driving towards where you want to hit the ball. And I would say on a wicket like this, Adrian, it's even harder. That doesn't look like you've got the pace from here to work with, and especially with the pace that Leach bowls. James Coles has really had to wait for that ball to come up under his eyes, and it looks great, but it's a very hard shot to execute, and James has executed it superbly today. As Leach is coming down the hill to 2 slips, in and bowls, and a thick outside edge that goes down to the third man boundary for 4. Some obviously clapping from the slip cordon, but again, that just shows sort of the intent from the Sussex batters this morning, this afternoon rather, have changed. With the positive tack, Worcester have had to change the field and take the third slip out to mid wicket, and all of a sudden it creates more gaps as Coles moves on to 47, and Sussex 1-1-4 for 3. Motoring along, to be fair, in the afternoon session.
Absolutely. I don't think he quite intended to play it there, James Coles, but as you say, the fact the third slip has gone, the ball just raced away for a boundary.
Well played again. Coles just on the top of his toes, just works that nicely into the leg side for no run.
Jackie's been back in touch. He says, thank you for your other correspondence reply about the earpieces. So that's to Steve. So well done, Steve. He says £20 is typical Lord's pricing, but to get the alternative commentaries is a bonus. Jackie goes on to say there's a nice cool breeze at times at the top deck of the pavilion. It's really good to see the boys pushing the score along. You can see, well, it was slightly more breezy before lunch. See the flag linked to the flagpole at the minute.
And in comes Leach and bowls. Again, just a little bit wayward down the leg side, but again, what you said, Adrian, Roddick goes about his business very quietly. He's a really good operator, but behind the stumps.
He certainly is. Well, I'll do one more. I don't know whether Bradders has a 2 o'clock to do, and then we'll get Bradders back on commentary. Let me run through some of the other scores around the country. In Division 1 of the County Championship, Derbyshire bundled out by Yorkshire for just 111 at Chesterfield today. 5 wickets there for Matt Fisher, 5 for 33 for Ben Code. And in reply, Yorkshire are 4 without loss. Durham, who topped Division 2 of the County Championship, a tricky They're playing at home to Glamorgan. Glamorgan 108 for 3 at lunch. Up in the northeast of England. As in comes Adam Finch over the wicket, bowls, and he beats Carter outside the off stump with a pacey delivery taken by Roderick. There is no run. So in the northeast of England it's sunny. In the southwest of England it looks like it's wet, because at Bristol it's raining, and Gloucestershire are 38 without loss, and there's been no play there for the best part of a couple of hours. There has been play at Worcester today. Just to reiterate, well done to the Southern Vipers, well done to Georgia Adams, daughter of Chris, of course, and delighted to see the Vipers have won the Charlotte Edwards Cup. That's really good news, Matt.
That's great news for the Vipers, Sussex, and the Women's game in general. Really well done to Georgia and the team.
Comes Finch over the wicket, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to mid-wicket, and there is no run. She was on commentary here a couple of weeks ago. Georgia Adams, much like yourself, Matt, like a duck to water, so it's great to have you guys here giving your expertise on the game, which is good to... Really, really good. In the first division of the Championship, Essex 128 for 1 at Chelmsford against Somerset. Sir Alistair is still there. He's 56, not out.
What a player.
Yeah, what a player. And still doing it, isn't he? In comes Finch. The sun has disappeared momentarily. He's in on bowls, and Carter is forward defensively down the track. Finch fields off his own bowling, no run. At Canterbury, the leaders of the County Championship, Surrey have got Kent in a bit of trouble, 94 for 5 at lunch. 3 ducks in that innings as well. Bell Drummond for a duck, Joe Denley for a duck, Jack Leaning for a duck. 3 wickets there for Sean Abbott, 2 for Jordan Clark. So Surrey continuing to blaze a trail at the top of the Championship. Finch in again, bowls, and Carter is forward, plays to backward point, there is no run. At Southport, Hampshire in a degree of trouble. They're 70 for 5 against Lancashire. It's shared around there. Brothers were saying it's a lovely ground. I've been to Southport for football, but not for cricket.
I spoke to a friend of mine who plays for Lancashire, Luke Wells. Luke's not playing this game. I think he's just got a slight injury, but he sent me a photo of the ground at Southport, and it is a fantastic ground. It looks very, very nice.
And comes bowls. Outside of the off-stump. Carter had a real yahoo at that outside of the off-stump. I'm not sure he got his feet. I mean, he threw everything at it. I'm not sure his feet were in the right position at all, and he didn't seem to be in the best position to play the shot.
There's just been 2 or 3 balls this over. I just think Ollie's just probably just got a little bit complacent. Even just one there that he defended up down the ground. You just want to see him get into the ball a little bit more, especially on this sort of wicket. Really have that focus on every ball.
So Finch, final ball of this over from the C end of the ground. He runs in to bowl to Ollie Carter. He's in on bowls, and Carter defends into the offside, but places it well enough to the right of the fielder at point and picks up a single. So Ollie Carter goes to 32, Sussex to 115 for 3, I think that is, with James Cole's 3 runs short of a half century. Live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. I'm going to leave you in the very capable hands of Matt Green, and Bradders will be back with you in a second.
Yeah, so as Adrian said, Sussex 1-1-5 for 3, and Leach will continue at the top end of the ground to bowl to Ollie Carter. Ollie took single last ball of the last over, so again with 2 slips and a third man, and Leach is in, running down the hill at Hove and bowls, and a good length ball that Ollie just gives back, and again defended into the point region.
I thought we got a drone over the ground a minute ago, but it was a balloon, a party balloon that went floating up. Because if a drone comes over, is this something they have to go off?
I think they might have to go off if a drone comes. Yeah, if it's not. It definitely wasn't a spider cam.
No. It was a party balloon.
Yeah. And in comes Leach and bowls, beats the outside edge of Ollie Carter. A really well bowled delivery, just looked like it nipped off the seam, and probably what we start seeing now is Leach using the crease just like he did earlier on in the morning.
Yeah, just need to calm it down, don't they? From a Worcestershire point of view, they just need to bowl some maidens, a couple of runs off overs, and just need to put that pressure back on that they had until I reckon about quarter of an hour before lunch. But these two have batted very well.
And Leach bowls again slightly over pitch, but extremely well fielded in the covers, and umpire signalled a no ball again. Just looked like he stretched when he got to the crease there, actually, and the ball ended up coming out of his hand a lot fuller. It could be difficult running down the hill at Hove. It's a bigger slope than probably people give credit for if you just look at the ground. But when you actually stand out on the wicket or the pitch, you can notice the slope.
Yeah, someone once told me.
And in comes Leach and bowls. Well worked for Molly. He was going to push hard for 2 and sent back by Coles, which was the right decision. Again, I think what's been really evident is how late these Sussex batters have played the ball early on in the first 15 minutes of this session.
The whole momentum has turned. Somebody wants to talk. I think it was on a trip. I did the tour around Lords. My daughter's one. It was in the winter time.
And here comes Leach and bowls to Coles. Straight ball, just worked well into the leg side from James Coles to keep the scoreboard ticking. I think was a really good indicator of Sussex is sort of now trying to build on this momentum is the frequency of scoring. It's not just the boundaries now that they're picking up ones and obviously lack of twos, but putting the fielders under constant pressure, which is hard. So Seagull flies across the ground as Leach comes in and bowls left for Molly, but the ball just looked like it rose a little bit and caught him on the gloves. And
the guy showing us around the lawn said if you want to work out the slope on a cricket ground, follow the line of the seats. So if you go from the scoreboard up there and you follow the line of the seats around there, you probably drop in, I don't know, 6 to 8 feet down this end. The same the other side, you follow the line of the seats, it's probably up to the roof of some of those hospitality marquees.
And here comes Leach and bowls. Again, it forced a full shot there for Molly. I just saw it a little bit when in Finch's last over. That's just on this sort of wicket where you've got to have that care and attention every ball to really focus and make sure you're getting your head and all your body weight's going through the ball to just sitting off the length a little bit there, and lucky not to give a chance. But it's only when you said that visual about from the top seat and you actually work it down.
It's a long way, isn't it?
It is a long way.
Headingley as well. You just follow the line of the seats or anything. Blimey, that's a long one. I'm not sure. I think Headingley, I know this sounds daft, is a slightly different sort of slope, isn't it? Because I think the slope coming up at Headingley is slightly steeper, but the slope coming down isn't, if that makes sense. It probably doesn't. Sorry, folks. Let's get back to the cricket here. Here's Finch bowling. He's coming in right arm over from the sea end off the back foot, thumped into the covers where Azhar Ali is the fielder. Coles has 40, is that an 8 on there, Matt? Your eyes are younger than mine.
48 of 64.
48 and 31. Excuse stupidity. Actually, on the other board, they are a lot clearer. The actual individual totals are clear on the other board, but the team total isn't.
It's minimal.
Again, I'm not sure that makes any sense, but we know what we're talking about. Finch races in again, and this is coming forward, plays this solidly to mid-on, where Usama Mir is the fielder. Usama Mir had a 3 over spell before lunch. No, is this an official warning? It is.
Yeah.
An official warning for running on the pitch, Adam Finch. So, umpire Ben Debenham making sure that everybody knows. So you're going to have to be careful now. Finch in, bowls short. Oh, it's gone up in the air. Could go at third man, and he has. He's gone. Caught at third man. Leach takes it. He went for the up and undercut. Call it what you like. It was a short ball, and he will be very, very annoyed to have got out to that. Cole's gone for 48 But yeah, it was a good catch in the end by Leach, because they're never that easy, that third man. You've got to judge it. But as I say, he'll be livid, won't he?
He'll be furious with that, James Coles. So much hard work before the lunch session, and then to come out so positively and bat into the afternoon session. He'll be bitterly disappointed. He set himself up to go on and and build a really strong innings and positive innings there, and yeah, James will be bitterly disappointed. And again, you don't know how this is going to change the momentum of the game now. You've got a new batter coming in. It's what we've seen throughout the morning. It's a very hard wicket to start on, and especially if Leach from the top end. And I guess the chat from D'Oliveira in that huddle would be, let's try and make the new man play as much as we can.
Yes, very much so. A bit of a bonus wicket, I think, that there for Worcestershire. Is that 119? It is at the total, 119 for 4. Dan Ibrahim on his way to the middle. Well, we talk about momentum so much particularly in cricket, I think. And Worcestershire's fielders, they'll be, we've got a wicket, we've got 4 down now. If you've gone on to 150 for 3. That momentum's gone away from them, hasn't it? It's gone towards Sussex, but now they've got that wicket and they think,
yeah, and it's like a seesaw, how it can change and change so quickly. A lot said about key moments in games, and the coaching staff are constantly talking to their group of players about winning key moments. And I'm not saying that that necessarily was a key moment in the game, but now it's going to be really important with a new batter in. Dan Ibrahim. It's going to be a really big 5 overs at Dan, and the Worcestershire fielders will be trying to get their back up and try and get Sussex 6 down or as quick as they can.
Here's Finch. He's taken his first wicket of the day, and nicely forward. Abraham plays the ball out on the offside. Nice to get that ball in the middle of the bat, first ball, and of course, in this day and age, in the past, he wouldn't have been facing because they would have crossed. But now, the batsman coming in has to face.
Yeah.
Which is an extra bonus for the team.
I think so. Yeah. Used to see it a lot when the ball was in the air. The actual batters tried to cross.
Yeah. It's one less responsibility for the umpires as well. Finch in, bowls wide of the off stump. Bat lifted and allowed to go through. Ice cream van around the back of the stand where we are was doing a very healthy trade. And talking about healthy trade, we didn't have one at lunchtime.
They did look very nice, though.
They did, didn't they?
They did look very nice.
Yeah. For those who know Tim Jones, who runs the Heritage Group at New Road, he was in the queue. If you're his dietitian, he was in the queue, and he wasn't buying for somebody else. I like to get people into trouble on the radio. Finch in, bowls, Abraham forward, nicely again, bang into line, pushes it away on the offside. Adam Finch has got his first wicket of the day. He's taken 1 for 15 from 8 overs. Sussex are 119 for 4. Live commentary coming to you from Hove, day 1 of Worcestershire. Visit here against Sussex. Matt Green is our guest today on Dave Bradley, and Adrian Harms will be back to entertain you as he's bought a mouth organ at lunchtime. But the only way he would. Leach to continue.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if they go back to 3 slips with when Ibrahim's on strike as well with Leach, and I think you might see them really attack Ibrahim especially with Leach, and as he comes down the hill and bowls. Good line, good length. Ollie just sees that one through to the keeper. Just how he finished that last over to Daniel Ibrahim, and just thought the length and the line that he bowled was really challenging. And for any new batter coming in, it's sort of your first 10 balls are always going to be the hardest, and really. Again, you're trying to create a decision all the time for the batters as a bowler. So you're wanting Dan to make a decision, not make the bowler make the decision for him. As Leach is in and bowls, and again, good line, good length, and Ollie just plays straight up and down the ground.
Yeah, making him play, and at the new batsman, you've got to make him play.
Yeah. It's always hard, I think, as a batter as well, when you've constantly got to make decisions and hard decisions. Do I play? Do I leave the ball? And I think those first 3 balls from Finch to Dan, I think there was a decision every ball. As Leach is in and bowls, again, just played up to mid-on. Again, just starting to see the Worcestershire fielders just trying to create a little bit more atmosphere out there. Was hearing the headset, it's where they went quiet for sort of a 15-20 minute period after the lunch break, and just sort of, you know, perked up now after that wicket.
Yeah. Well, another one, and they're well on top of this, aren't they?
Yeah, well on top.
Say if they'd got 250 for 3, it's a different story.
And here comes Leach and bowls. Again, beat the outside edge of Ollie Carter there. Ollie has a look at the pitch and just indicates with his hand that the ball's just nipping around slightly. It's gone from that wicket of Coles again. You can just see just the whole feel of the game. It's really interesting. Sussex didn't play a miss at a ball after lunch, and now after the wicket we've seen 2 or 3 player misses. As Leach turns and in. Bowls to Ollie, again, good line in length. Just looks like the ball's keeping a little low, and you can really see the batters just trying to force themselves into the length, not sitting off the ball.
Well, he's got 1 ball left of this over. Leach, another dot ball, and that just increases the pressure, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just makes the pressure a little bit more, especially where Ollie's been so used to scoring runs, and then obviously to have a period of 6 balls, if this is a dot ball without one, and as we have Leach coming in and bowling, offers a bit of width, and Ollie plays it well, but straight to the point fielder. I think a really good indicator of the fielding side is always the wicket-keeper, how quick you can see the wicket-keeper travelling and going between overs, and just seeing Roddick there just increase the momentum of that and sort of trying to up the pace of the game in favour of his Worcestershire side.
It's a big thing, the wicket-keeper's role. Okay, you take catches, he stumps people, but in a good wicket-keeper, he's the centre, isn't he? He's the hub of it all.
Yeah, he's the hub for the captain. He can see angles, he can see the batter's technique, he can see everything really.
Here's Adam Finch coming in, bowling, pushed away on the offside by Ibrahim, yet to get off the mark. Just the breeze just picking there's no Worcestershire flag here today, no, I'm not sure why, but it just picks up the Sussex flag, but then it goes limp back against the flagpole, and it's Adrian saying the beach behind us will be full of some very red people, I would think, by the end of the day.
Yeah.
a few lobsters walking around and not coming out of the sea either. Here's here's Finch's next delivery forward, pushing down the pitch. So that's what, 8, it's 9, so it's 11 balls without a run. Just, people might think, you've got 90 overs in a day, what are you on about 11 balls without a run, but it just psychologically puts that pressure. Ibrahim hasn't got off the mark, and Carter's lost his partner, his batting partner, that is. Finch rumbles away again and bowls. This is off an inside edge, beats the keeper, going down towards the boundary. I said it beats the keeper. I actually think that Roderick got a hand on that, and Finch's hands are still up in the air. You signal a bye?
Yeah, bye.
Blimey, that must have done a lot, because Roderick was diving towards the leg side, wasn't he?
I think the movement off the seam, the way the ball's nipping now, and you could just see that beat Ibrahim on the inside.
Yeah, but it must have gone a long way. Yeah, very often it does go a long way when it's past the stumps, but I was convinced that it'd come off something. That run takes it to 120 for 4. Here's Finch's next ball forward, pushing out on the offside, and there is no run. 2 clouds building up. They're not threatening clouds. I'm just caught the end of a weather forecast to say that central and western areas of England were, Wales of course, we're liable to get some storms this afternoon. these are not, they're not stormy clouds. Says he, being a weather expert, of course. I know about these things. The cumulus and the, what's the other one? The tremulus or something? Or they were a group in the 60s, the tremulos. Here's an export which is wide of the off stump. Goes through to Gareth Roderick. The squeal of the goals. I once said that we got the squeal of the seagulls at Worcester, and I was berated by a bird expert who said they're not seagulls, they are terns. They're not even gulls, apparently, they're terns. I said, well, whatever they are, they're noisy. Finch to finish the over, yes. And this ball is played away on the onside. There's always a mix-up here, and it gets back. If it hit the stumps, I don't think it would have been out. D'Oliveira doing the backing up as the throw comes in. But is that bit of pressure coming in there?
I think that's just that little bit of pressure just creating now, and what that little scenario that we've just seen with Dan Ibrahim trying to push for the single, that's just going to create that sort of theatre environment. And again, you can see that now there'll be the big one, what we saw in the morning session when Worcester were on top. The fielders were already in position as the batters were still chatting, and it looks like for the first time this afternoon we're going to see this here.
Yeah.
And it'd be interesting to see if we see that third. Yeah, just as we thought, D'Oliveira bringing in the third slip into Ibrahim for Leach.
Yeah, Usama Mir going up from third man. I think it's 15 balls when we haven't had a run off the bat.
Yeah, and in comes Leach to Ibrahim. Ibrahim played, and again, Ibrahim there just fending at one to second slip. Dan Ibrahim out without troubling the scorers, caught in the second slip by
Jack Haynes.
Well taken catch down to his right. And again, we're starting to see that real shift in momentum from Sussex. It was interesting with Ibrahim trying to take a single on the last ball of the over. And unfortunately, Dan Ibrahim out without troubling the scorers for no score.
Yeah, it's a funny game, this, isn't it? 119 for 3, going really well after lunch. An uppercut shot, if you want to call it that, down to third man. And all of a sudden, Worcestershire, you would think, back in control, 120 for 5.
Yeah, from a Worcestershire perspective now, if you're the Worcestershire fielders, you're probably setting a target of 200.
Yeah.
You know, that's probably the chat between D'Oliveira in that huddle, and now, come on, let's really focus, let's stick to our basics, let's do the basics better than we've done for the opening part of the afternoon session, and try and keep Sussex under 200.
And it's, as we've been saying, I've been boring the listeners to bits with it, but it's pressure. It is pressure. It's bowling dot balls. The batsman, however you play cricket, you want to score runs, don't you?
Yeah.
And if you're out there for a long time, you haven't scored a run, it's in the back of your mind.
It's really funny. When I was coaching, we used to count the dot balls, and it was always 18 dot balls, so 3 maidens on the trot. I don't know if there was a statistic, and I think there was, unless someone was trying to pull the wool over my eyes, is you're such a significantly higher at getting a wicket. So just that importance of building dot balls, as Finn Hudson-Prentice, the new Sussex man, is in to face Leach for the first time, in and plays late into the offside. But yeah, just building, and again, it's that grouping. And I just thought that's where Worcester sort of the game shift in the latter part of the morning, where the grouping, there was too many. They were bowling some good balls, but the in-between balls were going to the boundary, and it was quite easy to score. Where now the grouping's a lot better, and putting the Sussex batters under pressure.
Yeah.
As Finn faces his second ball from Leach in and bowls, and well played. Into the offside.
Left in this over, 3 balls. Sorry, I got to go off and do other things. Are you ready to? Are you in the starting blocks there, Arms? Yeah. Like a greyhound in the slips. He is. Okay.
and Leach at the top of his mark, and just turns and bowls. And in, driven not convincingly into the offside from Hudson Prentice to mid off.
Well, I think Bradders was absolutely right. I mean, how a game can change. I mean, a couple of observations really. I mean, you guys said it. James Coles will be absolutely furious with himself for that shot. You know, he'd done all the hard work, and someone sent me a note that it's like a T20 shot, which it was. I think the coach. I think Paul Farbrace's take on these things. If you learn from your mistakes, then that's good. But I'm sure James would have learnt from that.
Yeah, as Leach is in and bowls, and well played from Finn. Really well played.
And then to lose Dan Ibrahim soon after, I thought he looked a bit anxious. Dan Ibrahim hasn't played a lot of Championship cricket this season, and now Sussex are in a bit of trouble because I mean there's still runs down the order. Still Hudson Prentice, you say, in now. Nathan McAndrew, Jack Carson can make runs as well. Then we've not seen anything of Henry Shipley, so I don't know. But then Harry Carvelos. But the whole emphasis of the match has completely turned on its head. Completely
changed as Leach is in and bowls. Again, Finn just pushing at a ball there. He's going to get 4 runs through the third man region, but the big one there for me, Adrian, was when you see Finn making contact with that ball, just how far his head was off the contact, and just the importance of really waiting. And I probably said it all morning and into the afternoon, but the importance of waiting for that ball to come right up under your eyes to play, especially on a wicket like this where the bowlers are rewarded for discipline, and we've seen that is the more dot balls, the more discipline the bowling attack's prepared to be, it looks like you're going to be rewarded.
Voice there of Matt Green. Great to have Matt on commentary with us today. First time in the commentary box at home. It's been a real pleasure to have him with us. Has worked with a lot of these young Sussex academy players who have made their way into the first team. But there's much rebuilding to be done here for Sussex as Adam Finch runs away from us. Tall right arm over the wicket, bowls to Carty, plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. And just another point about that wicket, Matt, was that Adam Finch just had an official warning for running on the pitch. He does it again, he's out the attack. So his confidence is that must have been on his mind. As he comes into bowl that delivery to James Coles, it must have been on his mind. So you've got Worcestershire on the back foot here. You've got them, not bowling particularly well after lunch. You've got Finch on a warning, and then you get out.
Yeah, James will be kicking himself.
Absolutely.
Change rooms.
Absolutely. And then you lose another wicket, and all of a sudden, it's the beauty of 4-day cricket. In comes Finch and bowls, and Carter is forward, plays into the offside nicely, and there is no run. I say Sussex still with plenty of batting to cover. You just sort of reached a stage where you thought Sussex are really getting on top here.
Yeah, like really getting on top, and I guess that's Cole's coming off 100 in his last game.
Yeah.
He's confident. Like we mentioned previously, a fantastic catch in the T20 Lords the other night against Middlesex. And what Paul Farbrace won't want to be doing is he won't want to be curving that positivity. It's just how you channel it.
Of course. In comes Finch and bowls down the leg side. Work that one away, clip the ball away back of square on the leg side. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Roderick, and there is no run. And I think that's a really good point, actually, that you don't want to berate a young player. It's very easy from up here. It's a poor shot. He's giving his wicket away. Da-di-da-di-da-da. If that sails away over third man for 6, we all say that's brilliant improvisation. The problem was there was a fielder there, and it was straight down Joe Leach's throat. So you don't want to take that out of a player. In comes Finch and bowls. Oh, Carter, I thought that goes a little low to Ollie Carter. He's got a little inside edge on that, goes through to the keeper. Could very nearly have played on.
Just seen Ollie indicating there with his hand to Finn. Like you said, Adrian, he thought that kept low.
Yeah. And I suppose it's very much the way of England. We'll have to see how England play in the Ashes, where players are encouraged to play their shots, and that is good. But if you learn by your mistake, I think that's all well and good. James Coles is only 19 years of age. He's a fine player. I think he's going to get a lot of hundreds for Sussex. It was just a shame. He looked so good today. Finch in bowls. Carter reaches for that and plays a stylish shot. That's a lovely shot. It was over pitch. His foot was to the pitch of the ball, and it was just looked a gorgeous cover drive for 4 runs. He goes to 37. Sussex to 128 for 5.
No, great shot there from Ollie. Really good shot. But then, just to follow up on Coles, it's disappointing for him. But obviously, a really good crowd at Hove today for this game, and I was really looking. That's probably the first time I've seen him play here, and I was really excited and really enjoying watching him play. He looks a fine talent.
Yeah, he is. He is a good player, and getting a chance at number 4 as well without Cheshire Pajara in the side. Finch in again and bowls, and leaning forward is Carter. Plays down to third man. We should be doing an update on the radio, but there's been a change of programming, so maybe they're not going to come to us. I will find out. I'll let you do commentary on the next over, Matt. I'm just going to make a quick phone call to the studio.
No problem. Finch there, just looking a little bit disappointed with himself as he's walking to the fine leg boundary. Probably just felt he'd just let Carter just get on top of him towards the back end of the over, and we've just seen to Ollie Carter just a change in field with the third man with the third slip coming out, going to third man. A really good crowd here at Hove today, just like Adrian said earlier on the comms. Free entry for families and anyone coming in. Leach eager to get the over underway, and Ollie just not quite ready, just pulling out. Looks like Leach wants a slight change in the field. He's bringing, Leach signalled the change in field. His interest in Brett D'Oliveira, captain, taking the third slip out at the start of the over for Carter, but Leach quite adamant there with his skipper and putting the third slip back in.
I think it has to be the right decision, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. As Leach is in and bowls, and well played into the offside from Ollie. But yeah, no, definitely, Adrian. I think with the way the game's poised is, Worcester in a great position, and get as many catches into the game as you can.
I'll just take over if you don't mind, Matt, because we've got an update to give to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex, and then Bradders will come and join us. So Matt's going to have a break for half an hour. We'll see Matt sometime after 3 o'clock. Thank you very much to Matt Green, who's worked with a lot of these young Sussex players throughout the academy, and great to have him on the commentary team today. As in comes Joe Leach running in down the hill. Bowls to Carter, who drives uppishly, and he gets away with that. D'Oliveira can't quite believe it as the ball rattles away. Down to Jake Libby, who races back from deep backward square to field. Yes, hello, Sylvie. Very good afternoon to you from a lovely sunny Hove. In fact, as I say that, the sun has just gone behind some cloud. Sussex against Worcestershire this week in the County Championship. This is day 1. Sussex 131 for 5. It was a lot better than that not so long ago when they were 119 for 3, but they lost a couple of wickets since lunch. James Cole's out for 48. Daniel Ibrahim out for a duck. Ollie Carter doing his best to repair the damage. He is 40 not out. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, the leaders of the County Championship, Surrey, are in action against Kent. Kent in all sorts of trouble. They're 127 for 5, 3 wickets there for Sean Abbott.
Speech in and out.
Thank you very much to producer men. If they could turn the live clean feed off, that'd be great.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. There we are.
Wonderful.
Works like magic.
Such efficiency.
Yeah.
Give those people a rise.
Back very well here, Worcester Bradders.
Yes.
And no, Joe Leach back in the attack, 4 for 48. He's in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, who's forward, plays into the covers. No run. We were just discussing James Coles. We don't want to hang James out to dry here because he's a fine young player. But how a game can turn, because Adam Fincher just had that warning, Bradders, for running on the pitch. He must have been on his mind, and he bowls a wide one outside the off stump, and suddenly you get a wicket, and the whole game changes. It's amazing.
That's the game, isn't it? Yeah, that is the game. That's why we watch. That's
why we love it.
Yeah, that's why we come and watch games. Yeah.
It's just clouding up a little bit as in comes Leach and bowls. Oh, Hudson Prentice has beaten it. Such a fine delivery by Joe Leach, just short of a length. Hudson Prentice beaten outside the off stump, and. It is one of it feels muggy in here. I know we're inside a commentary box, but it's it is a muggy, sultry. Good word.
I think Brett D'Oliveira will be aware that he doesn't want to bowl Joe Leach into the ground, does he? It is a hot and sultry day. But his other problem is that when Leach isn't bowling, the stranglehold seems to come off a little bit.
His way from the Cromwell Road end bowls. It takes a couple of steps down the wicket to Hudson Prentice, which is An interesting ploy to try and counteract Joe Leach. He plays it into the offside. There is no run. It is the end of the over. 1:32 for 5. Carter on a very stylish 41. Hudson Prentice on 4. And if you've just joined us, you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. You may be listening on the BBC. To BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms and Dave Bradley.
We are here.
We are here.
It's Sussex by the sea.
We are. Yeah.
As I say, I had a little stroll along last evening. I might do the same this evening.
Along the front?
Yeah, no, I'm sort of more... I'm more up the other way. I'm more west of here where I'm staying, but, you know,
Okay.
it's not far, so I might have a stroll down. And when it gets a bit cooler, lovely. Here's Adam Finch into bowl, and this is short and flicked away off the thigh. Good fielding down there by Matthew Waite. Does well, a big fella, to get down to his left. They're going to come back for 3. They're going to have to hurry, and they make it, but only just. So in the end, Waite saves a run, but fine bit of fielding there.
Excellent, wasn't it?
Yeah, and that's one of the longer boundaries on the ground to get that throw back in from there. I think if it had been bang over top of the stumps, I think Hudson Prentice might have been struggling.
I would agree.
135 for 5.
So, what did you have sort of fish and chips and sit and watch the sea last night, Bradders, or
No. Fish and chips definitely
off the agenda?
Off the agenda.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have to have fish and chips at Scarborough.
Right.
Yeah, you have to do that. It's the law. Finches in and bowls, and beats the outside edge. I don't think that bounced as much as the batsman Hudson Prentice thought it was going to. Yeah, you have to go. If you know Scarborough, you have to go down over the bridge, over the road, and there's a chippy there on the right-hand side, and you have to go and get your fish and chips from there, and then you walk down the side road, and there's a bench where you have to sit and eat your fish and chips, because that's where Callie used to sit and eat his fish and chips.
Right, that's Dave Callaghan, who's the
Dave
old
Callaghan.
Yorkshire commentator for many, many years. He's no longer with us.
Yeah, and so it's a bit of a nod as Finch is in a bowls, and forward comes Hudson Prentice, oohs and ahs from the slip fielder and the wicket keeper. So yeah, it's kind of a bit of a tradition. Dave Townsend and myself sat there on a very pleasant evening last year. So, but apart from that, I'm off the. I love fish and chips, but
not good for you.
I get weighed in on a Thursday morning, mate. It's no good saying I've had fish. Well, you shouldn't have done that, should you? In fact, my dietitian person told me you could have fish and chips every day if you're on a diet, but you can't eat anything else in the whole day. That's it. That's your calories gone. Finch in again, and this time it's half an edge. Ooh. And it stopped in the slips. It didn't carry to the slips. I fancy Hose at first slip got his hand to that. He's still down on the ground. I don't know if he's banged his hand, but that was definitely an edge. And Finch, having, shall we say, taken a little fortunate wicket, be a catch down third man, is now cursing his luck because he's had a couple in this over. That could have seen another batsman on his way up the pavilion steps.
It doesn't look overly secure here, Finn Hudson Prentice, as he's played at a couple outside the off stump.
Crouches down the batsman, and in comes Finch. This is wide of the off stump, and he's just letting that one go on its way. 1 for 23, about to bowl the last ball of his 11th over, Adam Finch. So he's been very frugal, is the word I think I'm searching for. No, it is nice, and I often find. I know this sounds. I was in Durham earlier this season. What a nice place to go and walk around in the evening.
Yeah, beautiful, isn't it? Yeah, I agree. No, it's lovely.
Yeah, or early morning.
Yeah, up to the beautiful cathedral there, Bradders.
Lovely,
gorgeous inside.
Yeah. In comes Finch and bowls, and this is driven by Hudson Prentice. That is a good shot. D'Oliveira gives up the chase towards that shorter boundary. Nicely into line early, banged it away. Finch, he's really annoyed with himself because he offered a half volley there, and rather easy. We've been talking about pressure all day, haven't we? And rather easy, that bit of pressure maybe from Hudson Prentice, who's gone on to 8, and Sussex are 139 for 5. Yeah, but I've got this thing about city centres and town centres first thing in the morning. When you go around, and there's a line in the Dire Straits song, "Good Night to the Street Sweepers," and something else I can't remember. But it's that, just, they are out there. They're probably watering the hanging baskets in the street, and the bin men are just clearing away. I just think, I don't know, there's something about that
early morning
in a what's going to be a busy city centre.
Leach running in towards us. Bowles, Carter is forward. He's going to get runs here. He might get 4 runs actually down towards Serban. They're all racing away across the. I think he's just going to catch there. Is Jake Libby. Carter comes back for a second run, nudges that one. Not sure he quite intended it to go there through the slip cordon. Nonetheless, he goes to 46. Sussex 141 for 5. I'm with you. I mean, we're lucky to go to some of these lovely cities, and Durham is definitely one. If I go up to the northeast, I tend to stay in and around Durham, just have a little wander around. It's really nice. A town that's heavily dependent on the university.
Oh, very much so, very much. Yeah.
On one occasion, I had to get a cab from up to the ground, actually, which is quite a long way, and the cabbie said to me, he said, if it wasn't for the university, he said,
yeah.
In comes Leach, Bowles. Carter cuts away. I thought it was going to go for his half century then, but he's not timed it at all. Goes to mid-off. And it suddenly got really gloomy.
It has.
Out of nowhere. And the wind has got up a little bit as well. I can see the trees rustling away. I don't know if we have got a little bit. In fact, looking away to the west, Bradders.
Slightly darker, isn't it?
It does look darker. It does look a little bit sort of iffy. Let's hope not, because we've got a good crowd in. It's a free day at Hove. If you're sitting at home thinking, I quite fancy going down to Hove, where I've never been before. In comes Leach and Bowles, and Carter is flicking this one away down to fine leg. There is a fine leg. It's Adam Finch. He goes to 47, 142 for 5. Nice little tickle round the corner. It's got really gloomy out of nowhere. Of course, we've been extolling the virtues of the Sussex Museum throughout our commentaries. If you're in the ground, you're listening to us, and you think, oh, quite fancy something to do at tea time. If it does rain, you better not all rush in there. There's not enough room, Bradders. probably Keith and his volunteers will get, about 1,000 people queuing to go in the museum. Well, you can't all come in. Leach turns. Engine runs in and bowls. And, is he put down? I think he is put down.
No, they're appealing for the catch.
I think he dropped that. He did drop it, didn't he?
I'm not sure that the umpires think that it carried. The Worcestershire fielders think it's carried.
I thought he put that down. Roderick is absolutely convinced he's caught it. Well, let's just wait for the decision, because he definitely nicked it, I thought, Finn Hudson Prentice. I thought it bounced, and Gareth Roderick claimed the ball. And there was no real big appeal from the fielders, was there? That was very odd.
I think it was one of those that they thought...
He's out. Hudson Prentice is gone.
He's gone, yeah.
Well, you have to... Yeah, I'm sure Gareth Roderick's very honest. My initial opinion with the naked eye was I thought the ball had bounced, but clearly I was wrong, because Hudson Prentice is on his way. For 8, we said he didn't look that secure. He's gone. And now Sussex in a real pickle. 142 for 6. That's an odd one, Bradders, wasn't it?
It was an odd one, yeah. The batsman, if he doesn't think it's carried, he has the rights to stay there.
Of course.
But I think the two umpires sort of got together and thought, well, it must have carried. So good catch from Roderick.
In that case, a very good catch, and we should say a fifer for Joe Leach, one of the many fifers in his career. And Sussex, having been going along very, very nicely just after lunch, at 119 for 3, are all of a sudden 142 for 6, and it looks a completely different game all of a sudden. I'm just going to keep a look on the ground staff as to where they are, as to whether they think it's going to
I've just had a text from somebody on the ground to say the rain is brewing up behind you.
Thank you.
So it's pantomime time.
Yeah, pantomime
it's
time.
It's behind you.
The ground staff are not rushing.
Oh, well, that's...
which is a sign that maybe...
Yeah.
They think it's going to pass. But it's got, from being a beautiful sunny day, it's now got a little murky. But Joe Leach, what can you say? 550. Worcestershire Leach either gets runs, takes wickets, or a mixture of both. A wholehearted cricketer. It's what you want in your county side, a stalwart of the county. And he's coming into bowl for the new man, who's Nathan McAndrew. The Australian, he bowls, and McAndrew is forward solidly, plays him to the offside, and there is no run.
Just got a replay of that dismissal. It does look as if he actually catches it off the right boot of Hose at slip. It wasn't going to carry to Hose, so the wicket-keeper goes for it, and it carries, yeah. I think he's...
So when we thought it had bounced off the foot of Hose?
I don't think, no. I don't think it went that far. Right. I think he just got down and took it.
Well, in that case, it was a remarkable catch. In comes Leach. Oh, and is he caught behind? There's an appeal for LBW. Not upheld by umpire Newell, but Joe Leach has got the ball on a piece of string here. It's a very fine piece of bowling. A lovely catch by Gareth Roderick, which we didn't give undue credit to, so we apologise to Gareth for that, because it was a good bit of wicket keeping, and we did say earlier on today what a very fine wicket keeper he is. But Sussex here in trouble, 142 for 6. And I think they're the applause, presumably, for Joe Leach's 5 wickets, and he gets good applause from a very sporting crowd here at home.
Yes, very good. Yeah, that LBW that they were shouting for McAndrew, too high. Hit his thigh pad, so going well over the top, I would have said. But yeah, it is very strange. In 5 minutes, the weather has completely changed here. Here's Finch. He's in and bowls, and this is just turned away on the onside by Carter, who's watched a few wickets go down at the other end. Certainly when he and Coles were going well after lunch, 119 for 3, we thought, different game now. It's 142 for 6.
Yeah, I'm being told that the top of the I-360, which is just behind us, you were saying, Brad, that's the big tower on the front.
Yes.
That's disappeared into the low cloud.
Oh dear.
So that doesn't sound good.
Finch in again, and this is short and pulled away through mid-wicket. That'll go away for 4. Only the pigeons will stop it, and they fly out of the way rapidly. And that's a very good 50. Nice applause round the ground. 50 for Ollie Carter off 83 balls with 7 fours. He's batted well on a
very good indeed
on a difficult day.
Yes, he has, and he's with no Pujara in the side. Sussex batting, I think, not looking. It needs others to come to the party.
Yeah,
and Ollie Carter has done that today.
Yeah, if you've got a man in form, you can be too reliant on him, can't you?
For sure.
I used to think that Worcestershire were too reliant on Graham Hick at one time to get runs, and if he didn't, they didn't. Here's Finch, and he comes, and this is pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Now, the umpire is going to have a look where Finch's feet are landing. Now, he's had a warning.
He's
a second warning. Yep, so one more, and you're off. Be interesting here. I wouldn't mind betting a shilling for younger listeners. That's 5p. That Finch might come off at the end of this over and come down the slope.
Is this the 43rd or 40? I can't see that, Brad.
No, I can't see that. I've given up. Finch races in and bowls and beats the outside edge of the bat. There might have been a very, very, very late leave there by Carter, but my thought was that it's beaten him.
Well, he's had 2 warnings, Adam Finch. The first one came in the 37th over. Interesting, because just when it happened, I thought he might have maybe gone up to the umpire and said, well, where exactly? But he didn't. He just wandered back to his mark, didn't he?
Yeah, almost as if he accepted it.
Yes, almost as if he knew.
He's probably trying to bowl really close to the stumps.
Yeah.
But he's obviously running on the bit that you're not supposed to run on.
Are you out the innings or out the match?
At the innings, I think. Finch in, bowls forward, playing the ball out on the onside. And there is no run. Total is 146 for 6. Live cricket coming to you from Hove. And Dave Bradley, Adrian Harms alongside me. Matt Green, our special guest today.
He just had a little look there, didn't he?
There's a lot of looking. There's a lot of looking behind us. Both umpires have just looked at the cloud formation behind us. So we don't get any rain today. This is a good day's cricket.
Yeah, it is really good.
Away goes Finch. And this time, pushed away on the offside. I was going to say they're going for a quick single, but they're going for a comfortable single. Azhar Ali stops the ball with his boot. Takes me back a long way.
It's I seem to have 2 Playfair annuals, Brad. One of them yours?
Yeah. I usually buy 3 a season.
Do you?
Because I'll leave them in different places.
Yeah.
I usually put my name on the inside cover as well.
No names.
No names, no pack drill.
Yeah.
End of the over, 147 for 6. Sussex. Leach continued. Leach so far has 5 for 51 off 14 overs. Maybe his last one in this spell, as I say. Delafieri doesn't want to bowl him into the ground. That clouds are whizzing across the ground now. All of a sudden.
Yes, they are. Here comes Joe Leach. He's coming running into old Ollie Carter, who maybe been annoyed to get out to that. It was playing a miss outside the off stump. The ball rattles soon to the gloves of Roderick. There is no run. So 147 for 6 at one stage after lunch. There were 119 for 3. There was James Coles for 48. Daniel Ibrahim without scoring. And now Finn Hudson-Prentice for 8. Jack Carson could bat. He's at number 9. Not quite so sure about Henry Shipley. We haven't seen him bat so far.
I think everybody bats.
Everybody bats a bit. Yeah, everybody does bat a little bit. Leach has caused no end of problems throughout the day. Runs in, down the hill, bowls, and Carter this time shows better judgment and lets the ball pass by outside of the off stump. And there is no run.
I did a little bit of calculation last season. I think we were sort of mid-May, towards the end of May, and not just Worcestershire, on every county, and how many runs the last 5 wickets had added to the total. And a lot of times it was more from the last 5 than you got from the first 5.
Interesting, yeah. Yeah, I mean, how often in the last few years you see 70 for 5 and 380 all out or something?
Yeah.
It does happen. Leach on his way down the hill, bowls, and Carter forward, plays to mid-on. What about Leach? No, he does go to mid-on, and there is no run. So when you're sort of wandering around towns early on in the morning, Brad,
oh yes,
I mean, people think you're a bit strange, or you
well, I think I told you this, but I told Matt this. I was wandering around where I'm staying out at Southwick this morning. Very nice, very leafy lanes. And a police car pulled up beside me.
What time was this?
This was probably 7 o'clock this morning because I was up nice and early. I thought, well, get out while it's cool.
Leach in bowls, Carter forward, solidly placed to mid-off, no run.
I sort of turned around and he wound the window down. I said, "Are you all right, sir?" I said, "Yeah, thanks for asking." Apparently somebody had rung the police and said there was a suspicious character wandering around looking in car windows. I said, "Well, it's not me, mate." I said, "Because I know nothing about cars." To the extent I drove one to Nottingham and back last Friday, a BBC car, and I got home, my wife said, "Oh, you're back nice and early. What sort of car did you have?" I said, "It was grey." I know nothing about cars, absolutely nothing. Leach
running in and bowls, Carter. I said, "Go outside the off stump, no run." And what was the officer's reaction, Brad?
Oh, he chuckled a bit.
Did he?
Yeah, I think there's probably somebody in that area who rings them on a regular basis.
Yes.
And he actually said, "Well, 7 o'clock on a Sunday morning, there's not much going on." They thought it was very funny. Anyway, my case comes up next Tuesday, apparently.
Bradders is going to be wheeled into Home Magistrates Court for being a nuisance.
I'm calling you as a character witness. So that's be 5 years in Pentonville, that will.
Leach over the wicket. Bowls. Carter, good judgment. Let's that one pass by outside of the off stump. So well played, Ollie Carter. Well bowled, Joe Leach. I think Bradders might be right. I wonder whether Brett Dolafieri is just having a little word there. There we are, a little touch of that. You must be psychic, Bradders. I reckon that's the end of Joe Leach. He's taken his cap and wanders off to his fielding position, but what a lovely set of figures they are. 15 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 51. Here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester, Adrian Harms, Dave Bradley. Back Green, your commentary team. And Worcestershire, having asked Sussex to bat this morning, will be very pleased with their day's work so far.
Matthew Wade coming on from the sea end here. As I was saying earlier, Worcestershire's top of the Worcestershire averages this season with 16 wickets. Leach now has taken 30, which ain't bad, is it, by
June? Do you mind spiders, Bradders?
Well, it depends how big they are.
Well, he's a little one. Can you see him?
Oh, I think I can cope with him.
He's crawling across. Is it a spider or an ant?
I have no idea. Better ask it. Here's weight bowling, short of length and not really time pushed away.
I only ask, mate, 'cause he's heading your way.
It always amuses me that, oh, that's an ant. Yeah. And here's Deck coming just after it. How people say, oh, there's a spider, there's a spider. Yeah, well, a spider's about an inch long. You know, you're 5'10". Oh, I don't think it's going to do much damage, is it? Weight in bowls wide of the off stump through to the wicket keeper.
If you're scared of spiders, it's called something, isn't it?
Arachnophobia.
Very good, Brad. I
didn't know that.
Has that come up in a pub quiz?
No, there was a film called Arachnophobia.
Right, okay.
But, yeah.
Is there such a film? Because one thing I don't like are wasps. Is it waspophobia? I'm not keen on wasps, I've got to say.
No. Well, they're a bit more dangerous than spiders.
Well, they are.
Unless you're in Australia. Here's an X-ball, that's well wide of the off stump.
But my dad used to get really annoyed and he would say, if you leave it alone, don't flick at it, just leave it alone, let him cry.
Don't annoy it.
Yeah, that's
what I like, don't annoy it.
Yeah, that's
Oi,
right.
you, wasp.
Yeah. You're eating a jam sandwich and Dad would say, look, just, let him buzz around you and he'll go away.
Yeah.
He never did the wasp,
The wasp. Oh, well, no, the wind's getting up now.
Yeah.
Something to our left that's being blown around. Here's Waite in again. This is pushed away on the offside. Now, what Waite will generally do is bowl tight overs. He's bowled 123 overs so far before today. 24 of those were maidens, so
very good.
He'll keep it. He'll not give much away. Umpire's looking back over top of us again as well. Umpire Debenham. Looking in that direction. There's some darkish clouds that's being whipped away across the ground. Weight in bowls, and this is nicely played through mid-wicket. There's a race here for Finch. He might as well give that up. Indeed, he has given it up. Nicely into position, nice and early there. And Waite, who I've just been praising, doesn't give much away. Bowls a nice leg stump half volley.
Perhaps you could mention that again, Bradders.
I will.
I've just been told actually at the museum, I missed this message, sorry to Keith Ridge, who's one of the excellent volunteers at the museum, who says there is a cricket book sale on today.
Oh, lovely.
So at tea time, if you fancy a wander, go and see if you a nice book to catch your eye. Read on your summer holidays.
His weight in bowls, short and cracked away through the offside. Lovely shot, beautifully timed that. With that lovely sound coming off the bat. So consecutive boundaries off the last two balls of that over, which I suspect Brett Oliveira and indeed Matthew Waite won't be very pleased about. Now, it looks as if his weight going off. No, looks as if he's going up. Perhaps he's got the wrong boots on. I'm not allowed to buy cricket books, I'm afraid, because I went to an auction locally the other week. And I got back home, my good lady wife said, did you buy much? I said, yeah, I've got to go down and pick it up a bit later. And she came with me and there were 6 boxes.
No.
Yeah. Long-term investments, that's what they are. They're not cricket books. Anyway, I better go and do something else, hadn't I?
Well, we'll talk about your avid reading a little later on.
I don't read them.
What do you use them in the winter, do you? But sort of
For everything else, there's eBay.
Oh dear, you got to love Bradders when he comes down here to Hove. Great to see him. Good day's cricket. It's got very hot here in the commentary box. I don't know whether it's the sort of hot air we're talking. I'm not too sure, but I might have an adjustment with the air conditioning, I think. That heavy cloud has blown away. Ben Gibson and his ground staff never appeared. I think they knew it wasn't going to rain. But down the hill comes Ben Gibbon. He comes running into bowl to Ollie Carter, who's beaten outside the off-stump. Good delivery. Carter holds the pose, but he was beaten. And the ball rattles through into the gloves of Gareth Roderick, and there is no run. Matt Green is back with us. Hi, Matt.
Hi, Adrian.
Did you have a little wander around, or?
I did have a little wander around, and I did see the cloud just building up behind the media stand, but it looks like you said, it's just blown around the back.
Doesn't it look like it's sort of lighter skies now? So
yeah.
We've got a couple of weather forecasters, amateurs, I have to say, up on the top deck of the Spen Karma, who are giving us little updates. Apparently the I-360 disappeared from view, apparently. In comes Gibbon, bowled, and Carter with a play and a miss. He's looking to hammer that one away through the covers. I'm sure he's quite in position to play the shot, and taken by Roderick. There is no run. It could well be that Julian, who sent me that report, maybe had a couple too many at lunchtime. I couldn't see the i360. I'm not sure, but
Could well be.
yeah, I'm sure he was being honest. But anyway, the good news is that the immediate threat of rain, if there was one, has gone, and there's no ground staff down below us getting covers ready and all the rest of it. Really good crowd in today, though.
Great crowd.
Free
It's great
day.
to see so
Yeah,
many people
lovely.
here.
We all love our cricket. As in comes Gibbon again, bowled, Carter up on his toe. He's closer to the onside. There is no run. I heard someone on the radio this morning saying, no, that's it, that's the end of the football season. You know, it's been going on a long, long time. And then someone else said, well, no, it hasn't. England have got some friendlies to play. It's ridiculous. I mean,
Just never ending.
oh, I'm a bit old school. I always used to think that, you know, for me it was always sort of, you know, I know there are other, but you know, once the cup final was done, that was it really. And then, you know, football never really started for me until the final cricket fixture had finished. But football now is kind of 10 months of the year.
Yes.
Everyone needs a bit of a breather. It's the cricket season now. In comes Gibbon, bowls. Carter shows good judgment. Lets that one go through outside the off stump. No run. I don't know if you saw the dismissal of Finn Hudson-Prentice, Matt.
No, I was just walking around the back, and I saw Finn in the middle with the Worcester players celebrating. So didn't see the dismissal, but
Well, it was a strange one, because I thought for a moment the ball had bounced, which clearly it hadn't. That's no disrespect to Gareth Roderick. It was just maybe the angle that we're at. And there wasn't much of an appeal, so it was a slightly odd one. And Finn Hudson-Prentice quite within his rights to wait, which he did for the umpire's decision. In comes Gibbon and bowls to Carter, who's got a very sound forward defensive shot. He plays that into the covers, and there is no run.
no, he's really sound defensively, Ollie. Really sound.
Did you bump into anyone you knew, or anyone said, "Oh, hi Matt, nice to see you"? And
No, I did. Obviously, we saw the Carson family.
Yes.
Carson family this morning.
yes, that was Jack's dad, wasn't it?
Jack's dad, and I'd popped down, so I hadn't seen Jack's mum in a while.
that's
Just the
nice.
lights are coming on, the floodlights coming on now at Hove.
Yeah.
But yeah, great people. Actually, they're really good to me when.
Comes Gibbon and bowls, and Carter drives firmly to mid on. It's a nice looking shot for no run. End of the over, 1:55 for 6. Carter on 52. McAndrew is on 8. And we're exactly halfway through the day. We've had 48 overs bowled in the day. And as Matt says, the lights gone. Yeah, so explain Jack Carson, how you know his parents so well.
Well, it was Jack came over at sort of 14, 15, and spent was obviously living in Ireland, playing club cricket, and then came down and spent some time with Sussex in the academy. And there was a couple of twins at the time, the McClintock brothers, and Craig Young spent some time. So Craig, now obviously playing for Ireland, was spending some time with Sussex as well. And Jack came down and got to know Jim, his dad, really well, and a top guy.
Matthew Waite coming in from the sea, and bowls to McAndrew, who's to play it on the onside, and there is no run.
Top guy, and ended up just coaching Jack just through the academy and through the age group sides, and inevitably when Jim came over, he flew over. So if I was driving to the game, I used to have Jim in the front and little Jack Carson in the back of the car, and I had so many laughs with his dad Jim as Waite comes up the hill. And McAndrew just plays to mid on. Some great laughs with Jim.
And how did Jack come to Sussex? I mean, someone must have thought, oh, he's a good player over in Northern Ireland.
I think at the time, Sussex had some really good links with ICC Europe, and I think it was quite innovative. And sort of when you look at those little 1% advantages in elite sport, which are fundamentally important.
Of course.
As we're just seeing Waite coming up the hill, lights on to McAndrew.
Well fielded.
Great shot for McAndrew, but really well fielded there at backward point. Great stop. That ball was definitely going to smack into the boundary boards for 4.
I think that's Jake Libby there at backward point. That was a
fielded well today, Libby.
Yes.
So it was, again, it's for us, that was like at the time probably quite. That was high performance in cricket, finding those little 1% advantage, so bringing Jack over from Ireland, letting him spend, then Jack transitioned into school at Hurstbeer Point as Waits in, bowls again just slightly short. McAndrew on his toes, great shot through the cover. Fielder gives good chase, but extremely well timed there for McAndrew. Back foot punch for 4.
Lovely looking shot, wasn't it? A little bit too short.
Yeah, a little bit too short, but again well put away. And Sussex were good at that, at finding those 1% advantages, and I think they've got the same now with Oxfordshire link. You're seeing James Coles play Jack Carson from Ireland. It was a good programme, and I think well utilised at the time, as sort of the third slip comes out and Azhar Ali disappears to the deep cover boundary. And Waits in and bowls. Well driven there for McAndrew to mid-off, well taken single.
Slightly risky, wasn't it?
D'Oliveira hands on head, but I think McAndrew was just safe. But again, probably risky in the concept of the game.
A run out is the last thing. Again, that'd be another one, Matt. Well, if you get yourself run out in that situation, you wander up the steps of the pavilion and don't look at the direction of the coach.
I think you might have to avoid it and go up the lift.
I think I'm going to go put in the boot of the car and go home.
Yeah. As Waits into Ollie, well played from Carter. Just plays the ball nicely into the offside, and that concludes the over. Sussex 160 for 6. Off of 49.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC. If you're watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream, a very good afternoon to you on the BBC, or if you're listening around the ground, hope you're enjoying the commentary. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside Matt Green, Dave Bradley, the other member of our commentary team, familiar to all those down in Worcester. I think everybody in Worcester knows Dave Bradley. I bet if you walked around Worcester and you said Dave Bradley, they'd all know who he is. As the strange bloke who wanders around city centres early in the morning.
That Brits quite a lot of
But it's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on down the hill. I'll rattle through some of the other scores in a moment's time. Nathan McAndrew takes strike for the first time he's faced a delivery being bowled from the Cromwell Road end. The floodlights are on, which is bizarre because there's loads of blue sky around, but also some rather threatening darker clouds. As in comes Gibbon, left arm over wicket, bowls to McAndrew, who gets 4 runs. So no one would ever know in the history, if you look back through, if Bradders gets one of his old cricket books out and it says McAndrew hits Gibbon for 4, you'll think that was a good shot. But belie the fact that he was in the air through the covers and he wasn't really to the pitch of the ball, and he's a little fortunate to get away with that.
Yeah.
Andrew. Nonetheless, he goes to 17 off 14 balls, 164 for 6.
Now McAndrew's coming in and instantly being positive. We've seen that with his running and his stroke play.
Yeah, and in the T20, he's last Sunday down here against Glamorgan in a losing cause, he hit 4 huge 6s. So he's a big fella, is Nathan McAndrew, but who's to say attack isn't the best form of defence here? In comes Gibbon bowls, and this time he plays more carefully into the offside, fielded by the very good Jake Libby, and there is no run. So just to rattle through some scores, strange goings on at Chesterfield today. Derbyshire bowled out for 111 by Yorkshire in just 31 overs. So you think that's a dodgy old track. But in reply, Yorkshire are 101 for 1 in 17 overs. So Yorkshire very much on top in that game. At Durham, Glamorgan going on very nicely. Tell you what in a moment, as in comes Gibbon and bowls, and McAndrew trying to uppercut that one. There is a third man in place. The ball rattles through into the gloves of Roderick, and there is no run. Glamorgan 193 for 3. To Durham, Sam North East on 38. Kieran Coulson, who in the last game here at Hove made 198 from memory in the county championship. So Glamorgan going along very nicely. And the other game in Division 2, it's still, they got back on at Bristol, but it's raining again. 45 without loss are Gloucestershire. So we've been lucky with the weather here. Long may that remain the case. As I say, the lights are on, which is a slight warning maybe of dodgy weather around. In comes Gibbon around the wicket this time, bowls to McAndrew, who just leans back and plays a deft shot onto the onside and picks up a single. He goes to 18, total to 165 for 6. Very briefly, in the First Division, we're not that bothered about the First Division, although we'd all like to be there. Essex 187 for 2 at Chelmsford against Somerset. Sir Alistair still there on 81. Be nice if he gets 100. Kent 162 for 6 against the leader Surrey at Canterbury. Hampshire in a pickle at Southport. As in comes Gibbon again, round the wicket bowls. All Carter's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery by Ben Gibbon. Slanting into Ollie Carter, who played and missed, taken by Roderick, no run. Hampshire 111 for 7 at Southport. And at Trent Bridge in the Midlands Derby. Was it the Midlands Derby? Yeah. Warwickshire 163 for 2 against Notts. If you missed it earlier on, Australia are the World Test champions, beating India by 209. And the Southern Vipers have won the Charlotte Edwards Cup down in Worcester today, a convincing 7-wicket victory over the Blaze. So well done to Georgia Adams and the team. As in comes Ben Gibbon, running in around the wicket, bowls, and Carter is solidly forward, placed to the offside. It needs to be quick here, throw comes in. Well, in the end, it was a well-judged signal, but I'll tell you what, I think Nathan McAndrew wasn't expecting that.
No, he wasn't. You could just see Nathan McAndrew just on his bat at the non-striker's end, and luckily he was out the blocks quick. So I think if he wasn't, a direct hit to the strikers end could have been interesting.
Definitely, it's one of those where it's played into the offside, and your partner says, "Yep, one," and you think, "What?"
Oh, yeah.
And so anyway, much ado about nothing. The throw from Libby missed the stumps anyway. End of the over, 166 for 6. I think that's 166. Carter on 53, McAndrew on 18. Somebody said to me, actually, this is a message for the lads actually on the stream. I think someone was getting rather fed up with me constantly not getting the score right, which I think in my defence, the lads have said today, it's very difficult to see from where we're sitting, particularly with the sun and just the angle that we're sitting at. And suggested we got a screen in here, which perhaps had the live stream on, and we could see the score. So that's a request to the boys who put the stream together at the club. That'd be quite helpful. Anyway, we've got to change of bowling, and we've got to spin back into the attack.
Yeah, spinner back into the attack from the bottom end where he operated earlier on in the morning session. It's really interested to see how McAndrew goes against a spin here. I've got a feeling that he's going to be extremely positive, although Carter's on strike.
Bradders is a high pollen count today. I don't know whether Bradders suffers from hay fever. Yeah, I did read it that they were calling it a pollen bomb, weren't they, this weekend?
Yeah, I made sure I had to take a couple of tablets this morning.
Did you take a bit of antihistamine?
Yeah.
I took one of those. Yeah, I think half the country suffers from it. You know.
I know the pollen bomb. I did read the same.
So we get runny eyes, runny nose.
Just a little bit here now, but nothing too bad.
Well, that's just because you're next to Brad or something. That's nothing to do with the pollen.
No.
That's why he's sitting all the way over there. Oh dear. Normally it'd be in the other room, but yeah. But it's. I thought by the sea it wasn't as bad, to be honest. Hay fever, but anyway. How many overs have we got till tea? 14, so we're just a little bit behind time here, aren't we? Which is perhaps the reason for the spin, or maybe it's perhaps he just thinks there's a bit in the pitch. D'Oliveira
in and bowls to Carter. Carter just worked into the leg side here, pushing for 2. Well taken second run. And Ollie moves on to 57.
Did you say earlier on you were talking about Ollie Carter? I'm sorry, I probably interrupted you, which was unintentional. And you were saying that he was a batsman who sort of turned himself into a wicket keeper.
Yeah, sort of under 15, under 16 as mirror into Carter. Again, well worked into the onside. They try and come back. Yeah, comes back for 2. Really positive running.
Very good
from Ollie. Really good running. Yeah, sort of under 15, sort of developed and started turning himself into a wicketkeeper, and it was something that he took really well. And now obviously seeing him in the first class arena batting and keeping well is testament to really the hard work as Simon in and bowls, and well played from Ollie. Is testament to the hard work that Ollie's put into
John
to get to this.
Sorry, John Holden has been in touch. Get it right, Adrian. He's in Worthing, where it's raining.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Oh, very well played. Just just sort of manipulating the field really well from Ollie Carter. Just a little bit fuller, just getting down on one knee and sweeping extremely fine, with no 45 in, just missing giving the deep square leg no chance. And quickly, as soon as we seen that, just Ollie, the sort of the positive intent, just seeing the field change with the short leg come out into the 45, just to sort of eradicate the sweep. Ollie's always been a really good sweeper and someone that plays spin well. And as we go, and in, and bowls, and again, just well played, just down, just defended into the offside.
He's playing very nicely. He spent his winter over in Australia, played at Newcastle Cricket Club, and we had a couple of emails from people listening over in Australia saying he cleaned up at the end of season awards.
In and bowls, again, well played from Ollie. 8 runs off the first over.
Yes. Mia's figures, 4 overs to maidens, 0 for 19. Yes, he cleaned up at the end of season awards, and perhaps, which is good news, but perhaps more importantly, a couple of people wrote, I could probably dig out their emails, saying how impressive he was as a person, which is always good to know when someone's abroad and you're not representing the club, but you play for the club. So it's good to hear that Ollie was received so well down under in the winter. It's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on. 13 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 47. Sussex 174 for 6. If you're just joining us and wondering what on earth's been happening here today, well, the story of the day was that Worcestershire won the toss, decided to bowl first, reduced Sussex to 47 for 3 before a partnership of 72. Break off for a moment as in comes Gibbon around the wicket, bowls, and McAndrew is forward, plays the ball down the track. There is no run. Partnership of 72 between James Coles and Ollie Carter took Sussex to 119 for 3. James Coles then holding out to third man. Daniel Liebrim out without scoring, and Hudson Prentice for 8. These two coming together when it was 142 for 6. These two have added 32. But the standout bowler, Joe Leach, who's been magnificent for Worcestershire, a 5-wicket haul. Joe Leach today, as in comes Gibbon and bowls, and McAndrew plays onto the leg side. They'll take 1, though thinks about 2, does McAndrew, but it wasn't really there because Joe Leach comes in to field and there is no run. I don't know what happens in serious cricket, but the cricket I played in, which, well, it was serious, but if you got a fifer, you had to buy a jug. Did that with you, Bradders?
Yeah, and if you got 4, to buy a jug, because that was jug avoided.
Correct. You're absolutely right. So you get a jug if you get 5 wickets, and if you got 4, jug for 50. And well, no one ever got 100. So, but yeah, a jug of beer that you we took around the opposition. And your own team, of course. In comes Gibbon over the wicket, round the wicket. I'm sorry, get it right, Adrian. Bowls to Carter, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. I don't know if it happens in club cricket now. I don't know whether it used to be a good old tradition, didn't it? That you would jug a bit. And actually, we would have team jugs as well, because out of your match fee, a little proportion of that would go for you'd have your teas. If it was say 3 or 4 quid, quid for your match fee, couple of quid for teas, and a quid would go in for the jug for the opposition.
I don't think that happens. No. I think with COVID, I think a lot of clubs have actually gone away from doing teas, providing cricket teas.
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, so
yes. It's a shame, isn't it? Because it was a real tradition. It was. In comes Gibbon again around the wicket, bowls to Carter down the leg side. There's a very fine take by Roderick. I'm so impressed by his wicket keeping, very unfussy. And there is no run. I mean, I know it's always a problem, isn't it, getting people necessarily to do teas, but I don't know. I just always thought it was an important part of the game, really.
I thought it was a really, really important part because you're playing against people, but obviously then it's your chance to socialise and actually get to know them as people.
Sure.
And I think it's a big miss. I know some clubs are doing it again.
Gibbon around the wicket, bowls, Carter up on his toes, steers that through square leg, picks up another single as Ollie Carter goes to 62, there's only 177 for 6. I must admit there is a little bit, I'm not saying this did happen, but you would have a little flick through the fixtures beginning of the season and say, I quite fancy playing there, they do a nice tea.
Yeah.
Really, they were good, yeah. And if there was a club who just did sort of jam sandwiches or sandwich spread, you might think, no, I won't play there. You want to play where you get the nice egg and cress sandwiches or whatever it might be. That's a shame if it's not happening. I know that is the case in some club cricket. In comes Gibbon, bowls, handsomely driven by Nathan McAndrew, and that's going to be 4 runs. driven away. Didn't quite get all of it, to be honest, but enough. The ball just rolls over the rope. And a nice looking boundary by McAndrew, who's looking in good touch here. He goes to 23. And at the end of the over, no, it's not the end. Yes, it is the end of the over. 180 for 6. Carter on 62. McAndrew on 23. Bradder's back with us in about 10 minutes' time. I'll take a little breather because we've still got 12 overs to go until tea. Tea should be at 20 to 4. So we are going to be doing a little bit of overtime. It's raining in Worthing, but not raining here in Hove is the good news. And Sussex again just... Well, they need a good partnership here, but this is a decent partnership. 38's added so far by these two.
Partnership developing really well, and I think that it's how well they're working as a partnership. Obviously, McAndrew is coming in, being extremely positive, 23 off 20 balls in, and as Mir comes in and bowls to Carter. Short ball, Carter, straight back, and a fantastic shot. Short ball, but extremely well put away there from Ollie. Picked the length so quickly, got back in, punished it over mid-wicket.
It wasn't a great delivery, was it? It was. He got probably what he got. Jackie's been in touch to say the occasional spot of rain is being felt at Hove. Ooh.
Haven't seen any umbrellas go up, thankfully. And I have just got a message saying it's raining in Worthing and it's coming your way.
Oh dear.
So, as Mir is in to Carter. Carter drives into the offside, dive over the ball from extra cover, and again a very well taken single. Ollie just worked his angles out there perfectly. As soon as he hit the ball, he was off, and a hard angle for the extra cover fielder to close down.
Attacking field though, hasn't he? I like to see he's got his mid on and his mid off up.
Yeah, as Mir's in to bowl to McAndrew. Short ball, McAndrew again, pick length so quickly. And again, just sort of in between the wide mid on and mid wicket, 4 runs. That's the second boundary off Mir's over.
Just bowled a little too short there. What I meant by having the mid on and mid off up, at least you're encouraging to hit over the top. But if you're going to bowl it short, they're not really going to come into play.
No, just the wrong. Well, yeah, really, just two bad balls this over.
Yeah.
And Mir in again to McAndrew. Again, slightly short. McAndrew just rocked back there and just worked the ball nicely into the onside for 1 to the deep square leg fielder. It's just interesting, Adrian, like now you're seeing just a few boundaries and you're just seeing that the throw come in and sort of on the half volley to the wicket keeper, and that they were the standards that Worcester were setting so high previously, and it just shows what a partnership can do. And just again, we spoke about it as Mir's in to bowl to Carter and just the ball defended into the offside, just how the importance of a partnership can change momentum. And then when you are going through a stage in the game of not taking wicket, just making sure your basics and your fundamental skills are the best they can be.
Absolutely, and this partnership very quickly has moved on to 48. How do I have a little look? The last wicket went down in over number 43rd over when Hudson Prentice was out. We're now in the 53rd over, so yeah, these two are rattling on at the best part of 5 and over at the moment.
No, doing really well, and it's been that positive intent without being reckless, and I think that's the
bit of a debate going on actually at the far end. I can see Brett D'Oliveira, Joe Leach, Ben Gibbon just having a natter there maybe about field placings, and Worcestershire will want to stem this little flow of runs. Looking at the weather, still got the lights on, still lots of blue sky around, so we don't know what's behind us. That's the problem in terms of weather. But Ben Gibbon's going to carry on. He's bowled 14 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 53. Ollie Carter on 67, Nathan McAndrew on 28, Sussex 190 for 6 with the floodlights on here at Hove, and running down the hill comes Gibbon. Round the wicket bowls and forward comes McAndrew to a ball the hook kept shade low. He's a big man, is Nathan McAndrew. Put it back down the offside of the track and there is no run. In terms of the championship this season, Nathan McAndrew, he made I think 38 is his top score. I shall double check in a moment. 38 not out here against Durham in the opening game of the season. 2 slips in place, 3 men saving one on the offside as in comes Gibbon and Bowles, and McAndrew's right in behind that and plays it onto the onside, and there is no run. We're in the 53rd over, is that right? Or 50? Yes. Yeah, so we've still got, after this over, we've still got another 10 overs to go until tea.
It's an interesting 10 over spell, I think, here now. Just in terms of the game. Obviously, Sussex would be looking to go into tea, 6 down.
Yeah. In comes left arm Gibbon, round the wicket Bowles, that's down the leg side, that's a poor delivery, that's going to go away for byes, and that won't please Gareth Roderick very much. Just a single bye. I thought he'd gone for 4 byes initially, but they will be byes. He just hate conceding byes. Not a lot he could do about that. That was a good wicket keeper, though. Gareth Roderick, he had no chance with that.
No chance. I think that the ball just carried on going. Yeah, Roderick, no chance. And again, just little changes of momentum here. It's really important that Sussex continue in the same vein as they are and try and bat these 10 overs until tea.
Carter waits. He's 67 not out. In comes Gibbon Bowles, and Carter lets that one go outside of the off stump taken by Roderick. There is no run. Adam Hose standing at first slip. We'll have a little natter to Bradders about Adam Hose when he comes back on at 12:30. I think he's been a very, very good acquisition for Worcestershire and has made runs in the T20 as well. Player who was at Somerset, I think, originally. Did he get to Notts? Warwickshire. Good acquisition for Worcestershire. Played very well actually down at Worcester when Ollie Robinson was really charging in. Played really, really nicely. In comes Gibbon Bowles. Carter lets that one go outside of the off stump through to the keeper again, and there is no run. And just to tell you exactly how well he played, because Robinson was really going about his business. He made a very good 59 down at New Road. Well, comfortably the top scorer along with Matthew Waite. Joe Leach made 53. In fact, the tail wagged for Worcester as in that game at New Road. And second time around, Adam Hose made 41. So exactly 100 he made in the last game. As Gibbon in again Bowles, Carter forward solidly, plays back down the track. There is no run. It is the end of another over. I think Ollie Carter's going to be bought out a new pair of gloves or certainly something new. He walks briskly towards the pavilion. It is the end of the over. 191 for 6. Bradders going to do his update, then he'll be back on commentary with Matt. Carter 67, McAndrew on 28, and I'll listen out for my own update as well. But the voice you'll hear will be Matt Green.
Just the 2 Sussex batters, Carter and McAndrew, just refuelling. It's hot and muggy out there, so it's really important. Really important they stay hydrated, and I think when it's so muggy as well is silly things like just drying the inside of their helmet and just ensuring no sweat goes into their eyes as the bowler's coming. And as you see, McAndrew now on strike to face Mir, as Mir's in to bowl. Bowls again slightly short, but that ball kept low, and McAndrew's gone back to try and cut it, and again well taken by the wicketkeeper. That ball definitely looked like it kept low.
Top score 38, Nathan McAndrew, averaging 30 in the county championship. This is just his 4th game.
And Mears in and bowls to McAndrew, slightly over pitch and well worked out to the deep cover sweeper for a single.
Is that the 50 partnership?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
50 partnership between McAndrew and Carter of 64 balls. Very well played.
In 3/4 of an hour. So
yeah, a really good period of cricket, I think. And Mir in to Carter. Carter just plays back down the ground. There's a length there for Mir, trying to encourage the drive. Top of his mark, up and bowls. Carter just working the ball into the onside.
Yes, I mean, he played the first 3 county championship matches, Nathan McAndrew, but then had to miss 3 because, of course, Steve Smith came in as the overseas.
Yeah.
So he had to wait around.
And Mir in to bowl to Carton, and well played into the offside.
And in those 3 games that he played, he took 15 wickets. And really proved what a fine white ball player he is. New ball fire racing his time at Warwickshire last year.
Yeah.
And he's just what Sussex have been missing in the Championship.
And Mir to Carter, again slightly short. Carter rocks back in a great shot. Again, really evident there just how quick Ollie's picked the length. As soon as that ball was dropped short, Ollie in a great position to hit the ball through the mid-wicket region, giving the fielders absolutely no chance.
No, absolutely. He's just been expensive here, Mir, hasn't he? 6 overs for 34 in comparison to the rest of the Worcestershire bowling. I wouldn't have thought that D'Oliveira will allow this to go on much longer.
No,
he's going at 7 and he's 6 is 36. Yeah, he's going at 6 and over.
Yeah, I spoke to someone just as I was walking around the ground, just on the phone, and one of the coaches within the academy here, a guy called Jordan Rollings, and just asking his thought. He's watching the stream. He's worked with a lot of the young players here, and he thought 250 would be a really competitive score on this wicket.
Nice email coming from John Curtis, who's a journalist down in Worcestershire. Lovely to hear from you, John. Hope you're keeping well, and look forward to catching up during the 50-over game where Sussex play at Worcester later in the season. As in comes a change of bowling, and it is Matthew Wade. No, it's not a change of bowling. I do apologise. From the Cromwell Road end, bowls to McAndrew, plays to mid-on, and there is no run. And John says, "Good afternoon, Adrian. Hope you're well. Just to tell you, Leach now is the Division 2 wicket taker. Is the joint leading wicket taker in Division 2 alongside Matt Potts with 30 wickets. That's exalted company with Matt Potts." Waiting again, bowls, and McAndrew. Now, if he belts that through cover point for 4 runs, we'd have all said shot. If he'd have got a little nick to the keeper, we'd have said that's a poor shot.
Poor shot.
Can't win.
No, fine margins.
And John goes on to say it's his 17th first-class fifer, and he's taken 432 first-class wickets at just over 26 apiece. That's terrific, Joe Leach. I mean, that's really good.
That's a great return.
In comes Wade again, and McAndrew forward, plays to mid-off, and there is no run. I mean, that's really, really good. John, thank you so much for getting in touch and giving us that information. But that's top draw.
Yeah, it's top class. I think you talk a lot about elite sport, and probably a word that gets used and bounded around a lot is consistency. And for Leach to return those figures consistently year on year throughout a career, he's had to put in some top performances.
Fabulous weight in bowls. Let go outside the off stump. There is no run. As soon as I do my update, I will let Bradders back on commentary because we will be getting complaints. Actually, we won't really, but anyway. But no, it is tremendous. So we were just saying, Bradders, 17th first-class five for Joe Leach, 432 first-class wickets.
And he began as a batsman.
That's amazing. A tremendous record. In comes Waite and bowls. McAndrew plays onto the onside. There is no run. I'm just going to let you do this delivery, Matt, just while I contact base and understand why we're not doing an update, because we need to get Bradders back on the commentary.
No problem. Wade just getting to the top of his mark. A few words of advice there from Leach that we've heard about. A fantastic career and a great return. Throws the ball, and Wade's coming in down the hill at Hove to McAndrew. Short ball, well played into the offside, and that completes the over with Sussex 196 for 6.
You were talking, you come through the headphones now.
Punched the gloves with Ollie Carter. These two are building a fantastic partnership, and again working hard to put Sussex in a strong position. You've seen sort of the momentum of the game ebb and flow on the first day, with Worcester having the early part, then Sussex coming back, and then Worcester taking control. And I would say the game now evenly poised with this partnership, knowing what we know about the pitch.
We're going to do our update after Kid Creole and the Coconuts.
I don't know this one either, Adrian, I'm afraid. No.
This is back in my era, I think. Hopefully they can take the feed off, but
That's Mir to Carter, in and bowls. Ollie uses his feet and the ball straight to extra cover. I'm surprised to see Mir bowling again. Like we said,
He's been quite expensive, hasn't he? In his 7th over for 34.
yeah. In and bowls. Well bowled and well played from Ollie in there and just into the onside. Again, it's quite challenging where Ollie's taken a lot of runs off Mir. Is that he doesn't try and find the scoring opportunities, waits for them to arise as Mir bowls, and Carter just again plays into the offside. Floodlights still on here at Hove, and the wind picking up as we can see with the flag as Mir into Carter.
Shot.
Great shot from Ollie Carter, but straight out to the sweeper at deep cover. As Ollie moves on to 72 and brings McAndrew back on strike.
He's keeping his mid on the mid off up, isn't he?
Mir into McAndrew. McAndrew rocked back. Ooh, just beaten there on the outside edge. Just looked like it skidded through rather than turn. Probably just coming on with the arm. He's kept his mid on mid off up. It'd be tempted to see if it gives the ball a little bit more flight if we see McAndrew use his feet.
I can see an umbrella up.
And here Mir into McAndrew. Well played. And there's a really good length there for Mir, pulling McAndrew forward.
End of the over. 197 for 672 to Ollie Carter, 29 to Nathan McAndrew. Bradders back in 2 seconds after we've done our update to the listeners on BBC Radio Sussex. Yes, there's a blue umbrella up in front of one of the corporate areas or the corporate boxes away to our right. That could be to protect from the sun, or it could be there's a bit of. It's the only umbrella I can see, to be honest. So there may be the spot or two of rain, as Jackie was saying. It is quite gloomy. And it is going to be Matthew Waite who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end. So McAndrew on 29, these two coming together, it was 142 for 6. So some good resistance here for the 7th wicket, as in comes Matthew Waite running in down the hill, bowls to Carter, who lets that one pass by outside of the off stump. And then if they were able to cut the feed, that would be very helpful. Thank you. Taken by keeper Roderick. And there is no run. In his 9th over is Matthew Waite.
He's bowled with good control, just trying to lure Carter into a stroke, but
comes Waite. Comes Waite to it. Yes, thanks very much, Sylvie. We've got the floodlights on here at Hove at the moment as Ollie Carter clips another delivery beautifully away through mid-wicket for another boundary. The 200 up for Sussex, 201 for 6, and Ollie Carter goes on to 76. He's been joined by Nathan McAndrew, who's on 29. These two coming together when Sussex were in a bit of trouble. They were 142 for 6, now 201 for 6. But the floodlights on and some heavier cloud around Hove. We're hearing that it's raining in Worthing, so let's hope it stays in Worthing and doesn't come to Hove. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, a good day for Surrey against Kent in the first division of the Championship. Kent 194 for 7 with 3 wickets there for Sean Abbott. Waite wanders back to his mark, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to leave you with Matt, and I'm going to give the headphones to Bradders.
just a chat at the top end of the ground between Jack Leach and Azhar Ali as Matthew Waite turns and is into Carter down the hill at Hove, just hanging the ball wide of off stump and taken low down by Roddick, and the score 201 for 6. And welcome back, Bradders.
I think that Joe Leach is bowling with a different ball on a different pitch to everybody else.
For all his career?
Well, he is today, I think, because he comes on, wickets fall, and he bowls. Well, he takes wickets, but everybody else seems to be kind of struggling.
No, I'd agree. As Waite's in, bowls to Carter. What good length ball, just well played back to Carter, to D'Oliveira at mid-off.
I think Usama Mir will be very disappointed. He's gone at 5 and over, hasn't he? 7 overs for 35, and he's just bowled that one just too short.
Yeah, it looks like he hasn't quite got his length right up the hill at Hove.
Yeah, well, he played in the T20. I think he went back to Pakistan for a spin bowling clinic, he was saying, and I think he's just come back from there.
Waits in and bowls a short ball. A great catch at backward point. Ollie Carter, short ball from Waite, and Ollie Carter straight to Jake Libby at backward point. A ball that Carter would have expected to go to the offside boundary, but instead cuts the ball straight to Libby at backward point. He takes a smart catch, and Sussex are now 201 for 7.
Well, either side of him, 2 metres either side, that was 4, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, Carter's just stood there. He's desperately disappointed that he's got out. And from a Worcestershire point of view, that's a bit of good fortune, I think, for them. I don't think it was the best delivery that Matthew Waite has ever bowled. As indeed with the James Cole's dismissal.
Yeah, very much so. As Ollie Carter, a good reception from the Hove crowd that are in today. 76 runs off 132 balls. I thought Ollie batted superbly well in challenging conditions early on, and will be disappointed to get out, but a very, very good innings for himself and the team.
Indeed, it's a bit gloomy, I have to say, here at Hove. They're nowhere near coming off because the floodlights are on. But Usama Mir continuing here. I don't know whether we've got Adam Finch to come back on if he wants him. I'm a bit puzzled that Mir is continuously going at 5 and over. Maybe he's doing something that we're not seeing. That's the thing.
Yeah, looks like the ball's definitely skidding on more than spinning. In fact, Jack Haynes is going to go into slip. I thought he was going to bowl with no slip here. But we've got Ben Gibbon has gone out to a deep mid-wicket position. Very deep mid-wicket position. Leach is going out to deep fine leg. I say a very deep position. He can only go as far as the boundary rope, so that's where he's gone. As if he's gone behind the stand and halfway down the street. So Mir is in and bowls, and this is once again it's too short and pulled away by McAndrew, who goes to 30. 202 for 7. What do you reckon? Sussex get to 250, 260. They might think they've done a good job. I think so. From the position they were in, they've had opportunities to they would probably be disappointed at times they haven't got more. But if you offered them a 260 now, I think they'd be quite happy.
Here's Mir, right arm over into bowl to the right-handed Carson, who gets off the mark with a flick down to fine leg, and in the end Leach comes round to pick up. 2 to Carson.
Well played there from Jack. First ball, just able to get back again. Mir just slightly short as well, and just giving Carson the opportunity, especially with no short leg, to work the ball onto the onside.
Mir, CN in again, and this is driven away through the offside. D'Oliveira's shadowing the ball, but he doesn't really have to do too much because Azhar Ali is the sweeper fielder out on the cover boundary. Total goes to 205 for 7. Studio head coach Alan Richardson down on the boundary talking to Ben Gibbon. Is he happy? Is he not happy? Is Mir in again, forward this time. Better delivery from Usama Mir, pulling the batsman into the stroke. I think it's suddenly gone cold then. He just put the aircon on. I thought, where's that draft coming from? Is Usama Mir again, and a couple of much better deliveries there, not allowing the batsmen to free their arms. He's got 1 ball left of his 8th over, gone for 39 so far. Jogs in and bowls, and again, that appeared to skid on, didn't it?
Yeah, just
by the way he played it.
On with the arm and just looked to keep a little bit lower.
Yeah. End of the over, and Sussex 205 for 7. The number of overs left in the day are, I can't see it on that board, I'm sorry, 37. So we got 5 overs till tea, so tea will be sort of just after 4 o'clock, one would imagine.
Wait to continue. 5 overs now, I think, as the game's evenly.
Yeah. One more wicket for Worcestershire. As we were saying, up to lunch, wasn't it? They went to lunch with 4 down, they went in with 3 down, and they go to tea with 8 down. Yeah.
McAndrew just... Is that McAndrew? No, Carson. Well, wait in. Just looked like he hurried Carson a little bit there. You can just see it's interesting. You can pick up little cues from the batsman's hand movements after the ball, and just there, Jack just saying to McAndrew, just looked like it's skidded on a bit.
Yeah. The floodlights are reflecting off the windows of the flats away in the distance.
Yeah,
makes it look as if the lights are all on there.
As wait in, just drip force. Carson trying to hit the ball through the offside, just didn't quite get into the ball, which has been a common theme. Then the ball going on to the onside to Azhar Ali, no run. Just seeing this, looks like Matthew Waite's just trying to run through the overs, trying to get some overs in quite quickly. Just see him just jog back to his mark.
It's raining, a correspondent said. Indeed, there is some movement in the crowd.
And here comes Waite, he's into Carson. Well played from Jack Carson, up to mid-on.
Umpires are looking itchy.
And there's some movement as well from the ground staff at the top end of the ground.
Yeah, I think we're off.
Yeah, umpires coming together now.
So that will be... they'll take tea now.
D'Oliveira didn't look happy.
No. But there it is. So, yeah, there's lots of scuffling around the crowd. Umbrellas are going up. I wouldn't, says this expert on the weather in Hove, I wouldn't think it's going to be too much. And there's a 20-minute interval. Covers are coming out. There's the matting they're going to roll down the wicket to start with, I would have thought. And sheets are coming out, but the big covers are not, which I think also indicates that maybe it's not going to be too much. So we're going to go off and have a corned beef sandwich and a cup of tea. Well, not the corned beef sandwich, but the cup of tea. And we'll, if this just scud of rain lasts through the tea interval, we should be back just after 4 o'clock. If we're not back, it means that this rain has developed into something more. But hopefully we've got a lot more cricket left in the day. Blimey, we've got how many overs? I can never find the overs on that board. We've got 36 overs and 3 balls left in the day, which is more than a third of a day's play. So hopefully we'll be back with you shortly, and nothing more we can tell you, I don't think. Sussex 205 for 7. Rain has stopped play.
This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a higgity feast. There's plenty of this, and this, and these as well. We top it like this, and bake it like that. Higgity. Baked generously. This is a Higgity feast.
For pretty much most
plenty of
of the day. I'm going to ask Bradders if he'd mind turning off the lights. It's only that we can see the reflection of the light in the window. And also, we are trying to save money here at the cricket club. Well done, Bradders. The
lights are on, but there's nobody in it.
So, very good afternoon, wherever you're listening from. You may be watching the Sussex live stream. You may be listening via the BBC website. You may be listening around the ground. We went off when we'd had 59.3 overs, so 4.5 overs before tea was due, because we had some light rain. It wasn't very much, but it's incredibly muggy here inside the commentary box. We've opened the door. We haven't got air conditioning, luckily, but it just feels really muggy and hot. I'm Adrian Harms. Matt Green is with me. We've got a big seagull standing on the just down in front of our
Very big seagull.
Yeah, in front of those dugouts they use for the T20. So this over needs to be finished by Matthew Waite. The score is 205 for 7. Nathan McAndrew on 30. Jack Carson is on 3. So 3 balls remaining in this over, and then we've still got another 36 overs to be bowled. Looking at the over rate, is currently showing as -1 in red on the scoreboard away to our right hand side. So Worcestershire will be aware of that. There's lots of time to get the overs back. A couple of emails have come in, which I shall read as we go through. One of them has actually come from Ray Yates. Bradders was talking about Inverness earlier. In comes Waite and bowls, and Carson is forward, praising to the offside and takes a single with the first ball after the resumption. Jack Carson goes to 4, 206 for 7. Jack Carson's highest score came against Worcestershire down at New Road. He made 87 from memory. So he's on to 4. Double check my stats there. I'm fairly sure it was against Worcestershire. I only mentioned Inverness because Bradders was joking about Inverness and saying how far it was from here, and I said, "Yeah, we've got a Sussex listener up there." So I'll read your email in a moment, Ray. Floodlights on, glowering skies as in comes Waite and bowls, and pleasantly driven by Nathan McAndrew. 3 extra cover. That's going to race away not for 4, but at least for a couple of runs. D'Oliveira is in hot pursuit. In fact, he's going to get 3. That's a good bit of running by Nathan McAndrew, who was very quickly back for the 3rd, running to the danger end. And Sussex go to 209 for 7. A very nice shot after the resumption. You know a bit about Jack Carson, Matt, and I think he's a very handy player to come in at number 9. I think he could probably bat higher, if I'm being honest.
No, he could. I think Jack could bat in the top 7.
Yeah. He waits for Matthew Waite is in and bowls, and it's flicked away down the leg side, and that's going to be 4 runs. That was a loose delivery by Matthew Waite, and Jack Carson just tucked inside the line. The fine leg was relatively wide, and he just tickled the ball down to fine leg for a boundary. So he's very quickly onto 8, and a nice couple of deliveries there. Sussex picking up 8 off the first 3 balls of the resumption. 213 for 7. McAndrew on 33. Carson is on 8. You're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Matt Green, Dave Bradley, your commentary team. Joe Leach, very much the standout performer today. Magnificent. 5 wickets. 17th time in his career he's taken 17th time in his career he's taken a fifer on over 400 first-class wickets. Plus, he is the joint leading wicket taker in Division 2 of the County Championship alongside Matthew Potts, and it's kind of looked a different game when he's been bowling that.
No, it's looked a different game. I think it's just his skill, his control of the ball, and just probably those finer little skills that, like I was speaking about earlier, the way he used the crease to create different angles as Finch comes into bowl to McAndrew. He's in, he bowls. A loose shot for McAndrew. Sort of in the region of 3rd, 4th slip, but only 2 slips.
Well fielded down there.
Extremely well fielded. Is that Leach?
Joe Leach, yeah, all the way down. It was a really good stop. He's a big man, isn't he, to get round and stop that.
Really good stop. Covered the ground well, got down and restricted McAndrew to 2.
I was just looking here, Matt. Jack Carson, high score 87 against Worcestershire in 2021. I remember that. It was down at New Road.
Jack's capable of that. I think definitely forcing his way in time into the into the top 7 as Finch is into bowl to McAndrew. McAndrew just on the tip of his toes there, again forced it, created an angle, sort of got the ball in between point and third man in 4 runs. A good start to this mini session.
Very good start, and Nathan McAndrew goes through to his highest score in Sussex colours. He goes to 39, eclipsing the 38 not out that he made here against Durham. So, good start from McAndrew after the break. Never quite know how a break's going to affect, does it disrupt the batsman's concentration, or you got the bowler, suddenly there's some loose deliveries?
Yeah, it looks like, really, after every break, the batting side looked to capitalise on the first 20 minutes, but let's see if this session follows the same trend as Finch is into McAndrew. Again, short ball, lots of width. McAndrew just freed his arms.
4 more.
And 4 more through third man.
Well, since the resumption, we've had 7 deliveries, and Sussex have added 18 runs.
Yeah. So, just interesting how the impetus, like you said, Adrian, just the change in break, and you had Carson, the new man, in, but obviously he knew he was in over the break, so just had time to settle in a little bit more, knowing that he's got to go back out and resume his innings. And as we see Finch in again to McAndrew, with Finch coming up the hill here at Hove. He's in the bowls again. McAndrew just top shot, timed it superbly. And not a bad ball from Finch, but McAndrew just leant back effortlessly there and punched the ball on top of his toes through the cover region for 4.
Well, so far it's 14 off the over. 3 consecutive boundaries for Nathan McAndrew. So it wasn't too much wrong with that delivery from Adam Finch, but he's up on his toes. He's a tall man, Nathan McAndrew, and he just punched that one away through the offside. And he's prompted a fielding change because Jake Libby is going back to field, just sweeping on the cover boundary.
McAndrew 47 or 44 as Finch comes into bowl. He's in. McAndrew, really well driven, but straight to Dolivilla mid-off. It's interesting, you're seeing the fielders really try and dry the ball, and you saw the ground staff getting around on the tractor with the rope, just trying to dry the ground.
We were talking about radio sets earlier on, and Jackie had been in touch. He's been trying to get one, but they're not on sale here at the club shop anymore, and we were giving alternatives to the headsets here, and you can get them at Lord's, and Julian's been in touch with some information about that. I'll just take over, Matt, because we've got an update to do to our listeners on BBC Radio. Sussex's In Comes Finch plays it onto onside by Nathan McAndrew, and there is no run. 227 for 7. Carson on 8, McAndrew on 47. Our presenter is just playing some audio of the rain. I'm not quite sure where that is, but it's obviously raining around Sussex at the moment. And it's going to be Matthew Waite who's going to carry on. 10 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 35. Lots of rain around Sussex. In comes Waite over the wicket, bowls, and Carson is for he has to kick the ball away from his stumps. It very nearly dribbled onto his stumps there to Jack Carson. Nonetheless, he gets away with it. Carson on 8, McAndrew on 47. 3 runs short of what will be a maiden first-class half-century for Sussex. 2 slips, third man, backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Matthew Waite in his 11th over, figures of 1 for 35. He's in and bowls, and Carlson is forward, plays 2 mid-on, and there is no run. Spectators have wandered away with that break for rain. Still a decent crowd, particularly in the southwest corner. As in comes Waite again, bowls. Carson drives pleasantly to mid-off, and there is no run. Yeah, Sylvie, we've had some rain here as well at Hove. Only a few spits and spots. We've got the floodlights on and it's pretty grey and overcast, but hopefully that's the end of the rain. It's been a really good day's cricket. Free entry for everybody here at Hove today, and there's been a really good crowd. Sussex 227 for 7. Nathan McAndrew, the Australian, is on 47. Jack Carson is on 8. Earlier on in the day, lovely innings from Ollie Carter. He top scored with 76. And as I speak, another 4. Lovely shot by Jack Carson through the covers. Takes Carson on to 12 and Sussex to 231 for 7. They lost the toss here this morning, asked to bat first, and it's been a thoroughly good day's play, and still another 34 overs to be bowled tonight. Meanwhile, across the border in Kent, Surrey are playing at Canterbury this week, and Kent are 231 for 8. 3 wickets there for Sean Abbott, a couple for Gus Atkinson. Lovely shot by Jack Carson as in comes Waite, running him down the hill and bowls and flicked away by Carson down towards fine leg. Is it going to go for 4? No, it's not. It's just stopped down below us by Adam Finch. Just a single on this occasion to Carson, who goes to 13, 232 for 7. He left the field, it was 205 for 7. Sussex have added 28 here very quickly in the last couple of 3 overs since the resumption. I'm hearing that they were just saying on the radio weather forecast there's rain all around Sussex. So I think we've been quite lucky actually to get away with a fairly limited interruption today so far. As Waite is in and bowls and cut away by McAndrew. This is a nice looking shot. He's going to get 1. He thinks about coming back for the second, but it wasn't really there. And a good bit of fielding in the outfield by, I'm looking to Bradders. Who's that out on the outfield there? Is that big? It was Ben Gibbon. Thank you very much. So McAndrew retains the strike. He's on 48, 231 for 7. A couple of emails. So Julian, hello Julian. He says, my friend John has a Lord's radio and it works perfectly. He said it costs £20. He says, just going back to over 8s at the Oval, I didn't really want to mention football, but according to the Daily Mail, the ball was in play for less than 45 minutes during last month's Villa v Albion match. So there we are. We were talking about people getting value for money and those slow over rates in cricket, and in that game the ball was only on the pitch for less than 45 minutes. That's interesting. Thank you, Julian. It's got a bit brighter actually, as in comes Adam Finch running in from the C end of the ground to bowl to Nathan McAndrew. He's in and bowls, and McAndrew hammers that one away through backward point, and that's gone for 4 runs. Lovely shot by Nathan McAndrew, who takes him to 52, and that's a maiden first-class half-century in Sussex colours for Nathan McAndrew, and welcome runs they are as well for Sussex. Coming in at a difficult time when Sussex were 142 for 6, an innings that's included 10 fours in 48 balls in 73 minutes. And he's given some real impetus to this Sussex innings. 237 for 7. And I've pinched your over, Matthew, so I'm sorry, you carry on.
And Finch into McAndrew, just bowls and a good length ball there from Finch. Good follow up to the wide one. McAndrew just playing into the offside. A top innings for McAndrew. 52 off 49 balls, and just as you said, Adrian, really just changed the impetus of the innings and added some real tempo into the Sussex.
Is Trevor Cox a friend of yours?
The umpire. He used to be an umpire and a policeman. I think there's a Trevor Cox.
Right, okay.
But yeah, as
I'll tell you why in a minute.
Finch into McAndrew, bowls short ball, really well put away from McAndrew. He's just looking at the bottom of his bat, and that did look like it kept very low, but in a great position to hit the ball to the boundary for 4. Another top shot.
I suspect he's probably winding you up slightly. It's an email from Trevor. It says, hello Greener. Is that what he calls you?
That would be Trevor, yeah.
Okay, yeah. He says, nice to hear your new partner Matt has a day off from stewarding today. So anyway, thank you, Trevor.
He's a top man, Trevor. He's a very, very good league umpire. Really good guy, and just a genuine top man.
Did he ever give you out?
Loads of times, never out either.
Okay.
As Finch is into McAndrew, again short and wide again, and extremely well put away.
This is a real counter-attack, isn't it, by Nathan McAndrew?
Yeah,
he's thumped that away through backward point.
Come out all guns blazing after the break, and third boundary of the over. Again, just capitalising on the width. That one looked like it carried through perfectly, but the previous one still We should probably Sussex bowlers could be licking their lips with seeing how low some of these balls are just starting to keep.
Well, these two have added, since the resumption, these two have added 40, by my reckoning, in 3 overs and 1 ball.
Very good going, T20.
Nathan McKendry, I said he hit some big sixes last week against Glamorgan.
Yeah. That's Finch into McAndrew again. Straight ball, just worked onto the onside, no run. Umpire, I don't know where he's going to have a look at.
He's going to have another look, and I wonder whether this could. See, he's been in all sorts of trouble as Adam Finch, and I think he's saying that's it.
Yeah,
take him
cap.
off. So he's had 2 official warnings, and now he is out of the attack. Now, the only thing I would say here, that decision has been made that Adam Finch can't bowl anymore. But anybody who's here in this ground now watching, who perhaps hasn't, perhaps isn't familiar with the rules of the game, there should be an announcement or something, shouldn't there? Something put on the scoreboard, because Adam Finch has just wandered off, and nobody knows why. So I think that's when cricket, in terms of, so the umpires maybe should have said something, or some communication from the umpire, some sort of a sign, so that everybody knows why Adam Finch can't bowl anymore. And I sometimes believe the game doesn't help itself, because there's people in the ground for free today, and not everybody's going to be familiar.
No, I think, yeah.
1 ball left in the over, so people are probably thinking, well, why can't he bowl? Anyway, he had 2 warnings, and you're not allowed to run on the pitch. If you run down the line of the stumps, that could tear up the wicket and give an advantage to the bowler from the other end. So that's why he's not allowed to bowl anymore. In this innings, we understand. We don't think that's in the match.
No, I don't think it is the match.
But I don't think that's great communication, to be honest. And the over is going to be finished by Zamir.
Mir into McAndrew. McAndrew drives well, straight to the sweeper, Azir Ali on the cover boundary, and again keeps the scoreboard ticking over straight away. A very good over for Sussex, probably both run rides, and with Worcester having one of their seamers taken out of the attack as well.
Yeah, so we could do with just a confirmation that I believe that is just for the innings that he's taken out of the attack, Adam Finch. So, 246 for 7. Ray Yates has been in touch from all the way up in the northeast of Scotland in Inverness, and he says, thank you for the commentary. A good recovery from 150 for 6. Great to see Ollie C applying himself to the task. So he sent this a little while ago. Ollie is, of course, out now, made a very good 76. And it's going to be Matthew Waite, who's carrying on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, running in hard, comes in and bowls to McAndrew, who's got a taste for things today. He plays it into the offside, and there is no run. He says, just a question about George Garton. Any news as to why he's been missing out on both Blast and Championship? A few people have asked that today, Ray, and the answer is I don't know. So we will ask at some stage during the match whether George has picked up an injury, because he's barely played this season. Let's hope if he's injured it's nothing too serious. In comes Waite, running in over the wicket bowls. McAndrew drives into the offside, fielded in the covers by Adam Hose, and there is no run. Worcestershire slightly on the defensive here. They've got a slip and a third man, sweeper on the cover boundary, 3 men saving 1 in a ring, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Joe Leach standing with hands on hips at mid-on, taken 5 wickets in the innings, and it's looked a different game when Joe Leach has bowled. He's been tremendous. Not bowling at the moment, just Waite is in and bowls, and McAndrew drives to Leach, who's at mid-on, and there is no run. So tidy in this over from Matthew Waite, 4 dot balls, 3 dot balls even, getting ahead of myself. This partnership is now worth 45, actually, between these two. It's been very quickly.
Really good partnership between these two.
McAndrew on 61, the Australian. Joined Sussex this year, played in the first 3 championship matches, then had to miss the next 3 when Steve Smith arrived from Australia as the overseas together with Pujara. Waiting again, bowls to McAndrew, who's a tall man. He looks very elegant as he strikes the ball to mid-off. And there is no run. I sometimes wonder, Matt, McAndrew's clearly seeing it well. He's got 60 to his name. He's probably thinking, I'll just keep playing the same way now.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. I think the way he's had so much success playing this way, I would very much be surprised if he changed his mindset to his approach this innings.
Comes Waite again, bowls, and McAndrew clips this one to mid-on, and there is no run. Let's look at Nathan McAndrew's overall stats. He was born on July the 14th, 1993 in Wollongong in New South Wales. He's 29 years, 332 days old. And his first-class batting career. Let's wait for a moment. It's getting brighter all the time, actually, here at Hove. As Waite turns at the far end of the ground, he's in and bowled. And McAndrew cuts firmly. He's going to get a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Good over by Matthew Waite, just conceding the 1 run. McAndrew goes to 63. Should go to 63 in a moment. Is that click over? Oh, maybe it's already clicked over. And no, I think there's got 1 more run to go on there. I'm fairly certain. In total, 248 for 8. At the end of the over. So Nathan McAndrew, batting wise, first class, he hasn't made a first class 100. His highest score is 92. In List A, his highest score is 55, and in T20, highest score of 30. So according to these stats, he's a long way off. But he's at 62 not out and batting very nicely.
Very nicely as Mir into bowl to McAndrew, just uses his feet and hits a very, very good shot. Misfielded slightly, you could say, by Hose at extra cover, which allows them to get 3 to 1, but very well struck. And that's the first time we've seen McAndrew use his feet to the spinner as well, which is, and he just re-rehearsing the shot there as Mir into Carson. Mir up and bowls. Carson drives out to the sweeper Azhar Ali, who's been busy out there the last couple of overs. I think Brad has made a good point earlier about the batters now. You wouldn't really say there's any genuine tail enders.
No, I would agree. And Brad has made a really good point when he said, how often have you seen that, the last 5 wickets put on as many runs or, more, double the runs in the top 5.
There's Mir into McAndrew. McAndrew back and just plays the ball nicely into the offside to Hose. I
think a lot of that as well is due to the fact that batting does get easier with these Duke balls. And once you get past about 30 overs, it does get, the hardness goes out of the ball. It's more difficult to take wickets.
Mir in again. McAndrew just yorked himself there, just trying to get underneath the ball slightly, trying to get an angle to try and, looks like, hit the ball over extra cover. Mir at the top of his mark from the C end into McAndrew. Bowls. McAndrew uses his feet. Plays into the offside. Well fielded by Hose.
Talking of Bradders, he will be back with us just after 5 o'clock. For all of you who are waiting, wonder where Bradders is. He hasn't gone for a walk, he's still here.
Bowls. Oh, just slightly slower there for Mir. A few of the balls that he's tried to hurry through a little bit quicker with that one there. I think just when he's seen McAndrew look to shimmy down and use his feet, he's just taking a little bit of the pace off, which is intelligent bowling from Mir. As Sussex move on to 249 for 7 of 65 overs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC, BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Hereford and Worcester. Adrian Harms, Matt Green, Dave Bradley, your commentary team here from Hove. I wonder whether Joe Leach is coming back into the attack. No, he isn't. Not for the time being anyway. I'll give you some other scores around the country in a few moments' time. We'll start in Division 2 of the County Championship as Matthew Waite comes in from the Cromwell Road end. Floodlights still on, coming into bowl to the right-handed Jack Casting. Lets it go through to wicket-keeper Roderick. Jack Casting, whose dad's here today watching. Very grateful to Matt for introducing me this morning. So, in the second division, Yorkshire have had a good day at Chesterfield. They're 200 for 3 in reply to the Derbyshire total of 111 all out, in which Matt Fisher took 5 wickets, Ben Code 3. Good day for Glamorgan up at Durham. A century for the skipper Kieran Carson, who's in a good run of form. In comes Waite and bowls. Carson is forward. Carson, that is, as opposed to Carlson. Played into the offside, and that's the 50 partnership between these two. No, it's not. It's the, I apologise, it's the 250 up. 250 for 7. These two coming together when Sussex were 201 for 7, so the 50 partnership is only 1 more run away. And it brings McAndrew on strike. So first batting bonus point for Sussex. Worcestershire with 2 bowling points already securely in the bag. And as I say, it's getting lighter and brighter the whole time, which is good news. In comes Waite, bowls, and McAndrew clips this one back to the square on the leg side. They've taken one, they'll think about two. Oh, it could be all. There was never two there. Very good bit of fielding as well by Adam Finch, who was in very quickly in a rocket-like throw over the top of the stumps. And if McAndrew had come back for a second, I think he would have almost certainly been run out. That would not have been a good run to take.
No, definitely not a good run to take there. And
McAndrew goes to 64, 251 for 7, and that's the applause for the 50 partnership between the two as well, by my reckoning. And together it was 201 for 7. Glimmer of sunshine across the ground as Waite is in again to bowl. Short pulled away by Jack Carlson straight to mid-wicket, and there is no run. So Glamorgan 276 for 4. Kieran Carlson, the skipper, 110 not out. Sam Northeast made 60. 3 catches there for Ollie Robinson behind the stump. That's the Kent Ollie Robinson, of course, who shares the same birthday as the Sussex Ollie Robinson, not in terms of years, but in terms of the actual date of the birthday. The other game in Division 2 today, badly affected by rain. Still raining down in Bristol, where Gloucestershire are 45 without loss against Leicestershire. Waite in and bowls, and Carlson glides that down to fine leg and picks up a single. Does Jack Carlson? He goes to 16 and a total to 252 for 7. In the First Division, Essex 273 for 3 at Chelmsford against Somerset. Sir Alistair is 99 not out. At Canterbury, Kent 239 for 8 against Surrey. 249 for 8. Jordan Cox 109 not out. Joe Everson making 58. Good signing, Joe Everson, from Nottinghamshire last season. Bad day for Hampshire. Up at Southport, bundled out for 142. As in comes Waite, bowls, cut away firmly by McAndrew to the sweeper on the cover boundary. Nathan McAndrew goes to 65, the total to 253 for 7 at the end of that over from Matthew Waite, who has now bowled 13 overs, 3 maidens, taken 1 for 46. Sussex 253 for 7, McAndrew on 65, Carson is on 16. Yeah, Hampshire bundled out for 142, Lancashire 41 without loss in reply. And finally the game at Trent Bridge. I'm presuming it's Trent Bridge. Let's have a little look just to make sure that they're not playing on an outground this week. No, it is at Trent Bridge. Warwickshire 244 for 3 against Notts. Congratulations to the Vipers, who have won the Charlotte Edwards Cup at Worcester today. So well done to Georgia Adams and the rest of the Vipers, and well done to Australia, who have won the World Test Championship at the Oval.
As Mir in to McAndrew. Oh, McAndrew just back played the ball into the onside. It's a nice period of the game here with Mir to McAndrew. I think McAndrew's going to look to try and take him on and be positive, and he's starting to see some skills here from Mir. Just the variations of pace, and he's in and bowls to McAndrew. Uses his feet.
That's a poor shot.
That's a poor shot for McAndrew. McAndrew used his feet and found Finch at mid-on. He's just trying to go over. I said it was a nice period of the game developing, and you could just see Mir there just using all his skill and acumen. To the other Sussex batters, he's bowled, I would say, a quicker pace, and as soon as McAndrew showed any intent to come down and use his feet, really took the pace off the ball. A good bit of bowling from Mir and inviting the shot, but a poor shot for McAndrew, but a very valuable innings for himself and the Sussex team. 65 off 68 balls. He'll be disappointed not to go on, but a fine effort.
Well, it was a good effort, excuse me, by Nathan McAndrew. 65 in 68 balls, including 12 boundaries. I just think the way that he'd played, he'd ended in rather a soft dismissal, I think it's probably fair to say. He was looking to club the ball away. He's played very aggressively, and it's been an innings that's at least given Sussex a bit of impetus in the innings. And here comes a new man making his debut for Sussex, is Henry Shipley, the New Zealander. And, well, if the weather holds, you'd think there's a fair chance we're going to see Henry Shipley in action, because we've still got another 29 overs in the day left after this one.
Yeah, so here comes Shipley for his first outing in a Sussex shirt, and he's facing Mir with 4 balls left in the over. Be interesting to see what D'Oliveira does field-wise here. I think it was a very good bit of bowling from Mir to entice the shot for McAndrew. I just noticed real changes of pace, slightly quicker to the other Sussex batters, but as soon as someone looked to use their feet, Mir taking pace off the ball.
Yes, perhaps we didn't give quite enough credit to Isma Mir for that. But it was just the way that McAndrew had played. You always expected as he came dancing down the wicket to hit the ball over the top for 6, but he didn't.
No, definitely. And here's Mir into Shipley to face his first ball, and ball just played out into the onside. Just again, the wicket, you can just start hearing in the headset just a few of the Worcester players rather, just getting into it and creating that theatre atmosphere. And in comes Mir to Shipley. Again, Shipley using his feet. 1 run, well fielded again by Finch, and Shipley opens his mark in a Sussex shirt.
Indeed, and he'll be very pleased indeed to have done that, I'm sure. He's here primarily for his bowling, but a few useful lower order runs would be very welcome.
And Mir into Carson, short ball.
Well taken.
Very well taken, but Carson would be disappointed there not to put that away, and it looks an eager Leach at backward point there, already had his cap off, so it looks like Leach will have the next over, but Mir with 1 ball to come in the over. And it's Mir into Carson. Just played the ball into the onside. Shipley showed some signs of wanting to take a single, but sent back by Carson, and looks like Leach here with the hat off and back into the attack.
It looks like it. Joe Leach has already taken 5 wickets. Henry Shipley, first class record, 22 matches, 34 innings, 793 runs, a high score of 82. So clearly no mug with the bat. Averaging 24 is Henry Shipley, who've the benefit of those who haven't seen him before, and I haven't. He's 27 years of age, born in Darfield in Canterbury, over in New Zealand, and he bowls right arm medium fast, and we could well see him in action today. I think the weather, famous last words, look like it's improving all the time. It's a much lighter skies above Hove, and Joe Leach back into the attack for Worcestershire. He's been tremendous today, Joe Leach. 5 wickets he's picked up. I'll give you his figures. 15 overs, 5 for 51, including 3 maidens. He's coming in and bowls to Henry Shipley, who plays a very respectable full defensive stroke to mid-on. That wasn't a shot of a number 10 player.
No.
And there is no run. So 2 slips and a third man, a backward point cover mid-off, mid-on mid-wicket, and a fine leg. Bradder's back with us after 5 o'clock when he's done his latest update to the listeners in Worcester. A lot of the crowd have stayed on, actually. I mean, a few have drifted away when we had that little splash of rain just before tea. But the good news is we're carrying on, and it looks good for the time being as Leach bowls to Shipley, who lets that one go outside of the off stump. And there is no run.
Interesting now, Carson just coming down, speaking to Shipley, just indicating, looks like that ball just might have tailed back into the right-hander, just with the way Carson is signalling with his hands to Shipley. So be interesting to see now. Leach looks like if he's got the ball swinging in the air and moving off the pitch in an interesting stage.
Shipley, tall man, waits as Leach is in the bowls, and Shipley's forward, a model forward defensive shot, plays it away on the offside, and there is no. I'm not sure it tells you how tall Henry Shipley is. Let's have a little look, see if we can see on our statistics. I can't see any actually here. I'm sure that I could find it somewhere. But he looks to me like he's, I don't know, 6.5 foot, something like that.
Yeah, 6'3", 6'4", I think. Yeah, 6.5.
Leach wheels around at the far end of the ground, the Cromwell Road end of the ground, runs in down the hill, bowls, and Shipley's been. That's a cracking delivery by Joe Leach, not for the first time today. He's just bowled beautifully. And I think Brad has made the comment earlier on today, you know, that it just looks a different game of cricket when Joe Leach is bowling. Joint leading wicket taker in the second division, 30 wickets this season, level with Matthew Potts. 432 first class wickets, 17 fifers. It kind of says it all, really. And he bowls with beautiful rhythm as well. He wheels around and he comes again. Last umpire Newell, and Shipley drives to mid-off, and there is no run. 254 for 8.
Shipley there just patting the wicket down. Just looked like that ball held up in the surface with 1 ball to go in the over.
brief resume at the end of the over for those of you just joining us perhaps for the first time today. Perhaps you've been out at the beach or out and about. What's been happening here at Hove as in comes Leach and Bowles, and driven very pleasantly by Shipley, and a very fine piece of fielding at mid-off by the Worcestershire skipper Brett D'Oliveira, who always sets a fantastic example in the field, diving away, prevented the boundary, just the single to Henry Shipley, who goes to 250. You have to help me out here, Matt. Is that 255 for 8 or
255 for 8?
Thank you. At the end of the over. So the story of the day here was that Worcestershire won the toss, elected to bowl first on a pitch with a bit of grass on it and a tinge of green, and reduced Sussex to 47 for 3, with Joe Leach taking the first 3 wickets. Sussex then recovering to 119 for 3 before James Coles was out, 3 wickets falling for 21 runs. But Ollie Carter making 76, Nathan McAndrews 65. I reckon it's about honours even here, 258 for 8.
Mears in. Oh, well left there from Shipley. Again, sort of the way that Shipley was able to leave that ball, you can tell sort of Mear now going back to his natural pace that he bowled, and he's in again to Shipley. Shipley rocks back and the ball's straight through to the keeper.
Yeah, he's bowling a much better line here, isn't he? He bowled a little too short, I thought, earlier on today.
A little too short, and it just seems like he's getting into his work and getting into his rhythm nicely as he's at the top of his mark now. Shipley plays back into the onside, 1 run. Some good fielding there at mid-wicket.
I don't think Henry Shipley was in by far then, The ball's played to mid-wicket. So Jake Libby in there. He's very, very quick, and it was an excellent bit of fielding. And he threw at the non-striker's end. And I think had he hit the stumps, I think Henry Shipley might have been struggling, I don't think they were expecting the ball to be thrown at that end. It was a very fine bit of fielding.
No, and I think D'Oliveira, as we said previously, sets the standard in terms of fielding as Mears into Carson. Carson just rocks forward and plays the ball into the offside. I've been really impressed with D'Oliveira today. Just his enthusiasm, his intensity and energy around the group, and you can see how that sort of feeds off onto the rest of the players. As Mear into Carson and Bowles. Carson played that just the wide of point and gets 1 run out to the sweeper Azhar Ali as Leach chaperones it to the sweeper. Shipley with 1 ball to face from Mear, and you can see Mear now setting into a real rhythm. Top of his mark, just spinning the ball in his hands, and he's up. He's in and bowls to Shipley. Shipley drives well down the ground.
Nice shot.
Great shot down the ground. 4 runs. Nothing D'Oliveira could have done at that in mid-off. And again, that was just a ball. You could just see it evident here from the box, just where Mear's just taken pace off the ball and just gone away from his natural pace, and just trying to invite an attacking stroke from one of the batters and bringing his close infielders into play. So although he looks disappointed, he'd be encouraged by that shot from Shipley.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? So, end of the over. Bradder's back with us in a sec. 261 for 8. Cast on 17. Shipley is on 7. Nice shot by Henry Shipley. If you want to get in touch with us, please do so. It'd be lovely to hear from you in the last hour or so of play. Sussex Cricket at bbc.co.uk, or you can tweet us. In comes Leach over the wicket, bowls, and Carson plays into the offside. There is no run. Bradders at BBC is for Dave Bradley, or at BBC Sussex Sport, or remind me of your Twitter handle, Matt?
Matthew is green.
There we are. Matthew is green. 2 slips, a third man, a backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg. The cloud nice and high. Let's hope we haven't had much rain, to be honest, just a spot or 2 in truth. Leach in, bowls, Carson forward solidly, plays 2 short extra, and there is no run. Carson on 17, Shipley on 7. Another 26 overs to be bowled tonight, so we're going to have quite a bit of overtime here. If wickets do fall, and we have a change in innings, and we will lose 2 overs because of that turnaround. And we'll have none of this nonsense in Test cricket where we go off at a set time. So if the weather holds, we'll get all these overs in. In comes Leach. Over wicket bowls. Carson forward, back down the track, fielded by Leach. And there is no run. You just cannot take a liberty with Joe Leach. You know, every delivery, making the batsman play. He'll probably bowl a wide one now because I've said that. But he's just on the money. I bet if you did a little graph of where Joe Leach bowls, you know, he would be pretty much on the money. You know, middle and off.
Yeah, no, definitely. I think I spoke about it earlier. I said about the decisions. I don't know why the umpires are meeting in the middle.
I think they're having a natter about the ball. I think Joe Leach said, now the ball is nearly 70 overs old, so they can have a little natter. Probably gives us an option. So I think we'll have a little change in the commentary box. Bradders is going to replace Matt, and then I'll stay on with Bradders for half an hour. Then Matt will come back with us. So plenty of cricket to be played tonight. Thank you, Matt. I don't think they did change the ball because Brenda, who is the who keeps all the balls in a box over in the pavilion, hasn't appeared on the outfield, and she will be here as in comes Leach and bowls. And Carson's beaten. He's caught behind. No, he's not. Lovely delivery by Joe Leach, just nipped away from the right-hander. I thought for a moment it got a little nick on that Jack Carson. Ball goes through to the keeper, and there is no run. How have you seen today's play, Brad? It's been a game of sort of twists and turns.
I think if Sussex can get another 20 runs, they will be the happier of the two teams.
That's very interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, they're getting up towards 300, aren't they? They were, what were they, 142 for 6?
Yes, they were.
So...
in comes Leach. Bowls. Carson plays him to the offside. There is no run. Worcestershire are bowler down with Adam Finch out of the attack. Having been running on the pitch, running down the line of the leg stump, he was warned a couple of times, then he was taken out of the attack because he had to be.
Yes. I'm a little bit surprised that Worcestershire didn't switch him to the other end. I've seen that done before. Somebody's got a warning for running on the pitch, so switch him up the other end.
Yes.
To see what the other umpire thinks.
Leach in and bowls, and Carson solidly forward, plays to mid-on. And there is no run. It's the end of another Joe Leach over. 17 overs. He has bowled 4 maidens, 5 for 52. Sussex are 261 for 8. Carson 17. Shipley is on 7.
I know it's hypothetical, but take Leach's 5 for 52 out of that, and Sussex are 201 for 3.
Yeah.
So he has been a class apart today.
Yes, he is. He really has. It's a little bit like when Ollie Robinson bowled down at New Road.
Precisely that, yes. That was as good a match bowling performance by Robinson that I've seen for a long time.
Really?
Well, he kept going, didn't he, all the way. He bowled long spells, and he was always dangerous, always hitting the slice of the bat or the batsman's ribs or something like that. Usama Mir is the bowler. He is bowling from the C end, and he is bowling to Shipley, who's on 7. And Shipley is forward, pushing away on the offside. Joe Leach is the fielder. No run. As Adrian said, most of the supporters have stayed for the day. Quite a few Worcestershire people I saw at the luncheon interval. Nice place to come for a long weekend or 3 or 4 days. Nice shot down the ground, 4 runs. Usama Mir over pitching there, and forward came Shipley, drove it down the ground. As I say, these two came up against each other in international, Pakistan against New Zealand in last month. So
good research, Brad, as I'm very impressed.
Well, it popped up. Yeah.
Very good.
No, all things about nothing.
Yeah.
Or nothing about all things. Has that gone under the covers or something?
I think it probably has.
Oh, Adam Finch has had to go and fetch it back.
Ray Yates has been in touch, actually. Hello, Ray, up in Inverness. And he says, we were speculating how tall Henry Shipley is. So what do you reckon, Bradders?
He's 6'3".
Okay.
Usama Mir into bowl, and this is forward defensive push back down the pitch, but you're going to tell me.
Ray says Henry is indeed 6'5".
Is he?
So he's a tall fella.
Yeah, they're all tall. Well, they're not all tall, are they? You couldn't say that, like somebody like Brett D'Oliveira, Jake Libby are tall, but a lot of very tall cricketers these days.
Yeah. Pushed
out into the offside. There is no run.
There were some shorter cricketers. I think back to my youth, sort of watching cricket. You know, when it used to be on the telly. Like Harry Pilling, he was quite short, wasn't he, for Lancashire?
The Lancashire coffin maker. is Mir in again.
Really?
Pushed out on the onside. Apparently, some winters he used to go making coffins.
Right.
Or whether he worked for a coffin maker and was delivering coffins, but it's a good story, isn't it? Yeah, he was the coffin of Harry, and he was tiny, wasn't he?
Yeah. Great fielder.
Mir in again, bowls. Better delivery this time, but just force the batsman onto the back foot, plays it back down the pitch, and Usama Mir does his own fielding. 265 for 8 is the Sussex total, and we still have a quarter of a day's play. We still have 25 overs left. Whether the light will be with us or what, I'm not quite sure.
You think that great Lancashire side, so sort of Harry Pilling, Jackie Bond, the skipper, Farouk Engineer behind the stumps.
Yeah, Lloyd.
John Lever.
Yeah, they were a good side.
Ken Shuttleworth.
Yeah, Ken Shuttleworth, yeah. They were a good side, weren't they? And that was sort of the infancy of one-day cricket.
Yeah,
as well.
It was. Yeah, David Hughes.
Yeah. Bond was a great captain, wasn't he?
Yeah. In comes Leach over the wicket bowls. He beats Carson outside the off stump. There is no run. I remember watching, the good old Gillette Cup final will be on the BBC, and there was a final. I don't know who it was between, but Lancashire and someone, and Jackie Bond taking a fantastic catch at mid wicket, and wonderful.
And that was like the cup final at the end of the season, wasn't it? Gillette Cup final. Everybody went to Lords, coach loads.
Bad as you can get a ticket for love nor money.
No, it's at Trent Bridge, and the semi-finals on the Wednesday, and the finals on the Saturday.
No, and that was always the end of the season.
Yeah, it was. That was it. Yeah.
In comes Leach running towards us and bowls, and Carson plays to mid-on. There is no... And there'd always be someone, Brad, who would take 7 for 24 and get picked to go to Australia, and then go around the park.
Yeah. And the first final of the Gillette Cup was between Worcestershire and Sussex.
Yes, indeed.
Ted Dexter captain in Sussex, and Dexter knew how to play the game. 7 fielders on the boundary. Yeah, so it was a whole new... And that first season, it was 65 overs a side.
It was.
And they stopped for lunch and tea. Didn't finish till midnight, but...
In comes Leach. Bowls Carson, who clips to mid-wicket, and I thought for a moment it had been caught by Azhar Ali. It was just out of the clutches of Ali, who's in there at mid-wicket. It was clipped away firmly by Jack Carson. It would have been a brilliant catch, but it was over his head. The ball runs away, so 4 to Carson. He goes to 11. I'm being handed a note.
A note?
Peter Lever said, yes.
What did you say?
I said John Lever.
Oh, John Lever
played for Essex.
Left armour.
That's Paul Lever, very fine journalist, sitting in the press box next. It was John Lever.
It was John Lever. Yeah.
Was played for Essex, and it was Peter Lever,
who
was the bowler. Peter Lever and Ken Shuttleworth.
Yeah, and then in later life, bowling for Lancashire was. I'll stop myself here.
Here comes Leach and bowls. Carson down the ground, and there is no run.
It was of course Peter Lee. Which is a town in Northumberland, or is it in Durham? Peter Lee.
Oh, Peter Lee, or is it up in Aberdeenshire?
No, definitely. I went there.
Did you?
Yeah. I may not again.
They sent you there, Brad.
I was, yeah. Go up here, laddie. You don't want to go to Peter Lee in the dark.
So I tried to think that great Lancashire side. I don't know why we're talking Lancashire, but we are. As in comes Leach and bowls, and Carson beaten outside the off stump. It really is a wonderful bit of bowling here by Joe Leach. It really is. Beating the outside edge. Is that not the end of the over? Another drop ball. 269 for 8. So I'm wondering who would have opened the batting for Lancashire. It wouldn't have been David Lloyd.
Engineer.
Farouk Engineer would have opened, would he?
Yeah. He would have been... by the way, I've had confirmed that it is only in this innings that Finch can't bowl.
Thank you.
We thought it was, but we needed confirmation.
Thank you very much, Bradders. In comes Leach to bowl to Carson, and Carson's right in behind that plays. To mid-off, fielded there by Brett D'Oliveira. There is no run. 269 for 8. Carson on 21. Shipley is on 11. I don't know how we got on to Shipley, how we got on to Lancashire from there. Oh yeah, because we said Henry Shipley is 6'5", and we said there were also some shorter cricketers, one of which was Harry Pilling, and we'll have a look at Harry Pilling in a minute. Bradders thinks he may have been involved in some sort of coffin making. Anyway,
I'm sure he was a coffin maker.
Ray had a couple of questions. He said, can I ask, after our extremely disappointing showing in the blast, why we haven't seen Delray Rawlins at all? Archie Lenham's only had a run out once, I believe. Steve Finn also not used. Probably good reasons. I'm not aware of them. Can you help? Well, I'll try and answer all those questions at the end of the over, best I can.
Usama Mir is about to bowl. and this ball is short and cracked away into the offside, and Hose comes round to field. I think you'd rather got away with that, New South. I think maybe a little earlier in the innings with the top batsman. He might have been in a bit of trouble, but this is short and pulled away, and he'll get a single here out to Gibbon, way out on the deep mid-wicket boundary, who has to work out where the ball's going between the pigeons. So one more, another not great delivery. Barry Wood, David Hughes, I'm reminded by several people.
Barry Wood. Bowled a bit of sort of slow medium as well, didn't he, Barry Wood?
Went and played for Derbyshire afterwards.
Did he?
Yeah. His next ball from there, once again, he's drifting toward the leg stump, just tucked away this time, but to Jake Libby, who's at mid-wicket, no run. The total is 270 for 8.
An article on Harry Pilling I'll read at the end of the over on the BBC website.
Next ball is, once again, he's just dropping a little bit too short here. It's turned away, but again, for no run. What's his figures now? Mere 12. This will be the end of the 13th over. 1 for 54. So he's conceding a few runs here when Brett D'Oliveira wants him not to do that. Yeah, next ball pushed back down the pitch. I thought that was the end of the over. Scoreboard says it's the end of the over.
1, 2, 3. I think he 1, 2, 3. I think he's.
Scoreboard says he's bowled 13 overs. Ball pushed away on the offside. 13.1 now. So there's something gone a bit wrong, drastically wrong with the scoreboard. He only conceded one run in that over. There's still 23 left in the day. How many overs have we had? I hear you say 73. So I think they'll take Leach off here because they might want him to bowl with a new ball.
Get spinning from both ends, Brad, I think.
D'Oliveira's going to bowl.
Yeah. So this is an article on the BBC website.
Yep, can't trust the BBC, mate.
No, 24th of September 2012, and it says, former Lancashire batsman Harry Pilling has died at the age of 69, so 11 years ago. Born in Ashton-under-Lyne, he was one of the shortest cricketers in modern times at 5 feet 3 inches. He spent 18 years at Old Trafford. One of his most memorable innings was for Lancashire, an unbeaten 70 against Sussex to help secure the county's first Gillette Cup final in 1970.
Yeah.
Jonathan Agnew said, a tiny man physically, but a massive character. He added that Pilling had been an integral member of Lancashire's brilliant one-day team of the 70s. Absolutely wonderful player. Wonderful player, Harry Pilling. Here comes D'Oliveira, played through the offside, picks up a single, does Shipley. The reason why it says 13.1 overs, thank you to Jamie Burnett, the Sussex press officer, is because, of course,
he bowled
an extra ball when
Finch was taken off.
Finch was taken off the attack. So thank you for that, Jamie.
Good spot there, Wilson.
Thank you. Yes, well done. Yes, well done, Mannering. Good stuff. We'd miss that. D'Oliveira in and bowls. Forward comes Carr. Plays into the offside, and there is no run. I will answer your question at the end of this over, Ray. You were talking about some of the players who haven't been playing for Sussex. I don't know all the answers, but D'Oliveira rattling through the over here. As Carlson plays the ball down to long on and picks up a single, he goes to 22. Nice knock this by Jack Carlson, just keeping the momentum going. Sussex will have their eyes on getting to 300, and I think, as Brad has said, I think if Sussex do that, having been put in and been 142 for 6, they'll be quite pleased. As Shipley drives the next ball down the ground to long off, he picks up a single. It goes to 14. When people reply and say that's the reason why, I think, crumbs, there really are people listening, Brad has said.
Oh yeah, it gets a bit scary.
Yes, it does. So you have to get your facts and figures right. D'Oliveira in again and bowls. Forward comes Carlson to ball a good length, plays it down the offside of the track, and there is no run. 22 overs to be bowled after this one in the day. We will lose 2 if we get a change in innings. D'Oliveira in, bowls Carlson forward. Good over by D'Oliveira, just the 3 runs coming off of it. He's racing through the overs. He fancies this new ball sooner rather than later. 273 for 8.
Sorry, mate.
I was going to say, Jack Carlson 22, Henry Shipley 14.
The Guardian tells me that Harry Pilling was a coffin salesman.
Well done,
His benefit in 1974 earned him the massive total of £9,500, which in 1974 was probably better than threatened safety.
Good knowledge, Bratters.
It's that sort of thing that I know, but I'm not quite sure what I had for breakfast yesterday. Usama Mir is going to bowl from the C end. Bowling right arm over, back and across goes Shipley. They're going to come through for a quick single. It's a good call because it's to the left of Hose, who has to pick up and then turn his body, as it were, to get the ball back in. By the time he's done all that, batsmen are through for a single. Still, it's a funny sky. It's a mackerel sky. Often described as, because it's kind of grey, lumpy clouds around, but we're going to get through to the end, I would think. Next ball is short from Usama Mir, and it's turned away on the leg side. Ben Gibbon comes in from his lone travail. There's nobody out there. There's nobody in the hospitality boxes for him to talk to. He's a lone figure. There's a gentleman in one of those fluorescent jackets. Is it green? Is it yellow? Sat up on the stand, which looks very bright at the moment. Here, in, bowls, full length delivery, and Hose does well to get down to prevent what probably would have been a single, because Azhar Ali was behind him, and Shipley dug that one out, a real full length delivery. But the whole sum of all that action and all that energy was a dot ball. Mir in again, once again, foolish length here, pulling the batsman forward, plays it back down the pitch. Bowler himself is the fielder. 275 for 8, Sussex. Yeah, in again, and this is swept and an appeal, which is turned down by umpire Debenham. I would have thought that by the way he played the shot, it was going down the leg side. It wasn't one of those that sweep from off stump. It was a sweep to a leg side ball, I would have thought. A quicker delivery this time from Mir. Plays it to Waite at backward point. Good over from Mir. Just conceded the 2 runs, 14 overs and 1 ball. 156. That's like, and 1 man went to bow. Anyway, end of the over. D'Oliveira to continue. I don't see the over rate on the. Oh, the over rate is -1.
That'll change.
Yeah, so that's probably another reason why Brett D'Oliveira is bowling himself.
So coming back to your question, Ray, we did an interview earlier on this week where we asked Paul Farbrace, the Sussex head coach, about Delray roll-ins. As in comes D'Oliveira, bowls, and driven by Carson, gets a thick outside edge, that's going to race away for 4 runs. Down to the 3rd man boundary, right underneath our commentary box. Jack Carlson picks up a fortunate boundary, but he won't worry about that. He goes to 27, Sussex to 279 for 8. And we understand that Delray is back in Bermuda, and that the club are talking to both Delray and his agent, is what Paul said. So we don't know when he'll be returning, but he certainly hasn't played for Sussex so far this season in the Championship or the Blast. D'Oliveira in again. Bowls, Carlson forward, plays down the track. D'Oliveira thinks of his own bowling and there is no run, very energetically. Archie Lenham, so he played 1 game, so he's around, and perhaps we'll ask if he doesn't play this week. Perhaps hasn't just been selected. As far as I know, he's fit. And D'Oliveira bowls again, and Carson plays onto the onside. There is no run. And Steve Finn is still recovering from his knee injury, and Paul did say at the beginning of the season that he was a little way away from fitness. Steve Finn. D'Oliveira in again, bowls. Carson drives handsomely through the covers. He's going to get more runs here, probably a couple. Herring around the boundary. On the offside is Ben Gibbon, and he gets in the throw, but not before Carson goes through for his 29th run. So I hope that's of use to you, Ray. 281 for 8. I was just reading about Peter Lever. So we'll do that at the end of the over. We were talking about the great Lancashire side of the 70s. D'Oliveira in, bowls to Carson, who plays into the offside run. He is 82, is Peter Lever, born in 1940. He was a quick bowler, wasn't he? Born in Yorkshire, interestingly, yeah? Although he did play for Lancashire. In comes D'Oliveira, bowls to Carson, bowl straight back to D'Oliveira. There is no run. So 6 runs off of the over, 4 of which was an edge, but Jack Carlson won't worry about that. He goes to 29. 281 for 8. D'Oliveira's 2 overs have cost 9 runs. We have got 4 more overs until, yes we have, 4 more overs until the new ball is available. Is that right?
Yeah.
So, yes.
20 left in the day.
20 left in the day, you're right, I can't do my maths.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
As long as you can fill your expenses for me for the BBC, don't really matter, mate. And that's a work of fiction anyway. Here's Usama Mir in and bowls, and this is pushed away on the offside. They're going to go through for a single here as it's to the left. I think that's Ed Pollock on fielding, who's 12th man there for Worcestershire. Not quite sure who's gone off. Maybe Joe Leach has gone off for a rub down with the Sporting Life and to put his bowling boots on.
How many first-class wickets do you think Peter Lever took?
827. Here's next ball from Usama Mir, pushed out on the offside. I don't know.
That is a really, really good guess, Brad.
Is it?
Really good
Is
guess.
it 4,000 and something?
No, that's really good. I wonder if you've been cheating, actually.
No. Mir. In again, push back down the pitch. Bowler Fields, Carson on 29.
796 first-class wickets. That's really good,
It's
isn't it?
remarkable. And look at those stats of those players. Like Norman Gifford took about 10 million wickets. Here's Mir in again, and this is driven away through the offside for a single. I believe one of those strange stats. Total goes to 283 for 8. Bomber Wells, a spinner, played for Gloucestershire and played for Notts for a bit as well. Took 999 first-class wickets.
Incredible, isn't
You
it?
think they could have found him a game like MCC against Scotland, couldn't you, to get that one other wicket? Next ball from Mir is played back down the pitch. Bowler himself does the fielding. Much better now from Usama Mir. His first 5 overs today were clattered all around the ground, but he seems to have got into a bit of rhythm here. He's also, of course, bowling to lower order batsmen, which makes a difference. Jogs in again, arms are twirling, pushed away on the onside. Think about a single. Lib is in quickly at mid-wicket. There is no run. 283 for 8. Bomber Wells, it is said, and I don't think this would be possible. I was listening to the match yesterday, the Test Championship, and who was it? Was bowling an over in 90 seconds. But Bomber Wells is alleged to have bowled an over at Gloucester on the Wagonworks ground while the cathedral clock struck 12.
Oh, amazing.
So that every ball must have been played back to him. But he had no run-up. He stood next to the umpire before he bowled. And he had those great big bottle bottom glasses,
That's brilliant.
Quite a character.
I'm surprised this over 8 is still showing at -1, actually, because Worcestershire are rattling through their overs.
They'll do a calculation in a minute, the umpires and the referee. And
In comes D'Oliveira, comes into bowl to Jack Carson, who stretches forward, plays to short extra. There is no run. So we'll stop talking Lancashire in a minute, but we were interested in Peter Lever, and the other opening bowler, a fearsome opening attack, was Ken Shuttleworth.
Yeah.
Remember him?
yeah,
In comes D'Oliveira again, bowls Carson forward. Down the onside of the track, there is no run. He is 78, born in St Helens, so he's a Lancastrian. And he took in his career how many first-class wickets, Brad?
Oh, no, you're testing me now. I've had one good guess.
Yeah.
Less than Lever.
In comes D'Oliveira, played to backward point, fielded by Mir. There is no run.
Less than Lever.
Yes.
600 now.
Very good. Yes, he took 623 first-class wickets. So that's not bad, is it? Those two would have opened the bowling for Lancashire for many a long year.
Yeah. Post Ken Higgs, I suppose, was before them.
In comes D'Oliveira. Carson solidly for doing a good job here, Brett D'Oliveira. Skippering the side, he's just keeping things a little quiet, and he'll know that new ball is just literally around the corner. Another 2 overs after this one. Comes D'Oliveira again. Carson plays onto the onside, kept a little low, and there is no run. I wanted to make sure I got my facts right, because I can see Paul Weaver next to us. He's just waiting for us to slip up.
Is he?
Yeah, he is. He's just waiting for us to say, get the names wrong.
He'll have a busy day if he's waiting for us to slip up. He'll be in here every 2 seconds.
In comes D'Oliveira and bowls, and Carson plays that without timing into the offside. And there is no run. So maiden over from Brett D'Oliveira, who has now bowled 3 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 9. 280. Bradders, can you quite make that out? 280.
I can see that scoreboard better now. It's
Right.
283 for 8.
Thank you. I can't quite see the angle that I'm at, but I can see Jack Carlton is on 30. Henry Shipley, who's looked very secure, is on 16. And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Hereford and Worcester. Did you do an update, Bradders?
Yeah, last one of the day. It's
Right.
when the sun shines
Yes.
on the scoreboard that you can't see it.
So in comes Mir and bowls, and forward comes Shipley. He plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. So Bradders disappears. Matt Green is going to come back and join us. Bradders will come back, and I will disappear and perhaps go and eat a bit of that cake if there's any left. I hope there is. In comes Mir and bowls, and all beaten outside the off stump is Shipley. Nice delivery. Taken by wicket-keeper Roderick. Ben has been back in touch. Ben Silk. Hello, Ben. We were talking about players who aren't playing at the moment, and he's got a question. As in comes Mir and bowls, driven by Shipley to mid-off, fielded by D'Oliveira at no run. And it was a question about George Garden. We haven't seen much of this season, and the answer to your question is, Ben, I don't know. He obviously got hit on the head the early game of the season. In comes Mir, bowl, Shipley drive. Oh, what a catch! Oh, well, that would have been a brilliant catch. That would have been a brilliant caught and bowled. It was belted back by Henry Shipley, and Mir was down really quickly to his right-hand side. He couldn't hang on. He gets a pat on the back from Brett D'Oliveira. Well, that would have been one of the catches of the season, because he absolutely belted that back, did Henry Shipley. I don't think that should go down as a drop. That's unkind. But he did get a hand to it. Here in again, bowls, and Shipley hammers that away. That's got many a mile. That's gone for nearly 6. It bounced about a yard inside the boundary rope. So Henry Shipley looks a more than useful order batsman here for Sussex. He goes to 20, the total to 287 for 8. Nice shot.
Yeah, nice shot, and a good partnership again developing.
Very good. Yeah,
between Carson and Shipley.
34 between these two now. So I'll answer your question in full at the end of the over, Ben. One more update to do to the listeners on BBC Sussex. And he's at it again. This time it's pulled away in exactly the same place. So on this occasion it's all along the floor. 4 more to Shipley. He goes to 24. And Sussex to 291 for 8. So a second batting bonus point is on the cards now for Sussex. And Bradders was saying he thought if Sussex got to 300, they'll feel they've had a pretty decent day. And I would agree. From 142 for 6, it wasn't looking too good, but the new ball is around the corner, and I would imagine that's why Sussex are thinking, well, let's make the most of this.
Yeah.
Get to 300, because Leach with the new ball under sort of cloudy-ish skies may be a bit of a handful.
No, definitely, and I just think it's the importance of partnerships really throughout the innings. With no, apart from Ollie, there's been no real significant contribution. You got a 50 from McAndrew as well, but there's been what you have seen is D'Oliveira's at the top of his mark and ready to come in and bowl to Carson. D'Oliveira in, bowled again, slightly short jack. Carson just leant back there and just played the ball through the offside for another single. Is the importance of partnerships throughout the innings and how that can take pressure off. Pressure across the batsman, and you're working there. You're outnumbered. You're 2 batters to 11 fielders, so it's important you're working as a team. As D'Oliveira in and bowls slightly short, and Shipley played that nicely down the ground off the back foot to long on for 1 run.
I just wonder here whether Sussex will be. I mean, sometimes a new ball can disappear around the park, Matthew Conley, but I just wonder whether they might be thinking a couple of lusty blows here, get Sussex to 300.
Yeah, and D'Oliveira in and bowls to Carson.
That's 4.
Yeah, 4 runs. Just a little bit of width there, and just put his hands through it, and 4 runs down through the third man region.
Yeah, no third man in place, and once it had passed the slip, the ball really comes down the slope very quickly here.
Yeah, it travelled quick. Even with you'd imagine a bit of rain on the ground, the ball still travelled quickly.
It's sort of clouded up again, hasn't it?
I know it's. D'Oliveira in and bowls to Carson. Carson plays that back down the ground. A really good length there from D'Oliveira, inviting Carson forward. Spinning the ball in his hands at the top of his mark, and D'Oliveira is in and bowls. Again, Carson just plays the ball back down the ground. 1 ball left in this D'Oliveira over.
Yeah, and then it'll be just 1. Oh no, the new ball will be available.
Yeah. I'd imagine they would take it straight away.
Don't see why not.
Here's D'Oliveira in and bowls again, slightly short. Carson just leant back there and just played the ball through back to deep cover for 1 run.
298 for 8 at the end of the over. I reckon that means this partnership is worth 45 between these two, which are very valuable runs. McAndrew and Carson put on 52. Now, I don't think we're far away from the lights coming back on, because the new ball, I'm sure, will be taken. Brenda Lower has just come out, I think, with the new ball, and I would imagine... I see no reason why Worcestershire wouldn't take it. I'm going to do an update in a couple of minutes, and then I'll make way for Bradders, who'll be back in on commentary. Here we go. Oh. So, I need to get myself... Now, is the new ball going to be taken? I can't believe it won't be. Let's wait for the umpire's signal. Now, umpire needs to hold up the ball here, if it is going to be a new ball. I just don't see why it wouldn't be. Bit of a discussion going on with... There we are, there's the new ball being shown to the scorers. And he shows it to Henry Shipley as well. He says, thank you very much, umpire, for letting me know. So the new ball is unwrapped. How much does a cricket ball cost these days, Matt?
I think they're very expensive. The Duke ones, I think, anywhere between 60 and 100 pounds.
Ouch.
Yeah.
So the new ball is out. 300, and is that 390 yet? 290 yet?
298.
Thank you. Yeah. For 8. Carson 36. Shipley is on 25. And the new ball has been taken. Our final cricket update of the day. Coming your way. 16 overs left in the day. Yes, thanks very much indeed, Sylvie, as a lovely shot played away by Jack Carson for extra cover for a boundary. He goes to 40 and Sussex to 302 for 8, and this is a good recovery by Sussex, who at one stage were 142 for 6, but they've been rescued by 76 by Ollie Carter, 65 by Nathan McAndrew, and now 40 not out by Jack Carson. He's been helped in this partnership, which is approaching 50 by Henry Shipley making his debut for Sussex, who's 25 not out. So a decent day here for Sussex, having been asked to bat this morning. Meanwhile, down at Canterbury, Surrey, the leaders of the county championship, have just bowled out Kent for 301. Jordan Cox making 133. Joey Everson 58, and 4 wickets there for Sean Abbott. And the applause around the ground, Sylvie, a 50 partnership between Jack Carson and Henry Shipley. 50 in 43 minutes in 84 balls, and Sussex now going along nicely. They're 303 for 8. It has held off. We had a little interruption, but other than that, it's been okay today. So fingers crossed it stays the same for the remaining 15 and a bit overs we've got today. About an hour's play left tonight, Sylvie. Very good. Yeah, always well looked after. We had a lovely carrot cake that was brought out at tea time, so we've indulged ourselves on that as well. So it's been a really good day as ever. Thanks, Sylvie. Matthew Waite. The end of his run, and Bradders will be back with us in a minute. We'll just get rid of the clean feed as in comes Waite and bowls, and Shipley has a nice looking shot to mid on. Good bit of fielding by Zamamir, who throws himself to his right hand side and prevents anything more than a single. I've been impressed here by Henry Shipley. And often with the new ball, you see this, don't you? You'd think it would favour the bowling side, but sometimes, if someone's got their eye in, you can get some quick runs.
No, definitely.
And I think Sussex would have settled for this. I think at 142 for 6, you settled for 304 for 8. There's Waite is away from us, in and bowls, and more runs here for Jack Carson, who nurdles that one down to third man. His dad will be very pleased. His dad, who was watching today. Jack goes to 42, 305 for 8. So I shall make way for Bradders at the end of the over. 15 overs to be bowled tonight. Of course, if a wicket does fall, then 2 overs will be deducted, and there'll be the overs left in the day. As in comes Waite to bowl to Shipley, who clips this beautifully through mid-wicket. That's 4 runs, nothing wrong with that. Just clipped the ball away, it was nicely played. It's just going to beat the fielder over the ropes. That's a very, very fine shot by Henry Shipley, who's got a highest first-class score of 82, and he's clearly a very fine player for a number 10. He goes to 30. The partnership between these two is now 47 plus 8, which is 55. I'm going to make way for Bradders, who's going to join Matthew.
Looks like Jack Leach at the top of the ground, taking the new ball.
Yes, well, Sussex rather in the ascendancy, it feels, in this certainly in this last session. T 205 for 7. So they're really so they've added 104 for the loss of 1 wicket since T, and I think they'll be enjoying their post-match Diet Coke or fizzy drink much more than Worcestershire will, because I think Worcestershire might feel they've hit them off the hook here. What were they, 142 when the 6th wicket went down. Here's Leach in, bowls, cracked away, 4 runs. Bit of width outside the off stump. He's a big lad, is Carson. Well, Shipley's a big lad as well, and when them big lads hit it, it takes a bit of stopping. Leach 5 for 60.
A great shot there from Carson.
Was
top shot, waited for it, hit the ball really hard, and again, just the counter-attacking play with a new ball.
And these lads work very hard, don't they, on their batting now, these lower order guys. I mean, you know, when I was a kid, you got 8 out, 9, 10 and Jack were just they might have flung the bat at it, but they couldn't bat. But now everybody can. Leach's next ball and squares him up a little bit, but gets solidly in behind it, pushes it out on the outside. Ben Gibbon comes into field. I'm a bit surprised that Gibbon didn't take the new ball in that Finch is unavailable. He's been taken off by the umpires for running on the pitch.
Yeah, just going back to it, these guys, Carson and Shipley, they would work so hard on their batting. They're genuine all-rounders now, I think.
Yeah. Floodlights on. Leach in, bowls, once again cracked off the back foot, but this time straight to Ben Gibbon. Extra cover. There's lights reflecting once again off the lights of the windows in the flats on the other side of the Cromwell Road. Well, if Sussex is still batting at the end of this day's play, I think they'll be in a really good position. If you're the Worcestershire openers, you don't want to face 5 overs tonight, do you?
You definitely don't.
Leach, ever enthusiastic, runs in again, driven again through the offside, and Gibbon, good stop, saves 4 runs there. Gets down to his right, didn't quite take it cleanly, but in goalkeeping style pushed it round the post to skipper D'Oliveira. When again, many moons ago, you didn't see fast bowlers diving around like that. They were down at 3rd man or fine leg, and they just picked the ball up and threw it back in. But
the athleticism now, I think, the modern day professionals are. Yeah, it's excellent.
Well, as we're saying, everybody bats and everybody fields, don't they? Here's Leach again, and this time driven again. Just plants the left foot down, Carson, and just biffs it, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Very confident.
I was really confident in this from Carson.
Yeah.
And you talk a lot about multi-dimensional cricketers. You would say all these players now are definitely multi-dimensional and probably got 3 strings to their bow with the fielding as well, and the standard going up. It's really good to see.
Floodlight's actually beginning to take a little bit of effect. As Leach bowls, Carson forward once again. Initially goes kind of onto the back foot, then pushes the weight forward, pushes the ball up to mid-on where Pollock is the fielder. So he's the Worcestershire 12th man. We'll try and work out who's not on the field. So the new ball hasn't done it so far for Worcestershire. At least their over rate's gone up to +3 from -1. I never know how that works. I had over rates explained to me one day. After about an hour, I got a bit bored. but it's a very, very complicated system. 14 left in the day. Oh. That creak, by the way, was the chair, not my knee, although it does creak a lot.
Weight from the sea end of the ground into Shipley. See that ball, especially for the new ball, that's really died
On the wicket keeper.
Yeah, you can just see there.
Yeah.
Here comes Carson down. Just having more of a chat there with Shipley. And
well, if there is a bit of uneven bounce, 313 for 8
is a good score.
It is.
Little conversation between bowler and captain at mid-off as Waite comes in from the sea end of the ground to Shipley. Shipley plays solidly there to D'Oliveira. Get D'Oliveira working hard on the ball, trying to get the most out of this new ball as we possibly can.
If you just come into the ground and didn't look at the scoreboard, you'd think these two were number 3 and 4 batsmen, the way they're playing, because they look so confident and in control.
Yeah. And in comes Waite to Shipley again. Push forward, really well weighted there from Shipley. Had loads of time. Yeah, and it goes back to your point, Brad, as about looking in control. I don't think either of these two batters have looked rushed at all.
No.
Lots of time to make decisions and make good decisions.
So what does that tell us, Matt? Okay, we just said lower order batsmen can bat. Does it mean that the Worcestershire attack has gone a bit flat? Has the wicket gone a bit flat? This is a new ball. It should be flying around their ears, really.
In comes Waite to Shipley. Well left, just looked like that one just nipped away. I think it's just two batters that have assessed the conditions really well. Both Carson, who's 46 not out, and Shipley 30. Just look like they've really controlled the situation. They know what their team needed at a crucial stage in the game, and they're well on the way to batting themselves to an already respectable target. And in comes Waite to Shipley. Really well driven and well fielded extra cover there by Hose. Got down well.
Yeah, they've got 4 written all over it again.
Yeah. Just the timing from Shipley, just waiting, just assessed. I said it previously, but just the way Shipley and Carson have assessed the conditions and assessed the pitch. There's lots of experience in the Sussex dressing room, and I'm sure they're talking about it up there as Waite's into Shipley. Great shot. Ball just drifted onto the leg stump and extremely well put away. Just clipped off his legs there from Shipley. Just moving the score on to 317 for 8. Carson will be on strike for the new over on 46 and Shipley 34.
How to make yourself popular with your new team. Score runs, take wickets, score goals, score tries, and everybody will love you. More conferences going on here. Brett D'Oliveira is looking for a wicket or 2. I'm puzzled that Gibbon isn't bowling now. It may be that he wants Leach to bowl down the slope and Gibbon has bowled better or bowls better down the slope. I don't know. I'm a little bit puzzled. May ask the question later. Here's Leach. Right, Tom over and bowls pushed away on the offside.
Just that, Brad, is there, just in the headset. You can just hear the contact on the bat. I'm sure Carson's got a very nice bat in hand, but just the contact he's making is really good contact, getting right into the ball, and
yeah, makes that nice. It's not a clonk, is it? When you mistime it, it's a clonk. It's like you hit it with a railway sleeper.
Yeah.
But this, that sounds lovely coming off the bat. Leach in again, bowls, wraps the pad. I would have thought that's going down leg side. Big shout from the Worcestershire fielders. Judging by the way the batsman had played it.
Yeah, and just Roddick there, just his first movement with his left foot was just down towards the leg side, which gives a really good indication of the line of the ball. And again, Jack's lined the ball up really well, so in order for him to look to go over mid-wicket, you would imagine that ball was missing.
Yeah, he would have to come a long way across, and Leach would have to board it back a long way. He's in again. And this time short, cracked away 4 runs. Lovely shot that. Just rocks onto the back foot. Cracked it away. 50. Well batted. 50 runs of 74 balls with 8 fours for Jack Carson. Well played, sir.
Really well played, Carson. Again, I don't think it's been an easy time to bat on this wicket any time throughout the day, and a very valuable innings for his team.
Yeah, floodlights now shining brightly. You can just see it's making a shadow from the players. Whether we'd still be playing if there weren't floodlights, well, that's Leach and D'Oliveira chattering away now. I think Worcestershire looking a little bit despondent. I think they fancy getting Sussex out for less than 200, and that's flicked away nicely, square on the leg side for a single. I mean, they are 322 for 8, and still 12 overs remaining after this one. So as we said earlier, Sussex are still batting by close of play tonight. They will be in a good position. Batting bonus points, of course, have changed this year. So at the moment, Sussex have 2. 250 and 300. It used to be 200, then 250 and onwards, but now you've got to get 50 more. Worcestershire have got 2 for bowling. Changing the field here. Just one slip. Hose has gone out to extra cover. Leach in, bowls, comes forward. He just has so much time to play the ball there. Just prop forward and eased it away on the leg side. Still quite a few people in hostility away to our right, enjoying the day out.
It's packed down there in the marquees.
Yeah. Good to see. Been a good crowd today, and well done. We mentioned it earlier, but well done to Sussex. Free entry on the first day on a sunny Sunday. Good marketing. Leach in, bowls. That's a better ball.
Well bowled.
Comes forward and it goes past the outside edge through to the wicket. A very good friend of mine says that county cricket should be free. The only trouble is you wouldn't get many people buying memberships then, but he says all 4-day cricket should be free. Would it make a big difference to the attendance? I mean, today it's made a difference, isn't it? Because people are off work and off school, so they can bring the kids along. But, you know, if it's a slightly wet Thursday, whether any more people would turn up, who knows?
It'd be an interesting initiative, really, for the ECB to actually to look into that, because if you look at the demographic of the supporter in today, it's a lot of young families, and you know, not just supporting the shorter form of the game, as Waits in to Carson, or ball looked like it kept very low there. Well played from Carson. You know, as obviously the ECB looked to try and get bums on seats and to promote the game of cricket. I think it's important that cricket's accessible to everyone.
Yes.
And not just a small minority of people. So a great initiative from Sussex today, and you know, when you walk around the ground and see, it's great to see so many people here supporting and watching good cricket as Waits in to Carson. Just drove uppishly there, Carson, just with the ball going to backward point. So very interesting. It's going to be a very interesting end to the day.
It is, isn't it? Because we said just before lunch, didn't we? Another wicket there, and now, you know, just before the end, Worcestershire. Well, the openers won't want to go and bat, but
here comes Waite to Carson. Carson just trying to create a little bit of an angle there, just trying to create some width. with Wade just bowling a little bit tighter to the stumps, just trying to create some width and get the ball through backward point, but couldn't find the gap on that occasion. Wade just throwing the ball between hand to hand as he's in from the C end of the ground, running up the hill to Carson. Carson just plays through the onside. See there with Carson just quite heavily weighting his front foot, which is allowing him to get his weight into the ball.
So we've not seen much of today. I can't remember one. I'm just trying to think now. And okay, these two bowlers are not necessarily quick, but nobody's bounced anybody, have they, today?
I think the one bouncer from Leach to Coles earlier, and that's the only one I can remember throughout the whole day.
Yeah. It's a useful tool in a bowler's armoury. Maybe they think it's not that kind of a pitch and they're not quick enough to do it, but worth trying it, surely.
And in comes Wade to Carson.
Oh, there you go.
Great shot. Again, just slightly short of length without being a bouncer in Carson. Just an indication of how well Carson's seeing the ball is how far that ball went in front of the square. Picked it up really early, picked the length really well, and a punch to the glove with Shipley as Carson picked the length so quickly and moved on to 55.
Good score now. Good score. Good score this if they'd have pulled the toss and batted.
Well played again, Carson, just into a good length ball from Wade to end the over. As you said there, brothers, I think what you just seen the last sort of 10-15 overs is Sussex moving from what we would say a competitive score to a good score now.
Yeah. So what we got left in terms of overs, 11 remaining tonight. They're obviously not going to declare, but if they were all out tonight and Worcestershire, say, had 5 overs to face, I don't know, would they be that disappointed? We're not on there, Mr. Hay. Taking us off. If you're still with us at Hove, welcome back. I think you lost us for a while. Technical detail. Basically, the hamster stopped going round in the wheel, so we had no electricity. Leach is the man who's bowling. He's coming in and he bowls, and this is away. Thickish outside edge, you could argue. Steered down to third man for a single, 327 for 8, just waiting for the scoreboard to click over. A lone gull swoops down onto the ground, looking for a landing space. Runway 3, I think he should be on.
Yeah, it is. Super. Okay.
Leach. Pretty defensive field now from Worcestershire. Just one slip. Line of 3 inside the circle, if there was one, on the offside. Forward solidly. Carson, 55 to his name. Shipley, 35. Time to look in the book of knowledge. See.
You get a really good indication of where Worcester think their position now within the game when you can look around and see the field. Oliveira gone to like you said, Brad, is a very defensive field, and just when you talk about high performance and players wanting to execute their basics, just getting a little bit sloppy with throws in and around to the wicket keeper as well.
Next ball, whack. He's only going to get a single because there's a sweeper out on the extra cover boundary, but short from Leach and crunched away. Jack Carson's highest score came against Worcestershire. 87 at Worcester in 2021. He likes playing against Worcestershire.
That's fine, Mel. We'll go back out. That's fine. Thank you for your help.
Shipley 35, Carson 56, 328 for 8. Leach again. This time forward defensive. Trickles away to Azhar Ali, who is probably opening for Worcestershire in this innings. So or in their innings when they get to bat. So you might be one of those who's thinking, you can have another 5 runs tonight, but don't get out.
Yeah, it'll be a tricky period to bat tonight.
Yeah, the light is fading slightly, I reckon. Leach-in bowls and that. Well, I presume that came off the bottom of the bat because it went straight along the ground after it had passed the bat. Or did it not bounce?
I don't think that bounced.
Right. Well, if you're a Worcestershire batsman, you wouldn't want to be seeing that, because that definitely bounced again before it got to wicketkeeper Roderick. And if it didn't go off the bottom of the bat, we don't think it did. Usama Fielding down in front of us, Usama Mir, with a little patch over an advert on the top of his shirt, which is for an alcohol company, so that's why it's blotted out on his shirt, pushed away on the offside, and there is no run. Okay. Yeah, we can do whatever we want to do.
Seamless.
I think it should be in an Olympic sport.
What, changing microphones?
Synchronised microphone changing.
Interesting, you fellas talking there about the light. We're not far off the cusp here, I reckon. It's really got quite gloomy. Although I was just sitting in the written press area, and when you look from, they've got a window open in there. It doesn't look quite as bad. But this has been a really good partnership between these two. Very indebted to Vince, who got in touch to say the commentary had dropped out online. Vince, could you just drop us a line and let us know you can hear us? I think it is going out again.
What do you want?
If he's not listening. Yeah. Good point. It's been a long day, Bradders.
Yeah.
If you can hear us, Vince, perhaps you could drop us a line.
Yeah. We think we're back on.
I think we are back on. But this partnership now, Bradders, between, when you think at tea, Sussex were 205 for 7.
Yeah.
So they've added another
123.
Yeah, in about 25 overs.
Yeah.
So we're going on a best part of 5 and a bit and over, I think.
Yeah. We were saying to Matt, if you'd have given them this morning at 10:30, if they'd have won the toss and batted.
No, I would agree.
328 for 8.
Yeah. Well, you did make the point, wise old owl you are, Bradders.
I am.
Very wise.
More cuckoo than owl, I think.
But it is going, and they've been hampered here because Adam Finch hasn't been able to bowl since the 62nd over, when he was taken out of the attack for running down the pitch. So it is going to be Ben Gibbon, who's wicketless so far. 15 overs, 4 maidens, 0 for 53, running away from us. Left arm over the wicket, in and bowls, and clipped away nicely by Jack Carson. More runs here. And Jack Carson goes to 60. That's a lovely shot, over-pitched by Gibbon, and just eased through the leg side by Jack Carson. And this is a very good partnership. Vince has been back to say you're back on loud and clear.
Jolly good.
Which is good. And I also had a text in the meantime from John Barnett. Hello, John. Lovely to hear from you. And John said, we were talking about after games of cricket, buying the opposition a jug and all that sort of thing. And John says, sadly, the tradition of a post-match drink is not what it once was.
No.
Though my Saturday club encourages it, and was great to have our opponents stay behind afterwards as well on what was a glorious day yesterday. So that's good. That's good to hear. In comes Gibbon bowls, let go outside the off stump, and there is no run. Yeah, you can, even if you're driving, you can have an orange juice or a Coke or something non-alcoholic. But it's just the staying behind and chatting, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think that has gone out of the game. League cricket. There's a lot of travelling in league cricket now.
Yeah.
And there's 12 o'clock starts. Oh. So, if you're travelling a distance, you're leaving home at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
And you finish playing at 7:30.
Yes.
You need to get home.
No, I agree.
So,
most of the cricket I played as younger in life was all within about a 10-mile radius of home.
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon bowls, good delivery, beats Carson outside the off stump, taken by Roderick, no run.
Yeah, when I started playing, which is a million years ago, we never went further than the city of Worcester. We played in a little village 7 miles away, and we filled our whole Sunday fixture list because every village had a team.
Yes,
so
of course.
you played them home and away.
Yeah.
And the great thing was that you got, as our friend was saying there, you got to know people.
Yeah.
You may not have liked them, but you got to know them. And next season you think, we're going there. Oh, well, he plays. He's all right.
No, I couldn't agree more. That was exactly what it was all about.
Yeah.
In comes Gibbon and Bowles, and Carlson beaten again outside the off stump. Good bit of bowling here by Ben Gibbon. The other thing as well, Brad, is back in those days, we were talking about this the other day in terms of rules. We used to start at 2:30.
Yeah.
Tea at 5.
Yeah.
Back on at 5:30. 20 overs from 6:30.
Yeah.
And that was it.
A great old cricketer when I started playing, Edgar Taylor, he said to me, Sunday afternoon cricket is an excuse for fresh air between opening hours. Because pubs used to shut at 2:30 and open again at 7.
Yeah. As in comes Gibbon again. Just the one slip in place now. Over the wicket bowls, driven handsomely by Carsten. Very well fielded in its short extra cover. That's an excellent stop by Bradders. Adam Hose. Very good indeed. Well, I noticed actually earlier on in the day when he didn't have a jumper or a long sleeve shirt on, he'd got a big sort of plaster up his arm, as if he'd maybe done that diving for a ball.
Yeah, I mean, he's fielding on the square there, isn't he?
Yeah.
And it's hard and it's rough and it will take the skin off your elbows.
You get a few scrapes and bumps, don't you, fielding? Gibbon again. Oh, let go outside the off stump. Taken by Roderick. There is no run. End of the over. 3. Come on, Bradders.
332
for 8. Thank you.
I can see that board a lot better.
Passing 60. And Shipley is on 35. So these two coming together when the total was 253. So these two are on 79 for this wicket. We had another conversation, Bradders, just sort of reminiscing slightly. We were talking one of our previous games about, cricket in days gone by and, saying about how if you had the cost of cricket equipment and saying, well, back, when I was younger, there was the club kit. No one had their own kit.
Oh, no, you had a bag.
There was a bag and someone was responsible for getting the bag of kit and taking it to the ground.
Yeah.
And there'd be a couple of bats every season and you had to look after them because everyone had to use them. Now, if someone turned up with a bat, you thought they were Jeff Boycott.
Yeah.
No one had their own kit.
There was pads, bats.
Correct.
The abdominal protectors, which was probably not too healthy, sharing those.
It did happen.
It did. Yeah. Here's Leachin and Bowles. Play to mid-on. Total remains on 332 for 8. We used to have a meeting at the end of the season to decide if we could afford to buy a new bat.
Absolutely right. And it was one of the reasons I was asking Matt about the price of a ball, because if a ball got hit into, when we never used to play with a new ball, it was always a ball, and someone would go and shine them up and you would play with an old. It was but also it meant that everybody could play. And one of the issues around cricket at the minute, I think a lot of people say the kit is so expensive. If you can't afford it, I know there's lots of charities and things that help, but it is expensive.
Leach in, Bowles. High in the sky. That's gone into the stand for 6. There's not a big boundary over there, but it cleared it comfortably. Fine shot. Total goes to 338 for 8, and the crowd enjoyed that.
Super shot by Henry Shipley, wasn't he? He's on to 41 or 54. We
that up off the pads beautifully.
We like this overseas player.
Go back to what you're saying. I think a lot of clubs now sort of kids move on, go to university, they got kit. They have a kit box, so that some youngsters coming into the game will have some kit. Here's Leachin again, and this time he's going to absolutely moller that through the offside, but it wasn't quite there, and Shipley just held back on the shot. But this is now 338 for 8. This is, I would have said a T. The day it was in the balance. It could have been Worcestershire's day, could have been Sussex's day, but I don't think there's too much doubt about whose day this is.
No, I think you're right. 142 for 6. So it's a good recovery.
Leach down the slope again, and this time there's a big appeal, and the umpire's finger stays down. Not been that many LBW appeals either today.
No.
The floodlights are really taking effect now. I would not be at all surprised if the umpires came together and had a bit of a natter. It's gone 6 o'clock, so they can come off and not go back on.
Yeah, and I agree. It is quite gloomy. I think Worcestershire would be quite pleased actually at this stage, Bradders.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, as long as they're hitting sixes over deep square leg, it'd be a bit daft if they come off, wouldn't it? Leach's next ball is driven in the air, gone caught at mid-on. Just totally mistimed that one. Straight to Adam Finch. and Shipley's gone. But it was great fun while he was there. He's gone for 41, and Leach now has 6 wickets.
And that partnership was worth, I think, that was worth 85 between Carson and Shipley. And the umpires are now having a natter. Now, that might be having a natter just discussing, who knows, catering arrangements for this evening, but that's the highest partnership of innings. And Henry Shipley making a very good impression on his debut for Sussex and getting a good round of applause for the crowd. A good crowd here today, and quite a few have stayed on as well, which is really good to see. Harry Cavalos is the last man. He's made a half-century, Harry, at Lord's in his debut last year. So lots of good partnerships here for Sussex. 85 for the 9th wicket.
I tell you what, I bet Jake Libby's looking at that scoreboard.
Yeah.
Where's there 8 overs left? If Cavalos was out quickly, they might have to come out and face 3 or 4 overs tonight. Although, again, the light comes into it, doesn't it?
I don't think we're far off going off here, you know. It's that light is really...
They haven't taken a metre reading as yet.
No, they haven't. Well, well done, Joe Leach. Look at those figures. 21.5 overs, 4 maidens, 6 for 73. Magnificent. Perhaps there's... Would it be critical to say Bradders? Perhaps the others haven't quite bowled around him as...
No, they haven't.
You know?
No, I think that'd be fair, and I think they would admit that as well.
Yeah.
There was that spell just after lunch when they bowled really tight. When Matt and I think we were on commentary and we were saying they put the pressure on here, they put the pressure on. But then either side of tea, the pressure went off, I thought.
Yeah. Yes, very much... It took me a long time ago that Sussex were 47 for 3 when Tom Alsop was out, but these games change around. Is it me or you, Bradders?
It's me, but only for that ball, because it was the last one of the over, went past the off stump, past the batsman's bat and into the wicket-keeper's gloves. And that means we have 8 overs remaining. It means the Sussex are 338 for 9.
Thank goodness for Championship cricket. They stay on for the full overs. You know, there's none of this going off when you get to 6 o'clock. You know, we stay on and play, which is an example to Test cricket, but we've had enough of that conversation today. It's going to be Ben Gibbon who's going to carry on from this, the C end. And I think Brad is absolutely right here that I don't think Worcestershire will be any hurry, in a sense, to take this final wicket. 8 overs left. So if the wicket went down now, they'd have to face 5 overs.
Yeah.
Which might be awkward after a day in the field with the lights on.
We're going to have a chat.
Yeah,
there is a coming together of the umpires.
Yes, I think that might have been prompted by Brett D'Oliveira. I think he's had a little word to the umpire. I said, he's getting a bit gloomy, ump.
Maybe he said, if we take this wicket, have we got to come out and bat?
Now, they have to take a reading, don't they? Because they haven't been...
Yes.
I think we are coming off. Or is he going to take the reading now? Yeah, they're coming off.
They are... Indeed, coming off.
Yeah.
He will now take a reading, won't he? Which will be the reading for the rest of the game.
And I suspect that's going to be it for the day because the wind has kind of dropped away. I'm looking at the flags on the flagpole, which are absolutely limp to the flagpole. And I rather think that might be it for the day. So how many overs have we had, Bradders? 88?
We have.
And so those 8 will be made up tomorrow if you don't get back on.
Will they? Because we finished after 6 o'clock.
Oh, I thought...
So I think the ruling is if you finish